was it day before yesterday? Yeah, see, it's going straight to streaming, so I gotta go in.
Okay. It's streaming. So we should be good.
Or was it day before yesterday? Yeah, see, it's going straight. So Bob, it held on to the settings from Wednesday.
Yep.
So
It looks like we're good.
I don't need to do anything?
Don't believe so. Let me. Nope, it should be good.
Okay,
It's showing live right now.
that was a little bit too easy.
That's what we're shooting for.
Yeah,
No drama. No drama Fridays.
I like those.
Alright, did you get breakfast?
Are you on mute?
Good morning, Michelle. Sound check.
Good morning, Mark. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Kurt, I'm having troubles getting Catherine and Jill both signed on. I've got to find some information for them, so we may be a couple minutes late.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Michelle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mary.
Thank you, thank you. Michelle, can you resend the link to Kathy-Yoon? I just got a text.
Yeah, I got a text from her too saying that she didn't have her, she needed her username, and I was trying to search for that.
Okay.
Good morning, this is Karen.
Hi, Karen. We can hear you. That's great. Did you get a haircut since last Monday?
As a matter of fact, I did.
No.
COVID hair.
We're just trying to get a couple of the other commissioners on.
I'm going to go off video and go mute until my time.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're having trouble getting a couple of the commissioners linked in there, and so it'll just be a couple more minutes.
Good morning.
Hello, Commissioner Hatfield.
Oh wait, there goes the video. I think we're all going to get some much needed moisture this weekend.
Yes. And
Yeah,
everyone is doing dances around here.
I can imagine. All right, well, I think we're gonna have a great day today. That's
Yes.
my prediction.
We just have to get a couple more commissioners linked in and we're set to go.
Yeah, all our new computer transitioning has been really good.
Oh, good.
Michelle has been incredible.
Always is. And now she's getting Commissioner Khalil linked in.
I'm here on one of my computers, but
We can hear you and see you, so that's terrific.
we'll just use this for today.
Okay, that works for you?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Michelle, have you heard from Vice Chair Woolley?
I have not heard from Vice Chair Woolley today.
We'll wait a couple more minutes and then we'll just go ahead. I bet he's trying to get linked in.
And while we wait, just heads up, Bob put it in the chat, but we're live on the live stream now. So
Yes, thank you. I think we will just go ahead. I'm confident that Commissioner Woolley will be here very soon. So I think we'll go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Welcome and thank you all for being here. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the September 17th, 2021 Commission meeting to order. I live in Langlois on the Oregon South Coast in Congressional District 4. And I think we'll go ahead with introductions of the other commissioners. Let's start with Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I am zooming in from Paisley, Oregon this morning, and I was appointed to Congressional District 2.
Thank you. As an aside, Michelle, if you could resend the link to Commissioner Woolley as well.
Yes, I've done that.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yeah, good morning. Bob Spellbrink, Siletz, Oregon. That's District 5.
Thank you. And Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yes, good morning, Jill Zarnowitz, and I'm in District 1.
Thank you. Commissioner Labhart.
Good morning, everyone. Mark Labhart. I am the at-large representative for Eastern Oregon, and I live in the Central Oregon community of Sisters.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Hi, Kathy Khalil, Portland, Oregon, Western Oregon at large.
Thank you. And we'll have Vice Chair Woolley introduce himself in just a few minutes. Director Melcher.
well, good morning. I'm Kurt Melcher. I'm the Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and welcome. And I do see that Commissioner Woolley has joined us as well. So welcome, Greg.
Perfect. Vice Chair Woolley, could you introduce yourself?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm Greg Woolley, and I'm Vice Chair of our commission. And my area, Congressional District 3, represents the Portland metro area.
Thank you. Michelle Tate, will you introduce yourself? And if there are any platform or operational things that we need to know, if you could mention those as well.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate, Executive Support Staff for the Commission and for the Director's Office. I'm here today to help the Commission be able to provide this meeting through Zoom. We do have a fairly lengthy agenda today, and one of the topics that we have will be our Pride Awards. And I just want to let folks know that this is for people providing testimony and for the Pride Award recipients. When it's time for you to be on the screen, I will be moving you from the attendees over to a panelist And when that happens, you're going to blip off the screen for just a minute. Be patient, take a couple of deep breaths, and then you will reappear in the participant area of the screen where you will be able to unmute your camera, and those that are testifying will be able to unmute your phone. When we're done with those portions, then I will move you back over to attendee. Again, you will blip off the screen, take a couple deep breaths, give it a second, and you will reappear back in the attendees list. That's probably about the most important tip that I can give you for today.
Thank you, Michelle. Just for the meeting itself, as Michelle said, we have a long agenda, and there are a lot of people who'd like to speak to the issues today. The Pride Awards, which are for staff excellence that Michelle just mentioned, will probably be at 11 and take about an hour. We'll likely take a lunch break at the end of that, and by that time in the agenda, we should be able to return at 1 for agenda item D, which is the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. So thank you again to everyone for being here, to our staff for all the work and preparation for this meeting, and especially to our online audience and all the people who wrote comments, called, and sent emails to us. So let's go to Director Melcher for the director's report.
Thank you, Chair Wall. For the director's report today, we did provide field reports to you in written form, and we're happy to answer or entertain any questions you might have on those. I do have Deputy Director Erica Kleiner here to provide you with our monthly expenditure report. And of course, we're very early in the biennium, so there's not much to report yet, but Erica, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Erica Kleiner, Deputy Director for Administration. So as Director Melcher mentioned, today's report is pretty brief. I just have 1 month of department financials to share with you, which is July. So that data is reflected in your written materials. No trends really with revenue to note since we're so early in the biennium, but I did want to bring attention to our federal revenue line item. So federal revenue is billed retroactively for the prior month. So the July, majority of the July federal revenue was captured at the end of the 2019-21 biennium in June. We are continuing to see a trend for a slight decrease in license revenue. It's as compared to 2020. So we've talked a lot in the past about all of the new anglers who came forward in 2020. Other recreational opportunities were limited, entertainment options were limited. So we're seeing that start to wane, which is expected. The good news is that 2021 overall totals are still about 5% above 2020 totals. So that still looks really good as well. And that brings us to our unrestricted cash balance. We're sitting at just under 60 million right now. We'll see that number increase from hunting license sales and tag revenue over the next couple months. Moving on to 2023-25 budget development. We're not really into that process right now. Focus within the agency is on the current biennium. Setting up expenditure plans, and our budget services team is working to give programs budget allocations for the biennium. We are planning for the budget development process for 23-25. We'll start with putting together our agency program priorities, along with our statutorily required list of agency reduction options. We will start building policy option packages closer to the winter months. That brings me to audit updates, for which I have none to share with you today, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Like Commissioner Labhart has a question.
Yes, thank you, Erica. Am I correct that this may be your last commission meeting?
Commissioner Labhart, I think I'll report to you next month, and that will be my last report.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll save my comments till then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it on the commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Thanks, Erica. That takes us to our next item, which is our standing report on our climate and ocean change adaptation. And I have Davia Palmieri here to provide the presentation, as well as Stephen Bowles and Hamit Singh. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. And commissioners, you'll recall when we adopted our climate and ocean change policy, that policy is both external facing in terms of things that we can do as an agency to help fish and wildlife adaptation related to climate change, but it was also internal facing in that it was a look at department operations and how we could improve our own agency impacts. And so as part of that, Davia is going to provide you this update on our carbon footprint assessment. Davia?
Thanks, Director Melcher. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the Commission. For the record, my name is Davia Palmieri. I'm the Conservation Policy Coordinator. And I'm joined today by Stephen Bowles from AET Group. Hamit is not actually with us today. And so I'm here to sort of set this up and give you all some context, but want you to recognize that we brought in outside help for this part of the project, and Steve from AET Group is going to take you through the details of this. So you all will remember Executive Order 20-04 from March 2020, which is the governor's direction to all agencies that set new greenhouse gas emission reduction targets for the entire state. And we talked about at the beginning of this year, the directives to agencies. And I just wanted to call your attention here to agencies shall exercise any and all authority and discretion to help facilitation of Oregon's achievement of the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals. And we definitely interpret that to be direction to the agencies to work on all emissions in Oregon, but we also want to recognize that we as an organization have emissions from our operations, and we want to quantify those and understand what we can do to make reductions internally. So our commitments to implementing the executive order, you saw this slide, I think in April as well, was adoption of our climate and ocean change policy last summer, our work on the statewide climate adaptation framework that came out earlier this year, our leadership on ocean acidification and hypoxia that Dr. Braby took you through at the last commission meeting. And then today we're going to talk about our carbon footprint assessment. And we always have leadership in science on climate adaptation as one of our important tools. So within the climate and ocean change policy, the fourth goal of the 4 goals in that policy is that the department provides leadership towards achieving the reductions in global greenhouse gas emissions that will be needed to prevent worsening of the impacts of climate change, recognizing that most of our policy is about how we can help fish and wildlife respond to the impacts of climate change, but we want to do the best we can to reduce our own carbon footprint so that we're not part of the problem and part of the solution instead. And so we have that goal as laid out in the policy. We also want to point to our strategic plan that mentions operating sustainably, as well as our sustainability plan, which is required by the Oregon Sustainability Act, in which we identified measuring our greenhouse gas emissions as a metric we would like to include in future sustainability plans. So the work we're going to talk about today sets us up for achieving all 3 of those strategic goals. And so in order to actually achieve that goal, we need to understand what our emissions are. And so within the climate and ocean change policy, we committed to assessing our carbon footprint within a year. And so we're here to report on that just slightly over a year later. And then once we have that footprint assessment, developing a greenhouse gas reduction plan, which we intend to do by the end of next year, and then implementing that plan and seeking to assess our carbon footprint on an ongoing basis to understand progress towards that goal. And so, as I mentioned, we hired AET Group as a contractor earlier this year, recognizing our lack of expertise in this particular subject. And so I will turn it over to Stephen Bowles, who will talk you through the results of this base year assessment.
Thank you very much, Davia, and thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, and commissioners for giving us the airtime this morning to talk to you about this. We really appreciate this, especially given the fact that it's a full agenda. I know I've heard that mentioned a couple of times, so I will try to keep my my tendency to sometimes go off script and ad lib. I'll try to keep that to a minimum and leave time open at the end for questions in case you folks have some stuff that you want to talk to us about. Like Davia mentioned, my name is Steve Bowles. I'm the manager of greenhouse gas and sustainability services with AET Group, the environmental consulting firm that was retained by ODFW to do this exciting project. Not with us today, but very, very integral within this project was my colleague Hamit, who would be here with us today, but other than the fact that she is took this week off to volunteer to spend some time with a local conservation group cleaning up water bodies from what did she say? It was what are those? It doesn't matter. Those I can't think of the word. It's those species that are from another place that aren't supposed to be in your local. Gosh, what? It doesn't matter.
Invasive species, Steve.
Thank you very much, Davia. Yes, invasive species. That's what she's doing. Oh my gosh. Next slide, please. Just to set the stage, the carbon footprint or greenhouse gas inventory, those can be used interchangeably, those terms. They were developed following global best practices by an organization called the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, which put together what is called the Corporate Accounting and Reporting Standard for Greenhouse Gas Emissions. You see it on the left-hand side there. Really has emerged over the last 20 years or so as the ultimate guide for reporting, quantifying and reporting an organization's greenhouse gas emissions. They also went one step further, and on the right-hand side, you can see that there is a subset of the Greenhouse Gas Protocols framework developed for U.S. public sector organizations. And that is specifically what we followed. So it was really useful in helping to really nail down and identify with specific examples for organizations like ODFW, the types of greenhouse gas emissions that should be considered and reported. So the emissions were done following best practices. So you can be rest assured of that. One of the key things that need to be determined when you are doing a greenhouse gas inventory or carbon footprint assessment is the base year. It's basically the starting point for your emissions reporting. And it's a really important kind of metric to figure out, because any kind of future targets and emission reduction performance is going to be compared to this base year. So it was a bit of a challenge trying to figure out what, ODFW came to us in the midst of this pandemic, which kind of was a challenge in terms of wanting to pick a time period that was representative of what operations normally are and what they might be in the future. And we were really struggling at first to try to figure out what is the time period that is going to be representative. So you see the time period that we landed on for the base year performance period, which is July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. We picked that for a couple of reasons. First off, it's aligned with the existing biennium reporting framework that the state uses. So it's not a calendar year, but it's at least it's aligned with the existing fiscal reporting that's used by the state. And then we also picked that time period because when you think of it, it's kind of a blend of pre-pandemic and and pandemic time periods. So it's got about 8.5 months before the COVID issue hit, from July to March of 2020. And then it's got about 3.5 months of time period during the pandemic. And we figured that this may be an actual good time period to pick, because it could be an estimate of what ODFW's operations and emissions greenhouse gas profile could be like in a post-pandemic time period, because it's got that kind of blend. So that's the rationale for why we picked that time period. Next slide, please. Thank you. Within a greenhouse gas inventory, the greenhouse gas emissions are categorized into what they call different scopes. Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3, which is not shown here, which I will just kind of quickly go through here. Included within ODFW's carbon footprint were Scope 1 and Scope 2, and a couple of additional greenhouse gas sources that I'll mention in a moment. Scope 1 are basically all emissions that occur from ODFW's facilities and equipment. Can be either non-mechanical or mechanical sources. So what we're talking about here that was included is fossil fuels that were combusted for heating or cooling in the different, in some of the facilities like natural gas and propane. Fossil fuels that were used in the vehicle fleet or in the equipment and boats. What is called fugitive emissions, which is leakage of refrigerants that are used in the ODFW facilities and vehicles. And also emissions from the breakdown of aquatic nitrogen at the fish hatchery facilities. Those all fit into Scope 1 sources. Scope 2 are a very kind of specific type of greenhouse gas emissions from the consumption of electricity that is used at ODFW facilities. That's all that's included in Scope 2. And then there was a couple of other sources of greenhouse gases that don't fit into any of the scopes, which were emissions from the combustion of biomass derived fuels, like the ethanol blends or the biodiesel that were used in some of the fleet and equipment. And then a really interesting one that we'll talk about in a couple of minutes are the carbon storage in the ODFW wildlife areas. Not shown here, but also which may be a relevant thing to look into in the future, are Scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions, which are those that are influenced by an organization but not directly controlled by it. Things like employee commuting, the impacts of purchased materials that are bought, business travel, waste that is disposed of by the operations. Those are called Scope 3. They're not required to be reported, but they're encouraged, and they're something that ODFW is encouraged to look into in the future to determine which ones are most relevant. Scope 1 and Scope 2, for your knowledge, are required to be reported in a greenhouse gas inventory, which is why they were no-brainer ones to include. So here is the from all the work that we did, we tried to sum it down into these into these different pie charts here. If you look at the top, there's a little pink circle and there's a big green circle. And that is our way to try to show what the greenhouse gas emissions were in the left and what the annual carbon storage in ODFW's wildlife areas is on the right. This is a really interesting and a really good kind of take-home story here in terms of the impact of the organization as a whole. So on the left, and we tried to scale those two circles on the top there to show how they compare to each other in terms of the emissions versus the reductions from from the carbon being stored into the wildlife areas. So on the emissions side, there's about 9,300 tons of greenhouse gas emissions that are released from these different sources that we just described in the previous slide. And you can see the breakdown of where the emissions are coming from in that pie chart on the bottom left. Over 80% is coming from the big three sources of greenhouse gas emissions, which are the electricity consumption, fossil fuels used in vehicles, and that breakdown of aquatic nitrogen in the fish hatcheries. So those three represent over 80%. And then on the other side, there is over 75% of the reductions or the carbon dioxide that's being taken out of the atmosphere and stored in the landscape is happening in forests and wetlands. Those are the big ticket items for the carbon reduction side, with smaller amounts from shrub, grass, and pasture. So the take home here is that there is a carbon footprint on the left that needs to be worked upon and reduced and at all possible. But it's really great news to show that the impact of this organization is really one that is removing carbon dioxide from the atmosphere in a big way compared to its emissions. So that's awesome. Well done. Next slide, please. We also like to look at greenhouse gas emissions and energy in terms of an intensity value. So just to kind of give a different perspective and help to target where reduction actions should be kind of focused going forward. So we looked at energy in terms of kilowatt hours per employee and kilowatt hours per square foot of facility for these different high-level campus categories of hatcheries, offices, and wildlife areas. You can see that the hatcheries are the most energy-intensive type of operation. That's due to the fact that there's generally a lower number of employees there, so the employee intensity is going to be quite high. And also there's some pretty energy intensive equipment like the water pumps and stuff that are used at these facilities, which are causing more energy consumption than compared to some of the other types of facilities. So there's reasons for what we're seeing here, which are not that surprising. Next slide, Davia. And one more, please. Thank you. But what's interesting is that we also compared the energy intensity of these facilities to some information that is publicly available by the state of Oregon through what's called their Commercial Building Energy Program, where all buildings of a certain size have to report their energy intensity values on an annual basis. And you can see in the city of Portland, the average in energy intensity for office buildings was 18 kilowatt hours per square foot, which is higher than all of the different categories of the ODFW facilities. So there's some really good things going on in terms of the organization, in terms of its energy intensity already, in terms of its efficiency. So that's also a good thing. It was also the other box here states that the offices for the ODFW are aligned with the most efficient of the Portland city office buildings that had Energy Star scores of 90% or so. So I'm just trying to make the point here that there's already some really good stories going on in terms of energy efficiency within the existing campuses and offices of the organization. We also wanted to benchmark ODFW against other similar organizations with a similar mandate, because this is just another way to kind of try to determine whether your analysis is making sense, and whether there's something that you should be concerned about in terms of the calculations that you did. I can't really say what's going on in terms of what at the North Carolina Department of Natural Resources to make them so high in terms of, tons of greenhouse gas per employee, which is what this graph is showing. I can say that compared to the Washington Department of Ecology and the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, ODFW is right along the same lines in terms of energy intensity per employee, greenhouse gas intensity per employee compared to those organizations. So that gives us some confidence and comfort that the values that we are putting forward are reasonable. Okay, so we did have a couple of recommendations that we had several in the actual report, which I believe you will be provided with the full report, but we just wanted to highlight a couple of them here. Number one is has to do with kind of data management going forward. I we encourage and we recommend that that greenhouse gas inventories or carbon footprint assessments should not just be a one-off thing, but they should be updated on a regular basis going forward, whether it's annual or biannual, but on a regular basis. So whoever does that in the future, their life could be made much easier if there was some updates or improvements made to the data management for the information that feeds into this analysis. So we recommend that a procedure be developed that is specific to greenhouse gas data management for ODFW, that to help to make it more efficient going forward. There should be a master list or a database of the ODFW facilities or campuses with consistent naming conventions and such, because there was a lot of our efforts were just put towards developing that initial inventory of facilities and making sure that they were aligned properly with each other. Also making sure that energy consumption accounts that are in ODFW's name are assigned to the proper facility or campus with which they are being consumed at. So having that kind of that behind the scenes database or linkage mechanism is going to be really important in making sure that it can be done more efficiently going forward when you're in the stage of maintaining and monitoring the greenhouse gas inventory. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide before I pass it off to Davia. So this is one that was really interesting. This issue of the greenhouse gas emissions from the fish hatchery facilities from the breakdown of that aquatic nitrogen. So it was calculated as the third biggest contributor of the organization's greenhouse gas emissions. But in honesty, there's some pretty big error bars around those numbers that we came up with, because while it is recognized that this issue of aquatic nitrogen contributing to fish hatchery greenhouse gas emissions, it's recognized that it is a legitimate issue and likely a significant source, that there's not been a lot of research behind it. So we were able to find a couple of research papers that have looked into this issue, and that's what we based our greenhouse gas calculations on. It's had by no means anywhere close to the amount of research that's been put into terrestrial or land-based agriculture, like that which you see from pork, beef, or chicken, which we've compared the impact on in terms of greenhouse gas emissions per pound of carcass or kilogram of carcass weight, you can see here. So the initial research is showing that aquaculture, like what you have at the fish hatcheries, is along the lines of chicken and pork, but it's by nowhere near the same level of beef, which is by far the most intensive type of agriculture. But this is something that we encourage ODFW to look into in the future and to try to nail down those greenhouse gas emission impacts in more detail, because looks like it is a significant source for the organization, but we want to make sure that it's those error bars are reduced. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. And as Steve mentioned, there is a substantial report that goes along with all of this. We've just given you the kind of highest level overview here. So the next steps from our perspective is that we're going to form an internal green team with staff from around the agency to look at this report and develop our greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan. One of the important things to point out is that when we set the carbon neutrality goal, our understanding there was that we wanted to subtract our carbon sequestration from our emissions. And Steve has told me that is not allowed under the protocol and that we really should be seeking to reduce our emissions. And so one of the first tasks will be kind of reassessing that goal, framing it in the way that gives us good interim targets going forward. That seeks to reduce our emissions profile and increase our sequestration profile. and kind of redefining our neutrality in that way. Once we have that greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, we will hope to consider that in future budgets, future purchases, construction, and kind of all that we do. And then completing these periodic inventories, as Steve said, hopefully with more straightforward data management, and we can streamline that process. And just one example that I wanted to pull for you all of really great information in this report. This is showing total electricity consumption per emission factor category. And so these categories on the bottom are describing the emission factor reported by our utility companies. And so you can see that 41 or like 2/3 or so of our campuses are served by utility providers that are really low emission providers. And that's likely high use of hydropower and other renewable sources. And that we have 23 campuses that are at this higher emission factor, which means that they're being served by fossil fuels primarily. And so having this kind of breakdown of information allows us, rather than saying we want to put rooftop solar on all of our facilities, we can maybe target these 23 facilities as the highest impact for that kind of change in the future. So this is giving us more information to help prioritize the work that we do across the agency. And that concludes our presentation. Thanks for the time this morning, and Steve and I are both ready for questions.
I have one, Davia. And first of all, well, thank you, Steve. That was a really interesting presentation and just really timely on a local and a global level. And thank you, Davia, for coordinating that with his company. So on the pie charts that you had with tons of carbon storage and emissions, which I think was a really nice graphic representation. So with the sequestration, forest, wetland, grasslands, and so on, is that exclusively ODFW owned properties?
Yes. So we provided AET Group with all of our wildlife management area plans, or wildlife area management plans. And each of those plans is really great and consistently laid out and reports as a table the number of acres in each land type on the wildlife areas. And so that is, and this also includes a suite of smaller areas that are not managed as wildlife management areas that we own. And that's kind of based on current expert opinion of what the land cover types are. It's about 200,000 acres total that are considered here.
Okay, thanks. And let's see, with the aquatic nitrogen, yeah, I appreciate that there hasn't been that much for aquaculture, not much research that's been done so far. I know that Dr. Boone Coffin with OSU Wildlife Bioemeritus has done a lot of research on greenhouse gas emissions in beef. And so that might be someone that might be interested in doing some study for you on aquaculture. He has that kind of experience. And just lastly, Davia, do you have anything that you can report about some job shifts that are coming up for you? We're all kind of, well, I'm curious about it anyway.
Well, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, maybe I will defer to Director Melcher on the last question there.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. It looks like Commissioner Labhart.
Yes, thank you. So you've kind of answered my question, but I want to make sure I totally understand. So on this chart, the greenhouse gas emission, it looks like the largest is electricity. Now, could you go to that very last slide that you showed, Davia, the bar chart there? So, you know, Oregon's known for its hydropower from the BPA, and we're also known for our wind and our solar. So I just want to make sure that, so we have been given credit with those 41 campuses where we're using renewable energy. And so the other 4 and 23, those are assumed that they're not using renewable energy, hydro, solar and wind power. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, I might ask Steve to answer this one a little bit. But one of the ways that scope 2 emissions are calculated, they're calculated on a market-based approach and a location-based approach. And there's an emission factor for each state, but Oregon actually had some utility level information. And so each utility is reporting an emissions intensity. And so I think we don't have the exact information about their energy mix that goes into that intensity, but we know that these higher ones are more likely to be fossil fuels. And I'll ask Steve to fill in on that one.
Yeah, sure. So those 23 facilities that are in that category with higher electricity emission factors, they are serviced by utilities that are using some amount of fossil fuels within their electricity generation profile. And I will say that even the worst of, I shouldn't say worst offenders, that's strike that comment. Even the utilities with the highest emissions intensity in Oregon are still quite a bit lower than other utilities in other states that have very high levels of fossil fuel consumption. So even the highest utilities in Oregon are still on the lower side on a kind of a national comparison. But I mean, those utilities in that higher category, they would be, for instance, there were dozens of smaller utilities that had emission factors in terms of grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour, around 20 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. That's very, very low. It's essentially nothing. They're getting almost all of their electricity from renewable sources. And the other side, there was a couple of the big utilities that service ODFW's some of their campuses that were 400, 500, 600 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. So, I mean, we're looking at, 30 times as much in some of these utilities compared to the really low ones. So it's because there probably is some natural gas burning facilities or some, I'm not sure what the presence of coal is within Oregon, but I'm sure there's at least some natural gas powered sites that are sourcing those campuses with the higher emission factors. Does that answer the question?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you, Steve. It was a very informative presentation.
Sure.
Davia, this is Mary. I just want to mention one thing, and then I know we're tight on time. It's very useful to have this baseline, also to have the ongoing focus in the department on these issues and to integrate this science into our ongoing work. I look forward very much to these ongoing reports and maybe next time the update on the science itself. So thank you both for the report, and I think that's it on our questions.
Great. Thanks, Davia. Thanks, Steve. We'll move on then, Chair Wall and Commissioners, to our list of temporary rules that require your ratification. And I haven't forgotten about Commissioner Woolley's question. I'll talk about that under other business. So we have 33, yes, we have 33 rules requiring ratification, and we're standing by to answer any questions. And if I need to, I will phone a friend.
No questions.
Very good. Then we need a motion.
Yeah, I would move to ratify the 33 temporary rules set forth in today's agenda.
Is there a second?
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 33 temporary rules in today's agenda. Those in favor of that motion, could you give a thumbs up so Michelle can see? Thank you. Any in opposition? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Chair Wald. And that brings us to other business. Before I engage on these topics, I will address Commissioner Woolley's question, and I think I included it in a note to you all a couple evenings ago. But we have a number of management plan discussions and management plan development work that's going to go on here in the next year or so with several of our tribes here in Oregon. And I have asked Davia, and she has willingly accepted the responsibility of serving as our primary agency contact in the course of those discussions. Of course, she'll still be working directly for me, and I'll be working very closely with her on those discussions, as well as with the governor's office and Department of Justice. But so she's taken the lead on that. She'll still be in the director's office, and she'll still be engaged on a few other issues. In the meantime, though, during her special assignment, we will offer a rotational opportunity for 1 year to serve as a backfill for Davia on her regular portfolio of issues. And that announcement is not out yet. We'll recruit for that here in the next several weeks.
Thank you.
Very good. Under other business, we have a couple items. Of course, we have the proposed 2022 commission meeting dates, and hopefully you all have had a chance to look at that. I know Commissioner Labhart has one meeting that he indicated he would not be able to attend due to some prior plans, but really just looking for acknowledgement from you all that that there's no major issues with the schedule. And of course, we're always trying to balance between the associated timing related to seasons, but also the timing related to other federal processes which help inform our business. So open to any questions or comments on that.
Kurt, we have a draft motion. Do we need a motion, or do you just need our nod that these are okay? Do you want a motion?
Actually, I guess, yeah, sure. I think an emotion would, a motion, not an emotion, a motion would be appropriate.
I'll take that one. I move to approve the proposed commission meeting dates for 2022 that are in our packets.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the proposed commission meeting dates. Those in favor, could you do a thumbs up? Looks like everybody approves and no opposition.
I
yeah.
didn't catch who the second was. Who was that seconded the motion?
Commissioner
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Okay, thank you. The next item is a delegation that we want to seek from the commission. But before I go there, I do want to also mention one other item, and that is of course, we're in the process right now of applying for a Forest Legacy grant associated with the Minham property acquisition. You all approved the first phase. I think it was last month, or maybe it was a month prior. Anyway, recently you all approved phase 1 of that project. Part of the federal grant application, an important component is letters of support. And so we of course have many letters of support from non-governmental organizations. We expect letters of support from Senator Merkley and Senator Wyden, as well as Governor Brown. But we also wanted to draft a letter of support from the commission for the chair's signature. And I don't need a motion on that. You all have already approved the project, so I know it's consistent with the commission's intent, but I just wanted to give you the heads up that we were drafting that letter of support for Chair Wall's signature.
It sounds good to me, and we had great support for that when it came in front of the commission. So other commissioners, any comments?
Very good. We'll have that drafted for your signature. Nick Myatt will be working on that. Okay, so that brings us to the delegation issue associated with the Marble and Merlette uplisting. And I know I provided to you all a copy of the delegation, and I'll just give a little bit additional background. And then, of course, I'll look to Aaron Donald for the Department of Justice and answer any questions you might have. But in the Oregon statutes regarding the Oregon Endangered Species Act, there are, when the commission lists a species, there's a number of actions that other state agencies are required to take, including developing a endangered species management plan. And you all are familiar with that. We discussed it at length during the Marble Merlette meeting back in July. One of the I guess nuances in the Oregon statute is it says that the commission will consult and work with these other agencies. We don't feel that that's practical for the 7 of you to work with the Department of Forestry and Department of State Lands and the state parks and any other entity. But we also want to be, very, very diligent in trying to comply with the statutory language. So the draft or the delegation that we provided would delegate that authority to do the consultation work to the department. Of course, the commission would still will still need to approve the other agencies' endangered species plans, but your delegation will allow us to work with those agencies. And I'm happy to answer any questions or let Aaron Donald speak to anything that I may have not covered or may have covered incorrectly.
The one thing that I would like to point out on this is that there are actually a few other instances that are very related, but in the Endangered Species Act statutes that have the commission as the entity that is consulting. So the one that Kurt mentioned is the first one in the delegation, where the commission is charged with consulting with state land owning and managing agencies to determine if their land can play a role in protection of the endangered species. And then there's also in 3 other statutory provisions requirements for the commission to consult with different entities like state agencies that do not own and manage land, sorry, I'm finding my screen here. There's the duty in 496 182 8B, which sorry, that's the one that I just read. When they don't own and manage land, there's a duty in 496 182 2B for the commission to work with private landowners, affected cities, and affected counties to mitigate adverse impacts. And so it's these duties that have the commission by statute as in the consultation role that we think, for practical reasons, as Kurt described, it makes sense for the department, for the commission to delegate that consultation duty to the department so that it doesn't have to be done in public meetings with 7 people and then the department will, update the commission on how those consultations are going. So sorry, that was a little bit cumbersome at the start. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I would just say that it absolutely makes sense for Director Melcher and our staff to be making those primary consultations and relationships with the other land management agencies. So I agree. I think that's just sort of an error in that language. And so as commissioner, I'm happy to relinquish that responsibility to the staff.
And Mrs. Mark, I would agree with Commissioner Woolley.
Yes, I do too, Jill Zarnowitz.
Okay.
Thank
Aaron,
you.
do we?
Do we need a motion?
I think that we should just go ahead and have a motion so that it's clear that this is the direction. And then we do have a, and you were all provided with it, but this in writing for the chair's signature, just to make sure that we've got the delegation officially completed. So a motion would be great. Thank you.
Did we have a draft motion in here that I just can't find?
Oh,
no.
I'm not sure if it's on the sheet. I don't think that I've seen one, but just a motion to approve the delegation related to marbled murrelet uplisting consultation.
I move to approve exactly what Aaron just said.
The delegation
regarding
marbled murrelet uplisting consultation.
Regarding marbled murrelet uplisting consultation.
Proposed by the department.
By the department.
Yeah.
Second.
I think that was the second by Commissioner Spellbrink.
Yes, I second.
Everyone, Mary, I think, are you muted?
We have a motion from Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. It was seconded by Commissioner Spellbrink to approve the delegation related to the marbled murrelet uplisting. And I guess we'll look for a thumbs up from commissioners in favor. Very good. Looks like unanimous support. Thank you. That, Chair Wall, concludes the other business. And we do have, I believe, perhaps a couple updates from commissioners under commission business. I'll hand the mic off to you.
Okay, I'll just jump in. So I'll give a brief update on our two of our committees that are ongoing. And those are our beaver trapping on public land committee and also our trap check interval committee. And Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I might ask for you to jump in if you would like on the beaver committee, since I attended the latter part of the meeting and you attended the whole meeting. But so anyway, for the trap check group, we had a very informative presentation by the Oregon Trappers Association to help us understand some of the actual mechanics of how the traps operate and some of the history of trapping, and also some of the modifications that have been made to traps to help to reduce animal suffering. So we had a very good discussion around that. And with the beaver trapping group, there was a call, and there has been for a while, for additional scientists, guest scientists to come and present. And so in this case, this would be to address some questions that have come up to try to bring in the best available science around what beavers are doing now. What are the current population numbers? What are the limiting factors affecting beaver populations and dam development? And also looking at hydrological factors as well. So Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, is there anything you'd like to add to those comments?
Sure, thank you. I would just add that I think the first few meetings of the Beaver Working Group on Public Lands was a little bit rocky, which I think we can expect when we bring a diverse stakeholder group together to try to do something good together. The last couple of meetings, I've really been impressed with the people in the meeting and the way it's being facilitated, which is so difficult given a Zoom environment, right? Trying to bring people to understanding when we can't be together. There are some of there are just some stars in that process right now that are putting in a lot of extra time outside of the process, working with each other, trying to listen to each other, trying to understand. I'm just deeply encouraged, and it feels like a little bright spot in all the conflict out in Oregon. And I hope we can continue to build on it and see where it goes.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all that I have.
Thanks, Greg. And I know that Mary is having some bandwidth issues, so I will look to her. It looks like maybe she's.
I think
okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
And my apologies to everyone for this. I do have someone coming tomorrow to boost my system again. I thought it was all fixed, but apparently it wasn't. But we are having somebody come tomorrow, so maybe by the next time we meet, this won't be a problem. I would like to talk just briefly about the Columbia River work, because it's been quite a summer with the Columbia River work. We've talked several times in this commission about the Columbia River, and each time confirmed that the priority for that joint Washington-Oregon discussion would be to pivot from the forever discussions about how to divide fishing opportunity to recovery and conservation of the resource. I think all of you have heard this summer that 13 of the Columbia River stocks are ESA listed, and there were 200-year heat events in a single system, and the Columbia River steelhead returns are the lowest on record. There's another media story apparently this morning about it. We were set originally to meet yesterday to talk about actions to take for steelhead, and great deal of credit goes to the Washington commissioners for pushing that meeting earlier in the season because of the urgency of the steelhead status. Even more credit probably should go to the Oregon and Washington departments for recognizing the seriousness of the situation and being willing to act. Credit goes especially to the Oregon staff for leadership on work with the federal agencies to try to work on, besides the harvest work, also work on releases of cold water to aid the steelhead that are struggling to get up the Columbia in too warm water. Those discussions are ongoing. A few of the actions that were taken were closure of steelhead angling in both the main stem and tributaries as the steelhead headed up the Columbia, closures for some periods of angling on other stocks to avoid encounters with the steelhead, and also the cold water refuges that our staff worked on and brought to us last year kicked in this year. The problems are deep, and there's clearly a long way to go toward recovery for many of these returns, but it's not all bad news. And I would like to mention just three things. One is that though the Columbia River steelhead returns are the lowest on record, they are less bad than the preseason forecast. So we'll take the good news wherever we can find it in this issue. The Washington-Oregon group, and this is one of the helpful side benefits, I guess, has established a good working relationship and has become much more informed and focused on the complexities of the Columbia River circumstances and issues. And they'll continue to stay focused on both the steelhead status and pivoting to conservation and recovery of the Columbia River resources. The next meeting is at the end of October, and that's to continue the discussion of recovery and conservation, and also to turn for a big part of that meeting to the mechanics of the fishery, which continues to be very important and shouldn't get lost in the other discussions. So I would look to Commissioner Zarnowitz or Vice Chair Woolley or the director to add any perspective or information, but that's the short version of the joint efforts by Washington and Oregon.
For that very complete overview. Thank you, Chair Wall. I would agree that we have a great working relationship with Washington, and it's been a great experience. I've been trying to slowly moonwalk out from that committee, and they keep drawing me back. But anyway, it's been a good experience, and it's just good to demonstrate that states can work together. So thank you, Chair Wall, for your leadership with our Oregon group.
Thank you. Moving on.
Thanks. Thanks. I don't have anything to add. Sorry, Chair Wall, to cut you off. I don't have anything to add. I would just note that that's what Commissioner Woolley described has, I think, been well documented in The Godfather 2. Every time you try to get out, they pull you back in. So.
All right, so he's not getting out. From that, we'll move on then to public forum. I think that's, and we have a few people signed up. The first one is David Moskowitz, and then Brian McLaughlin, and then two people to talk about, actually, I'll skip saying what their topic is because they will mention it. So Bethany Cotton and Amarak Weiss. So David Moskowitz.
Oh, good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler, who are a nonprofit wild fish advocacy organization, and I'm calling from Portland, Oregon. Greatly appreciate the opportunity to address the commission during public forum. It's an important resource for the public to connect with the commission. I'm going to speak briefly actually on two topics this morning, the legislative budget note on hatchery practices and touch base on the emergency steelhead fishing regulations. On the budget note, the Conservation Angler recommends that the department involve the commission and the interested public as it develops the legislative report on its due diligence prior to taking ownership of Leeburg and on any analysis of the rebuilding of Rock Creek Hatchery. There exists great community interest in the future of both Leeburg and Rock Creek. The budget note also requires a statewide analysis of hatchery needs and best practices. The Conservation Angler expects that this analysis be well coordinated with the Commission's climate change policy, the Governor's 100-year water vision, and the extensive federal hatchery system reviews that promote revised practices and procedures for the region's hatchery complexes. While the timeline for reporting to the legislature is extremely ambitious, it is critical that ODFW commit to the work so that Oregon's investment in fish hatcheries undergoes a rigorous evaluation and be better able to face the challenges of climate change, increasing competition for clean water, aging infrastructure, expiring mitigation agreements, as well as critical wild salmon and steelhead conservation needs. We look forward to working with the staff and the commission on this important subject. Moving to the wild steelhead conservation crisis that we're in, Conservation Angler sent a letter to all three states, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington, in early September after the bulk of regulations addressing this were issued. Frankly, we find the emergency rules to be uneven, unfair, and unenforceable in the areas in which they were applied. And furthermore, there are significant gaps where there exist no measures to protect wild steelhead. These gaps include significant river reaches where active fisheries typically occur and will continue to occur. This is on the Deschutes from Moody Rapids upstream to Pelton Dam from October 1st through May 2022. The John Day River upstream from Tumwater Falls from December 1st through April 30th. The John Day Arm, where people can catch and release steelhead right now through the end of December. And the Grand Ronde River from the state line upstream is open to all fishing through April 30th. Additional regulations are needed for three critical reasons. First, while wild steelhead typically comprise about 1/3 of the total steelhead in a river like the Deschutes and Grand Ronde, they are landed 2 to 4 times as often as the much more numerous hatchery steelhead. You should not authorize fisheries for hatchery fish when the encounter rate is deeply tilted to wild fish. Second, the wide open steelhead seasons through April 30th in John Day and Grand Ronde result in anglers fishing over staging and spawning wild steelhead. Furthermore, both rivers allow bait fishing, which results in higher mortality in fish that must be released. And lastly, despite recent increases in the run and return over Bonneville Dam, the current run is still just 32% of the current 10-year average. And if we compare it to a period of higher abundance just a decade ago, the combined run is 15.4% of that average. Additional protective regulations are necessary if Oregon wants to actually secure the conservation gains acquired through the first round of emergency rules. We urge you not to take your foot off the gas on protecting wild steelhead. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, David. Just so people know, we typically ask only a few questions or none during the public forum. It's our chance to hear things that we would not otherwise have on the agenda, or that we don't have on the agenda now. But if there are questions, I'll get back to the people at the end. I'll ask for questions at the end. So if we could move then next to Brian McLaughlin, and thank you, David. Go ahead, Brian.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Brian McLaughlin. I reside in Portland, Oregon. As you've heard, steelhead are in dire straits. Returns on the Columbia are at all-time lows, and this isn't just a one-year anomaly. Runs have been declining for several years now. Things are so bad that the Nez Perce tribe recently reported that if these trends continue, 44% of Snake River Basin populations will be at or below their quasi-extinction threshold by 2025, a mere 4 years from now. Habitat, hydro, hatcheries, predation, and ocean conditions are all substantial factors affecting steelhead. I don't mean to overlook them, but fisheries management is what managers can most directly and immediately control in the short term. ODFW has taken appropriate actions that reduce the non-treaty impacts by 50% for B-run steelhead and by over 70% for A-run steelhead, the already low 2% authorized in the management agreement. ODF managers understand these extreme measures are necessary to allow wild steelhead a chance to rebound. I agree, and I support these measures, but I think a less reactionary and piecemeal and more holistic approach to reducing fishing impacts is necessary for next year and beyond. One that looks comprehensively at all fisheries, including non-tribal fisheries in the Snake River Basin, and importantly, because of their significant impacts, also at tribal fisheries. I respect the tribe's treaty rights and the fundamental importance of fishing to their culture and economy. I want to emphasize that the tribes are adhering to the currently operative US v. Oregon management agreement, but the overall impacts allowed under that management agreement and the overall impacts actually occurring may need to be significantly lowered to give steelhead a chance to rebound under these difficult conditions. And that simply cannot be accomplished by closing recreational catch and release fisheries. To illustrate, the tribe's impact on B-run steelhead this year is forecast to be 11 times greater than the non-treaty impacts for the Columbia Basin up to the Snake River. So while the non-treaty impact rate is just over 1%, the total impact rate is forecast to be about 12%. And that's not even counting the Snake River fisheries, for which I don't have the numbers. The tribe's impact on A-run steelhead is similarly likely to be significantly greater than the non-treaty fishery in the Columbia up to the Snake River. And while ODFW has closed large segments of the Deschutes, John Day, and other rivers to popular catch and release fishing for steelhead to save wild steelhead mortalities that can be counted on a person's fingers and toes, literally hundreds of wild steelhead will die next week alone in a fishery approved just 2 days ago that is forecast to harvest a total of 1,000 hatchery and wild steelhead. My point is not to bash on the tribes, but to emphasize that a dead steelhead is a dead steelhead, no matter whether killed in a recreational, non-tribal commercial, or a treaty fishery, and to illustrate why a comprehensive, holistic approach is required so that conservation measures can be effective. And I don't see this issue being adequately addressed by staff or even discussed by commissioners in the joint committee meetings that have been recently held. I know tribal issues can be a hot potato, but this is an important issue from a conservation perspective. I have provided ODFW staff and the Columbia River Compact parties with a couple of suggestions of how to address fisheries from a holistic, comprehensive manner under the US v. Oregon framework. I have not received any response to my suggestions, although I know staff has been busy. Thank you for your time and your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go on to Bethany Cotton and then Amarak. Bethany?
Thank you, Chair Wall and Commissioners. I'm Bethany Cotton, Attorney and Conservation Director for Cascadia Wildlands. I'm here to discuss the ongoing lack of transparency between ODFW staff, the governor's office, the commission, and the public, including conservation stakeholders. I will remind you of the testimony given by Samantha Brugger of Wild Earth Guardians at the August commission meeting, reading the letter submitted by Dr. Shristi Kamal of Defenders of Wildlife on behalf of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition and our tens of thousands of Oregonian members, detailing the lack of adequate communication and transparency leading up to the issuance of the initial kill order for up to 4 members of the Lookout Mountain Wolf Pack. Neither Dr. Kamal, Ms. Brugger, nor the coalition have received a response to the letter in intervening 6 weeks. The department did not issue any public updates for 3 weeks, and only when it issued a second kill order. Given the limited public comment time, I will not repeat all of our concerns, but I ask that you reread the letter and note that we have subsequently received public records confirming that Director Meltzer failed to provide adequate details to fully inform the commission that the way the kill order was written guaranteed that at least 2 and as many as 4 14-week-old baby wolves would be killed were the order fully carried out. Director Meltzer's email to you describes the collared adults and the total number of wolves in the pack, but fails to disclose that 7 were very young pups incapable of participating in predations. Wolf pups do not participate in pack hunts until around 6 to 8 months of age. The Lookout Mountain pups are not yet that old. Director Meltzer referred to the pups ODFW killed as subadults in subsequent emails to the commission, a term that is not appropriately applied to pups of such a young age. Last night, after close of business, ODFW released a Lookout Mountain update and a 3rd kill order. We appreciate the greater detail in the update, though the order is not particularly clear. A careful reading reveals that between the killings ODFW plans to undertake and the permissions issued to livestock owners, killing all pack members but the breeding female, including the remaining baby wolves that still are not old enough to be participating in pack hunts, is now authorized. The timing of the update, 2 days after Roblin Brown indicated it would be released, and without an update on today's agenda and past the public comment registration deadline, appears to be designed to preclude public participation during today's meeting. I want to remind the commission and the department that the Wolf Management Plan does not allow for issuance of kill orders as retaliation, but requires that it be designed to prevent further predations. Given that no peer-reviewed science exists supporting ODFW's theory that reducing the, quote, caloric needs of the pack will reduce predations, and that the majority of the wolves subject to the kill order are less than 5 months old and not yet participating in pack hunts, this kill order may well be in violation of the plan. Also of note, earlier this week, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issued a finding that wolves in the western United States, including all of Oregon, may warrant relisting under the Federal Endangered Species Act, initiating a 12-month species status review. Oregon's treatment of our state's wolves will be under review, and scientifically baseless management decisions will make a relisting more likely. We renew our request that the commission require the agency to approve its communications with the public and be more transparent with you, the governing body, and that you review the kill order and require a written justification for the killing of non-predating baby wolves. Thank you for the time to testify today. I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bethany. And could we go on then to Amarak?
Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. My name is Amaruk Weiss. I'm the Senior Wolf Advocate for the Center for Biological Diversity. I'm giving comments today on behalf of our more than 31,000 Oregon members and supporters. Over the years, in the past few weeks, and even just last night, the department has acted with an extreme lack of transparency. Director Melcher's email to you July 29th advising of the department's kill order on the Lookout Mountain wolf family failed to inform you that the order targeted 14-week-old pups. Killing baby animals is shameful. It's not something we ever would expect from this department. Keeping that information from you appears intentional. The department's claim in an August 3rd news article that killing pups would reduce the pack's caloric need and thus halt livestock conflicts has no basis in science, but making this claim misleads the public to think it does. The department's claim in its August 23rd Wolf webpage update that killing the pups had slowed down further conflicts has no basis in science, but again, making that claim misleads the public to think that it does. Investigations by the department over the years of livestock found dead or injured are promptly posted to the public on its website with full detail. But when wolves are killed by the agency, by livestock owners, by poaching, or by vehicle strikes, or by boat strikes, this information is not shared quickly, sometimes not for a year, and few details, if any, are given. When we've requested records on non-lethal measures used to prevent conflict, the department says it has them, but won't release them without a Public Records Act request. When we go that formal route, the department then says our request is only intended to benefit ourselves, not the public, and denies a fee waiver, which it has the authority to grant to nonprofits who are acting in the public's interest, which we are. It instead holds his records hostage unless nonprofits pay thousands of dollars to access these public records. Lastly, two things I'd like to note about the new kill order issued last night to execute most of the remaining members of the Lookout Mountain Pack. The department asserts much effort by livestock owners, including a focus on human presence to deter conflicts, but they have not mentioned to you a key fact which should give you pause and which is contained in all of the depredation investigation reports. In more than half of the 9 predation events, livestock owners didn't even discover their animals were injured or dead until anywhere from 2 days to 21 days after the attacks occurred. This is counterproductive to preventing livestock conflicts. Finally, the department also has not told you that over the past 14 years in Oregon, wolves have been responsible annually for confirmed or probable losses of only 1/1000th of 1% of Oregon's livestock. In contrast, the department annually kills nearly 1% of Oregon's wolves. So as to all these matters, we're counting on the commission to please instruct the department that they are here to serve the public, not the livestock industry. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you, Amaruk. Commissioners, do you have questions of any of the 5 people that we just listened to, the 4 people, sorry? Seeing none, I would thank the public forum participants again, and we will move on then to exhibit. Excuse me. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Commissioner's office. Go ahead.
And it's actually not for the people speaking, but I actually, during other business, I was going to ask the director to mention the order on the wolves. So I just like to hear Director Melcher address why I was pretty surprised that 11 wolves were going to be allowed to be eliminated. And so I would like just a little discussion on that.
Well, I'm not sure where you got the 11 wolf number. There were 11 wolves in the pack to begin with. That's the total. I thought it was in your email, that 11 wolves. No. I guess I would say that I think this issue of removing sub-adult or juvenile, whatever you want to call them, wolves, because they quote unquote do not participate in the depredations. There are only 2 adult wolves in the pack. So the alternative is removing the 2 adult wolves, which I think everyone would agree does not bode well for the remainder of the pack. So it's a tough decision. It's the one we don't take lightly. I think the wolf plan clearly anticipates that there's going to be conflict, and it clearly describes that we will react and deal with conflict for the betterment of wolf conservation in Oregon.
Any other questions?
Well, I hesitate to bring this up, but so the Wolf Plan was approved by the commission in 2019. So Director, are we following the requirements identified in the Wolf Plan? Yes or no?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Leibhart, absolutely we are.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Yeah,
Muted, Becky.
Okay, sorry about that. When does the Wolf Plan come up for re-engagement? The actual Wolf Plan process?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I believe that would be in 2024.
Okay, and can you help me out a little bit with how that works, how that will work?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, I think, there's a bit of an open question in that we haven't developed any process or timeline yet, but at least in past practice, we've had numerous engagements, public engagements. Of course, we review the plan for changes to the factual and or scientific information. That part's relatively easy. And then we engage with constituents on proposed, and believe me, there will be many, many proposed changes to the Wolf Plan from every end of the spectrum and in between. So, and then ultimately it will come to the commission for adoption of any changes or updates.
I guess I have a comment, which is that last year, I think we had an entire year without having any kill orders. And we had significant issues last year with the rogue pack, which seems to not be happening this year. I guess, I'm curious as to, all of the factors, I guess, that come together to create packs that are depredating and are meeting all of the targets for an actual kill order. So anyway, I know it's an extremely tense and polarizing issue for everyone involved. And we're certainly following it closely.
So Director Melcher, I know in the past we have received detail about non-lethal methods that livestock producers have taken prior to an order to remove wolves from a pack. Has that sort of information not been as forthcoming of late, or I'm a little confused about that because I do recall that we have heard that level of detail in the past. Is that dispersal of that information kind of slowed down or bogged down or what?
Chair Wall and Commissioner Woolley, I think we certainly have abundant information on the non-lethal measures that these producers are taking. And I would just add that there's been a lot of work by our staff as well on these non-lethal measures. In terms of the availability, I mean, I think it's available, but we can certainly provide that to you.
Okay, but it sounds like the public has had some challenge in obtaining that.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Boyd, I was unaware of that.
Okay, well, I'm sure we can work on it. Thank you.
I would just like to mention, it's tough to know what to add to these discussions. They're painful for everybody. People are working on this issue. It's clearly one that last year was almost a probably everybody felt like a breather because there were fewer conflicts. I appreciate the work that people on all sides of this issue are doing to try to avoid the lethal takes. And my experience is that the department works incredibly hard to avoid lethal takes. You just heard the director say that, that there were pieces today that were information that he hadn't heard. But I think that this is they are looking very hard at these issues, and so will we. So I think we could move from there. Thank you for the information, and unless any of the other commissioners have more remarks, we'll keep going with the agenda. Okay, then we have the next one is an easy one, if you will, the commission meeting or minutes, and we have 2 months in the packet, both July and August. Michelle, I want to just mention one thing, the motion that was about the coho. I just want to make sure that we change it to to say that the Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde seconded the motion, and I actually did vote against that one. So we just need to make sure that it's on page 8 of the August minutes. So if we could make that change. 5 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. And Commissioner Spellbrink made the motion, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde seconded it. Commissioners, are there any other changes? If not, is there a motion to approve the minutes as revised for both sets, both months?
I would move to approve the July 9th and August 6th meetings as revised. And continued authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
So Commissioner, that was minutes, right? Not meetings, right?
Did I say meetings? Minutes, excuse me.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Meeting minutes, how's that?
Great.
I'm sure Michelle got it right.
Is there a second?
I second.
So we moved and seconded to approve the July 9th and August 6th meeting minutes with the revisions mentioned. Those in favor, can we get a thumbs up? Thank you all. It looks like everyone supports that. And let's go to Exhibit B, which is the fish screening task force appointments. And I think Catherine Nordholm is on deck to present this one. Go ahead.
Good morning. I have shared my screen. I hope you all can see it. Good morning, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Catherine Nordholm. I'm the Fish Screening and Passage Coordinator. Today, I'm here to request the appointment of 3 new members to the Fish Screening Task Force. The Fish Screening Task Force duties and composition are defined in statute. The duties include advising ODFW on fish screening program development, funding, monitoring, technology, and prioritization. The task force is made up of 7 members, 3 members representing agriculture, 3 members representing fishing and fish conservation, and 1 member representing the public. They serve 2-year terms with the possibility of 3 consecutive terms. This is a list of the members on the current task force. The 3 open seats were filled by members appointed in 2015 who have served their 6 years and are not eligible for reappointment. This has created 1 agricultural representative vacancy and 2 vacancies in the fishing and fish conservation. The recruitment process consisted of a media release and direct outreach to interested groups and directly to candidates. Ultimately, 3 applications were received for the 3 vacant positions. The applications were reviewed, candidates were interviewed, and references were checked. Two candidates applied to represent fishing and fish conservation. The first application was from Judith Barkstedt, who works at the Water and Environmental Group David Evans and Associates. She has 20 years of education and experience as a fish biologist and has served on the Desert Fish Council and the Pacific Lamprey Technical Work Group. The second applicant was William Freeland, who is currently retired. His career consisted of a variety of public works. He has experience with water-related issues through his involvement with many of the Columbia River hydroelectric dams. The final application was for the position representing agriculture. Darren Olson is currently an irrigation manager in Marion County. He has been a member of the Marion Soil and Water Conservation District for 12 years. He has experience with fish screening, including partnering with ODF&W on projects in the past. This map displays the geographic range of our task force membership. We try to have a task force that represents the scope of Oregon. We are still lacking representation in the southern part of the state. We did reach out specifically to Southern Oregon groups, including directly to individuals from the area who had previously applied to ODFW board and task force positions. However, none of them chose to apply for this position. We have one member appointed in 2016 whose position will need to be filled next year. We plan to focus our recruitment efforts to the east part of the state to ensure that our geographic representation does not become too unbalanced. Since there are 3 candidates for appointment, the commission has many combination of options, including the appointment of all 3 candidates, appointment of just 1 or 2 candidates, or the rejection of all 3 candidates. At this point, the staff recommends the appointment of all 3 candidates to the Fish Screening Task Force. We recommend the appointment of Judith Barkstedt and William Freeland to represent fishing and fish conservation, and Darren Olson as an agricultural representative. And I can take any questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioners, any questions? Go ahead, Vice Chair Woolley.
Well, Commissioner Labhart actually used the hand raise, so I will yield to him because I just jumped in, and I'll go after Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Catherine, I just want to, when I read the bios of these 3 candidates, I was pretty blown away. You summarized them very shortly, but I was very, very impressed with the amount of knowledge and experience that these candidates have. And I think they'll just be excellent members of the Fish Screening Task Force. And I'm very pleased that they've chosen to volunteer for this effort. So very impressed with the 3 candidates.
Thank you. Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay. So thank you for that overview, Catherine. And just curious of how many total applicants we had versus the numbers that were selected. And I know that it's very challenging to recruit for these positions. These are volunteers, as we are as commissioners. And I just wanted to comment that at the federal, state, and local levels, agencies are starting to provide some compensation or stipend for volunteers that participate in committees. And I feel it's not necessarily about the money. It's also just showing respect and consideration for people's time that they put in. So I'm just kind of putting it out there for marination into the future. I know that requires some changes that are more detailed. But anyway, just putting it out there, it's kind of a trend that I've been seeing with agencies at different levels to provide that for volunteers that participate in committees. Thanks.
Thank you. And we have another hand up, Commissioner Khalil.
Hi. So just thinking about the, the gap in your map and knowing that you did some recruiting this time, but wondering for the future, if you have any plans for how to address some of those underrepresented areas. Also wanted to echo Commissioner Woolley's comments on the equity issues and add the equity issues inherent in volunteer work, but primarily the first question.
Thank you, Commissioner Khalil, Chair Wall. Yeah, this is something that we have talked about, and for the next vacancy, we really plan to have focused outreach to the geographic areas that we are lacking. And I think that will also include more specific outreach to potential candidates that have been identified, that ODFW employees have worked with in the past or that we're aware of that seem to work well with this recruitment, reaching out to people we think would be good on the task force or have interest in it and asking them if they are interested in applying. And we encourage everyone on the commission to, keep a lookout for anyone that you also feel may be good candidates and reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Commissioners, I don't see other hands up. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move to appoint Judith Barkstead, William Freeland as representatives for fishing and fish conservation, and Darren Olson as representative for agriculture on the fish screening task force.
I'd second that.
Thank you both. It's been moved and seconded that we appoint Judith Barkstead, William Freeland, and Darren Olson as articulated by Commissioner Zarnowitz. Those in favor? We have a thumbs up. Anyone opposed? Thank you to you, Catherine, and also to these people for volunteering for this work. It's a lot of time and it's great. And I agree with Commissioner Labhart that the resumes were impressive. So thank you. We have a fairly long item next. So let's take a 5-minute break and then we will start item C, which is the conservation plan to reduce the risk of whale entanglement in indigenous crab gear. So if we could come back in 5 minutes and be ready to start that item C.
Presentation looks good, Karen.
Thanks, Michelle, for confirming. Michelle, I am experiencing a significant delay in transmission. So if you notice problems during my presentation, please don't hesitate to interrupt me.
Okay, Karen, I would suggest that when you're presenting, maybe we have to. Karen, I would suggest that when you're presenting, maybe have to. Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, I will start by introducing myself. and then turn my camera off, and I'm also disabling incoming video. Sometimes that coast range just interrupts things.
Are you hearing the background noise, Connor?
Are you hearing the background noise, Connor? I hear it. It's not me, I don't believe, because I hear it when I turn mine off.
Okay, I just muted Chair Wall. I think that might have been where our background noise was coming.
Is it my, there's nothing, there's
No, it
no,
wasn't. Nope, it's gone now and you're not muted, huh? Okay.
maybe we need to just ask people to be diligent about muting, if
Yeah.
to see if that helps. So as soon as people come back on, I'll do that. We have another minute or so before we come back. Michelle, does it help if a bunch of us were to turn off our videos?
You
Or is
know,
that only on our system?
it only typically helps when that specific individual is having bandwidth issues. It doesn't always help the rest of us. I haven't seen it help at least.
And worst case scenario, Michelle, I assume you have the PowerPoint and you can just advance the slides for me, and that might be the best.
So
Okay, I will get that pulled up so we can do that if we need to.
So Karen, are you getting any rain there yet? On the coast?
So Karen, are you getting any rain there yet? Not yet. It is expected tonight.
Okay.
So we've got darkening skies, the clouds are moving in, and we're all doing our, you know, rain welcoming dances. So, looking forward to that precipitation.
Just hopeful.
Yeah.
Just hopeful. Yeah.
Well, I think we'll try to get started. We are switching so that
Well, I think we'll try to get started. We are switching so that
we're getting an echo. So what we're going to do is have Michelle pull up the slideshow.
We're getting an echo. So what we're going to do is have Michelle pull up the slideshow.
And I think that echo may be coming from Karen.
Yeah, I think that echo may be coming from Karen. I'll toggle again, Director Melcher, but I've done that. It didn't seem to help it.
Yeah, I think it sounds like your microphone setting is so sensitive that it's picking up the broadcast and then rebroadcasting it, because right now it's like silent. It's perfect.
For everyone online, just if you'll give us a couple minutes to work out some technical issues.
So Karen, let's try you going out of the meeting and coming back in and see if sometimes that'll clear up some of our issues with a new connection. Oops.
I'll be right back then. Thank you.
So Michelle, I don't know if you noticed it or not, but Karen is listed twice. She's online twice, so might be, she could go out of one of them and just get on, because she's listed twice as online here. So that might be the duplication issue.
Good detective work. I don't hear the feedback now, but I also have a pair of headphones that I can try if I'm still causing problems.
It sounds good so far. Shall we go ahead and start then, Karen? Thank you, Commissioner Laphart.
Let's do it. Good morning, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Karen Braby, and I'm the Marine Resources Program Manager for ODFW, and I am briefing you today on Oregon's draft conservation plan, which is intended to describe our measures we've taken and plan to take to reduce the risk of marine life entanglements in crab fishing gear. We have completed this draft plan in accordance with the Endangered Species Act, Section 10, and it has been a dedicated 3-year process, but many more years in the making. And I have briefed you multiple times on our progress towards today's informational briefing. I wanted to recognize my co-authors on this project, Troy Buell, Kelly Corbett, and Brittany Harrington, who had done tremendous work to prepare the department, the industry, and all of us for where we are today with this plan and the measures that are already in place. I also want to acknowledge the states of Washington, California, and the regulatory agency, in this case, NOAA Fisheries, for ongoing collaboration, as well as industry, environmental groups, the Crab Commission, and others. In other words, this has been a long project and one that we have done collaboratively with many partners. So today's plan, or today's exhibit, is informational. It is an opportunity for us to share our draft conservation plan with you and with the public. The plan has been available for public review and comment for the last 30 days. And we look forward to feedback, some of which we've already received and more we expect to receive today. The exhibit itself, my presentation, will focus on why we are here, why we are doing this work, and background and approach on it. And then I'll give a very brief overview of the conservation plan content. Both the public comment that we receive and the plan itself will undergo NOAA Fisheries evaluation and NEPA process subsequent to today's exhibit. All of our work on this issue has been founded on a principle which we've developed over the last several years, and I've presented to you before, and it's really that we have seen this emerging entanglement problem and concern in the crab fishery as well as other fisheries. And for the Dungeness crab fishery, we are working towards aligning management and conservation goals while trying to allow coexistence of both fishery activity and recovering ESA listed species. So it's that concept of co-occurrence, coexistence of these activities, and paving the path for success on both fronts. The Dungeness crab legal framework is somewhat complex. We have a number of governing statutes and rules in state regulations, and you have been responsible for adopting additional regulations related to accountability and risk reduction over the past 2 years. There is also significant collaboration under what's called the Tri-State Agreement. This is a regional agreement among Washington, Oregon, and California. And we have talked about this issue as well as others important to Dungeness crab fishing across the West Coast. And then thirdly, we have our federal laws, which provide an umbrella to these regional and state activities and agreements, regulations. And of course, what we're doing within the state must comply with federal law as well as our state laws. And under the Endangered Species Act, entanglement of protected marine life is considered take. And so that is the purpose behind developing a conservation plan, is specifically to speak to mitigation strategies for ESA listed species that have experienced entanglement in this fishery. Taking a step back to the problem statement, if you will, Dungeness crabgear has been identified in whale entanglements. Here I'm focusing on whales. You've noticed already, I'm sure, that leatherback sea turtle was depicted in an earlier slide. Fortunately, we have not experienced confirmed entanglements of leatherback sea turtles in Oregon gear. However, we've included them in our plan, as I'll explain in a few minutes. So what I'm providing here is the entanglement record for whales, since this describes Oregon's confirmed entanglement history. And what you'll see from this graph, which shows you a time series from 2003 to 2020, is that there has been a low level of whale entanglements, including multiple species, up through 2013, 2014, and then there was a significant elevation increase in the rate of entanglement, which has since fortunately fallen back down to lower levels, but continues to be of concern and could continue to be part of our future. And so that's what the plan is intended to address, is this increase. Now, this West Coast pattern is driven by humpback whales, depicted in blue, dark blue here. And if we look at the Oregon entanglement record, you'll see a much lower rate of entanglement. However, the same pattern. There has been more frequent entanglements confirmed in the past 7 years. And the prevalence of the humpback whale, again depicted in navy blue, has increased relative to the previous decade, which had prevalence of gray whale entanglements. Now, humpback whales off of the coast of Oregon are all presumed to be of an ESA listed stock, distinct population segment. And so we have a very clear nexus with Endangered Species Act. So as I mentioned, we've been developing the CP for several years now. It's been out on public comment for the last 30 days. And we will be submitting the draft conservation plan to NOAA Fisheries later this winter. Our fourfold approach towards developing the CP has included research and monitoring, which we've been involved in for over a decade, targeted education and awareness activities that have been, at least for the last 7 years, state regulations, which you're well familiar with from packages we've brought to you in the last 2 years in particular, but really many of the regulations stemming back to 1980s contribute to our progress towards addressing this problem. And then the package today, the conservation plan itself, is the federal piece, and it essentially packages up all of the state regulations we've already put in place but then specifies the incidental take we are requesting coverage for, describes our adaptive management plan and our monitoring plan, among others. The format of a conservation plan is specified in the Habitat Conservation Plan Handbook. It is a standard approach to describing the problem, describing mitigation measures, and how the plan will be implemented. And so we have developed our conservation plan according to that framework. I'm not going to cover each section of our plan. However, I will highlight a couple of key areas. First of which is the covered species and the take request as part of this plan. So the action that we are asking for coverage for is the Ocean Commercial Dungeness Crab Fishery, one of 3 sectors that fish for Dungeness crab. The incidental take permit term is 20 years. And the species are humpback whales, blue whales, and leatherback sea turtles. Now, only of these 3 species, only humpback whales have been confirmed in Oregon gear, but all 3 have been confirmed in West Coast Dungeness crab gear. And the take levels to the right are intended to be sufficient to provide coverage, but are not a target take. Rather, they are a cap on take that we are suggesting to NOAA Fisheries for consideration. And what our plan lays out is steps to avoid take as much as possible. Just one additional note on take coverage is that while we are developing our conservation plans in coordination with California and Washington, those 2 states are also asking for coverage for the same 3 species in their plans. So the meat, the substance of the conservation plan in terms of setting out conservation objectives and the mitigation approaches to achieve them is section 5, the conservation program. So I'm going to spend quite a bit of time in this section. This figure is complicated, and it is one that we have spent a lot of time developing. It's one that deserves some time looking at and thinking about. I want to ask you to think about a couple of very high level things about this figure today, but not absorb all of the details. And this figure comes from section 5.2 on page 75 of the draft conservation plan as reference, so that you can spend more time with it as you desire. But it starts with our vision for the plan, that alignment of management and conservation, and then focuses on 2 biological goals. One is to reduce entanglements. The other is to increase the science, information, and foundation of management measures. And then all of the items in the lower part are the tactics, how we plan to achieve those goals. And the orange boxes here indicate planned future measures, which are well under development. And then also potential future measures which have promise but require significant investment of time, resources, in some cases technology development, in some cases science development to achieve. Parts of the conservation program you're well familiar with. The risk reduction package to reduce co-occurrence has been adopted and in rule since last September. That's a 3-year pilot program, after which we anticipate asking for continuance or modification of those regulations. And a number of additional measures are listed here in addition to our primary measures. Accountability is also a key part of our strategy. with this graph in mind, which shows that of all of the West Coast entanglements in fishing gear, only about half can be attributed to a fishery or activity, which means that we have some work to do as a West Coast to try and understand what's included in this unidentified half of the entanglements. Another key element and a new element to you is the monitoring plan under the conservation program. And here, again, we have a complicated flow chart. It really deserves some time to sit with it and think about it. But essentially, the top part here is the monitoring activities that we have good vision and tools to implement. And the lower tier 2 activities are ones where we need significant investment and tool development in order to achieve sometime in the future. So for our phase 1 of developing monitoring, it focuses on covered species monitoring, where animals are occurring and the entanglements that are occurring as well. The other focuses on the fishery and understanding more in real time where the fishery is active and how that relates to protected species. So by focusing on those 2 data sets, we will be able to look more closely at entanglements and quantify those. We'll be able to understand more about co-occurrence of the fishery and covered species, and we'll be able to assess the effectiveness of management measures.
Karin, could I ask you a question before you go on the 2 charts that you just showed us?
Yes.
This process that you're describing to us is a couple years or even more, and we have seen proposals come from you and your staff about activities on the chart and on this one. Is there anything about the conservation program process that is a speed bump to us looking at these activities that you have listed as potential future ones?
Thank you, Chair Wall. Absolutely. I think that deserves some discussion. There are a number of ways that the plan anticipates future conditions that we can't guarantee, funding being one of them. And so there are speed bumps. This is a request for a 20-year permit with a strong emphasis on adaptive management during that 20-year period. And so the assumption is that the plan will change as it needs to. And the need there could come from an increase or decrease in entanglements. It could come from a change in the fishery. It could come from a change in circumstances that the agency is facing. There are a number of factors, obviously, that could happen. We could have another pandemic, knock on wood that we won't. But these kinds of disturbances that could occur over 20 years are built into the strategy of the plan so that it can be durable over that period of time. And in fact, it's assumed that there will be change over that permit period. Does that address your question, Chair Wall?
I think it does. So what I took from that is that, yes, we have already looked at some operational and other rules, and we will look at some others that are listed as potential futures on the complicated chart. And that's anticipated, and there shouldn't be a reason that we could not look at those. We should be able to look at those to get rid of the double negative. Is that accurate? We should be able to look at these proposed ones or others that are needed, and it won't be precluded by having entered into this process.
Thank you, Chair Wall, for clarifying. None of the steps laid out in the plan will be precluded by this process. And in fact, development of measures that are not included in the plan could be brought in through the adaptive management process. So I think that there is, the plan is intended to provide clarity about what the department's mitigation strategies are and the scientific basis for those strategies, and then allow for adaptation should things not work out. And that could be either on the positive or the negative, or if something better comes along in terms of a solution, a tool, we would be able to bring that on. We aren't locked into a suboptimal path, if you will.
Thank you.
Okay. So, related, but not exactly to your question, Chair Wall, the conservation program does include new commitments, and these are reflected in the flowcharts that you've seen: risk reduction improvement, accountability improvement, monitoring program improvement, and then adaptive management. And I won't spend a lot of time on adaptive management today, other than to say that there are both short-term responses and long-term responses identified. And I'll point to a description of our advisory committee concept, which we plan to develop over time. But I'll note that the advisory input from the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group, from the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, from the research community has been central to our thinking around this plan and the measures involved. So lastly, I'll highlight a little bit about alternatives. And here, what alternatives mean is, we've laid out these risk reduction measures in the plan. What else could we have done? What alternative strategies could we have used instead of those measures? We could have not taken action. We also could have closed the fishery. We instead chose to balance and try and find a path forward for the fishery to coexist with protected species. The measures themselves could have been other measures, and these listed here are ones that we considered and rejected as our phase 1 measures because of the types of barriers that you're asking me about, Chair Wall. And they are stemming from a variety of sources. Some of these alternative measures have barriers that are financial. Some of them are the scientific basis isn't there. Some of it is that the reliability isn't there. Some of it is that there is disagreement on how to implement these measures that needs to be resolved and worked out in a somewhat lengthier discussion with industry, with environmental NGOs, and so on, to get to the right strategy for implementation. So with that, I will summarize really what I think we are here to do today, which is consider the strategies in the conservation plan, consider the public comment, and there has been a really wealth of public comment so far. We have additional oral testimony today. And the department will be taking all of this as feedback on the draft plan and considering that as we finalize the plan for submission to NOAA Fisheries this winter. In the future, the commission role will be to respond and consider with the department recommendations how to address the sunset period in 2023. The commission has been clear that this is a reevaluation point, not a point where the regulations go away. And so our options are to continue those regulations or modify them in some fashion. In addition, through the next couple of years, we will be bringing additional regulation packages to you. Planned measures include the ones listed here, and are in the flowcharts. But then also through the conservation plan and NEPA evaluation process and NOAA fisheries consideration of an incidental take permit, there may be additional regulations that arise that are needed for implementation of that incidental take permit. So with that, I will conclude, take questions, and thanks so much for allowing me to brief you on this plan.
Thank you, Karen, and for working your way through the technical pieces as well. Commissioners, we could have a couple questions now. We do have 4 people who would like to testify, and we'll move to that soon, but are there questions that the commissioners would like to ask now?
I can hold off till the end.
Your question. Okay. Other commissioners, if you would like to, I'm not seeing all of the video right now, so jump in if you have a question. Otherwise, we'll move to the people who would like to testify.
I'll just ask one and then I'll have some others later after testimony, if that's all right,
Yes.
Madam Chair. Good morning, Dr. Braby.
Good morning.
So regarding adaptive management and considering climate change, so that, stochastic events, density independent variables, all those things that come up, climate change can affect the entire food chain and can affect how these animals move through space. So just going to tell me just briefly how you've been thinking about climate change in relation to the conservation plan moving forward in terms of adaptive management.
Thank you, through the chair, Commissioner Woolley. That's a really important question and one that we have been thinking through quite a bit. As you've asked, and I'll just go back to this slide here, the marine heat wave that hit the West Coast in 2014 and 15 certainly impacted and shaped the entanglement problem that we are looking at. And that is continuing to be evaluated by researchers and described. The question then becomes, how was the marine heat wave shaped by climate change and ocean change specifically, and how do we project into the future what this pattern might look like as we anticipate future events? And that's where, we still have a lot of question marks. Now, the question that I answered already about adaptive management is really key, that this plan and the foundational Habitat Conservation Plan handbook is one that relies on adaptive management. And so as we learn more about the impact of climate and ocean change on the fishery, on whale distribution, on protected species distribution, then we will have information that we can feed into management measures and decisions, and continue to improve and hone those as we have the scientific information that tells us how to do that.
Okay. Oh, thanks. I'll just hold off till later with other questions after our testimony.
Thank you.
Other commissioners, that just jump in if you have a question. Hearing none, we will go to public testimony, and we have 4 people. The first is Joy Primrose, then Ben Antiknap, then Francine Kershaw, and Colleen Weiler. And each of you will have 3 minutes. So Joy, if you will go ahead.
Thank you. Dear Commissioner Wall, Director Melcher, and commissioners, I encourage you to read the letters that have been submitted and to read the conservation plan. ODF&W has chosen a management strategy to reduce entanglements by minimizing co-occurrence between the ESA listed species and the ocean commercial Dungeness crab gear, as noted throughout their draft conservation plan. And this is the basis of the plan. ODFW also notes throughout the conservation plan that lack of funding and resources is a barrier. Under Section 10A1B of the ESA, adequate funding for the plan to minimize and mitigate impacts must be ensured. The monitoring program, as presented in the conservation plan, is severely insufficient and not acceptable. One way to decrease the burdens of an adequate monitoring program and lack of appropriate funding and resources is to look at the summer fishery. While this adversely impacts the summer fishery, failure to have an appropriately funded conservation plan adversely affects the ESA listed species. As noted in the plan documents, between 83 to 91% of crab are landed in the first 8 weeks of the season. By the middle of June, less than 95 active permits are fishing out of the 424 total permits, and it continues to decline throughout the rest of the season. Current information indicates humpback whales are more frequently sighted from May to November, blue whales in the late summer and fall, and leatherback sea turtles April to November. By closing the fishery earlier in the season, sometime between April and early May, you will decrease risk of co-occurrence. This will also provide protection for the Pacific Coast Feeding Group gray whales, an iconic species feeding in the summer and fall. I realize this is considered an extreme option by ODFW, but it could be a viable option considering the barriers that ODFW faces. Otherwise, ODFW and the entire Oregon Dungeness crab industry need to look at developing an acceptable conservation plan, including monitoring program, and ensuring adequate funding prior to submission of a conservation plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. Ben Anticknap.
Thank you, Chair Wall, members of the commission. I'm Ben Anticknap. I'm the Pacific Campaign Manager and a Senior Scientist at Oceana. I'm based in Portland, Oregon. We submitted a report, Whale Safe Oceans, Preventing Entanglements off the U.S. West Coast, that I hope you received, along with a letter signed by Oceana and our conservation partners. As Dr. Braby mentioned, here off the West Coast, the issue of whale entanglement and fishing gear has really peaked in the past decade. Prior to 2010, of California, Oregon, and Washington, there was an average of 8 reports of whale entanglements per year. In the last decade, however, these numbers spiked up to 56 confirmed whale entanglements in 2016. And the majority of the confirmed whale entanglements, where the gear type is known, is in commercial Dungeness crab gear. Many more whale entanglements go undetected. Based on entanglement scar studies, it's believed only 5% to 10% of entangled whales are reported. And what happens when these whales are entangled, it can cause severe suffering with deep wounds, infections, lost appendages, and starvation. It's estimated that unless the gear can be removed by a response team, 75% of all reported whale entanglements are ultimately fatal. We appreciate the hard work that went into the conservation plan. In particular, we'd like to voice support for the recommendation to develop an electronic monitoring program with 100% monitoring of the commercial Dungeness crab fishery. This is a key measure for informing management and decision-making related to entanglement risk. But we also see shortcomings in the plan and encourage additional work to strengthen it before it's finalized. First, we have concerns with the requested duration of the incidental take permit, 20 years. With climate change, the past is no longer a predictor of the future. Our oceans are changing quickly, and with that come changes to whale and sea turtle migrations and foraging patterns. As such, the conservation plan and incidental take permit should not be locked in for 2 decades. Rather, a shorter plan period with approval to extend by NIMS would allow for more structured review and refinement over time. Some of the core conservation measures in the plan like the 20% pot limit reduction and late season 40 fathom depth closure, automatically expire just 2 years from now. Again, this does not make sense with a 20-year plan. While the plan states the department's commitment to review these measures and potentially remove them or strengthen them, this commitment's not guaranteed. And finally, the burden of proof in the plan is centered on providing whale and sea turtle entanglements, centered on proving whale and sea turtle entanglements in Oregon Dungeness crab year before additional actions are taken. Unfortunately, the design of the plan lacks incentives for monitoring and reporting. And basically, if there is no monitoring for whale presence or entanglements, the status quo fishing operations are maintained. So real quick, we'd like to see additional actions to establish rules and incentivize pop-up gear use, implement a dynamic approach to risk reduction, and finally address gray whales in the plan. And that's all addressed in our letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next, could we hear from Francine Kershaw?
Good morning, Commissioners, Dr. Braby. My name is Dr. Francine Kershaw, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council. NRDC is an environmental NGO working both nationally and internationally to reduce fisheries bycatch and marine mammals, as well as a number of other environmental issues. We really appreciate the opportunity to share our comments with the Commission today and support the Department's proactive work to reduce the risk of whale and sea turtle entanglements in a manner that will also allow the commercial Dungeness crab fishery to thrive. The draft conservation plan is a positive step forward in this regard. However, more precautionary measures are needed to reduce risk. We valued the opportunity to submit our recommendations in writing to the Department and the Commission on the draft plan and would welcome the opportunity to discuss our comments with you in further detail. There are two overarching concerns that we would like to make note of today. First, we are concerned that the success of the conservation plan will be limited by a lack of adequate funding, as some of the previous speakers have noted. The effectiveness of the plan is contingent on a well-funded and well-resourced monitoring and dynamic management effort. In the context of a tri-state incidental take permit, it is important for requirements to be equitable across states. In comparing the management and monitoring underway in California with that plan for Oregon, we risk a situation where management effectiveness of this shared problem is greater in some states than others. And we also risk a situation where fishermen in states with greater resources will be required to comply with more stringent measures. The Department and the Commission should work with NOAA Fisheries to address this funding gap, for example, by requesting funds under Section 6 of the Endangered Species Act and by making a request of the Oregon State Legislature. NRDC stands ready to support the Department and Commission in these requests, but the agency and Commission should proactively lead this outreach. Second, we were struck by the exclusion of the conservation community as a trusted stakeholder to help guide the implementation of the draft plan. The various advisory committees described comprise a seemingly wide array of industry representatives and select scientists, and we find this deeply troubling. The conservation community provides a unique perspective and expert knowledge that is critical to any consultation process. As a marine mammal scientist working for an conservation organization, I can attest that the skills and expertise in these two groups are in no way redundant. The conservation community is a valued stakeholder in the majority of federal and state marine mammal bycatch reduction processes, and it's difficult to understand why the department is proposing to take a different tack in its draft plan. Trust in the conservation plan will undoubtedly be eroded if the conservation community is not afforded an equal voice at the table. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment today. NRDC looks forward to supporting the agency's efforts in securing the success of the conservation plan and meaningfully reducing the risk of entanglement of protected species in Oregon waters.
Thank you, Francine. We're saving questions to the end. We have one more person to testify, and then we'll see if the commissioners have questions for any of the four of you. So we'll go to Colleen Weiler.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. Thank you, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, Commissioners, and Dr. Braby. My name is Colleen Weiler. I'm the Jessica Ricos Fellow with Whale and Dolphin Conservation, and I live in Newport, Oregon. WDC is an international nonprofit dedicated to the protection of whales and dolphins, and we have a long history of working to end the accidental entanglement of whales and dolphins in fishing gear. As previous commenters have noted, entanglement is a serious problem and is increasing here off the West Coast. It is an issue that affects the health of both individual whales as well as entire populations, causing direct injury and mortality, as well as sublethal population level impacts, such as reducing reproductive success. Evidence on whales as ecosystem engineers increasingly shows that they are vital to the biodiversity of the marine ecosystem and may even play a key role in fighting climate change. So healthy whale populations are critical to a healthy coastal ecosystem. WDC supports the work that ODF&W has undertaken to address the increasing threat of whale entanglement in Oregon Dungeness crab gear. Entanglements of endangered populations, including humpback and blue whales, has increased, and incidents are highly likely to continue as changing ocean conditions impact both whales and fisheries, causing more overlap between the two. This is a coast-wide threat to these vulnerable species and requires a coast-wide solution. We are encouraged that ODF&W is working alongside California, Washington, and with NIMS to reduce this risk. And there are many positive measures in the draft plan, including the improvement of gear marking, steps to collect near real-time fishing data, and the development of predictive models to identify habitat conditions that may lead to increased whale presence. However, the draft CP would maintain current levels of elevated entanglements, a level which does not include confirmed but unidentified entanglements, or those that go unobserved but are known to occur from scars seen on whales. There are changes that can be made to the draft conservation plan that can make it stronger and more proactive to prevent entanglements. For specific details, we'll refer you to the comment letter that we submitted with our conservation partners, and I'll just overview a few quickly here, including considering the cumulative impacts of coast-wide entanglements as well as those unobserved entanglements and mortalities, strengthening existing conservation measures to reduce risk, including more flexibility and adaptive measures such as depth and pot limits to reflect changing conditions and concentrations of whales, including additional precautionary measures such as time and area limits before a whale or turtle is entangled, encouraging and incentivizing the testing of on-demand, also known as ropeless or pop-up gear, which is a viable method of fishing to remove the entangling vertical line from the water, and is making significant progress in testing in active fisheries in California and on the East Coast. And I'll skip ahead because I'm running out of time, but we encourage both the department and the commission to work with the legislature to dedicate some funding to monitoring and reducing entanglements. And thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for watching the time. I appreciate it. Commissioners, it looks like Vice Chair Woolley and Commissioner Labhart both have their hands up. So let's go with Vice Chair Woolley first, and then we'll move on to you, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay. Okay, I just had to get my volume up. All right. So getting back to the pie graph about entanglements and the percentages that are attributed to the crab fishery. Do you hear me, Chair Wall?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You were looking like you had an expression on your face like
I was just paying attention, sorry.
Okay, all right. Okay. I just want to make sure I was coming through. So anyway, that half of the chart, that pie graph, Dr. Brady, it's very troubling, of course. And so were you able to attribute entanglements on that side of the pie to any particular point sources? I know that they can drag gear for many miles, and they could come from international sources and that sort of thing. So were there any indicators, any tags or anything that indicated where any of those came from?
Through the chair, thank you, Commissioner Woolley. I believe it's this graph that you're referring to, which indicates 50% of fishing gear entanglements are unidentified. And I just want to note that every single entanglement that is confirmed and even observed, confirmed, all of the details are tracked, analyzed, and feed into an increasing understanding of where the problems are coming from. And this unidentified portion here is cases where there are no surface buoys that can be attributed to a fishery. It might just be a line around an animal. And as you well know, lines are commonly used in fisheries, but there's even a potential that some of those are not fishing lines. But we're taking West Coast wide, we're taking a conservative approach and saying if anything looks like it's fishing line, then it's a fishery entanglement. And so the goals around some of our accountability measures are to consider and implement things like line marking, so that if just a line, no buoy tag, no buoy, is identifiable from an entanglement, we might start to understand better where those entanglements are coming from in terms of human activity.
Okay, thanks. And so another question, there was some comment about public participation in the process. Do you feel that there was a balance with industry and conservation representation? Do you feel that it was leaning more on the industry input? I just wondering what you thought about that.
Yeah, thank you for the question through the chair, Commissioner Woolley. I honestly have to disagree with those comments. I feel like there have been numerous opportunities for the public to be involved, and the public being all inclusive. And that has also, the conversation around risk reduction and accountability measures started with the department's participation in the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group, which included representation from environmental NGOs. It included marine mammal scientists. It included industry. It included business representatives, managers. So it was a diverse group, and it was the discussions and recommendations from that group that form the foundation of the measures you've already considered and put into regulation. In addition, all of our public meetings are open to anyone. And so we've had annual meetings that target the industry for sure, but are advertised through press releases. We welcome all individuals to attend. And I have held meetings with public members at their request whenever asked. So I don't feel that that's a justified comment. That said, there is always room for improvement, and we are really hopeful about what we have put in the conservation plan about advisory groups and how we will bring them into the conversation in future years as we're implementing this plan. And that certainly will include the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group. It does not exclude any group whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. And then just one last question, and this is just a general question, and I've probably asked you this before in some past presentation you've given, and that I don't recall, but so what are the next steps when an entanglement is encountered? Does that kind of go over to NOAA to reach out to organizations to actually work with that animal and address that entanglement? What's the next thing that happens?
Thank you through the chair, Commissioner. The process varies depending on the source of the observation, but essentially we encourage everyone who observes an entangled animal to report that. For whales and sea turtles, that goes to NOAA. They consider the reports. Oftentimes an entanglement is reported more than once. And so they piece together what those observations are, what those reports are, and develop a case. They give each case a number, and they gather all of the information about that particular case and evaluate it. If it is in a location where there is the opportunity to send a mediation team out to try and disentangle the individual, the whale, then that will proceed. And there are groups across the coast, not enough, but there are a couple of groups that are authorized and specially trained to try and disentangle marine life. And so that is, ideally that will happen, but oftentimes is not feasible. And one of the big problems is that a brief sighting of an individual entangled animal may be the only observation of it, and then its location is then unknown. Let me know if that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Labhart. And commissioners, we are able to ask questions for the people who testified as well as to Dr. Bravey. So go ahead, Commissioner Labhart.
Okay, thank you. Karen, I have a couple questions and comments. First, the question is more of a 50,000 foot level. I've been trying to follow this whale entanglement and particularly the status of particularly humpback whales. And I've noticed, and correct me if I've got this wrong, but I've noticed that there's been, at least lately, quite a bit of press about a lot of deaths of humpback whales from Mexico all the way up and down the coast. And I was going to call you and talk to you about that, but I thought, well, maybe the public would want to know the answer to that question too. So first of all, am I correct that we're seeing kind of an unheard of amount of deaths, or is this normal, or what's the status here of that?
Well, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, I am not the appropriate person to address that other than the entanglement record. So that'd be something I'd have to get back to you on after consulting with my collaborators who are marine mammal experts. We see periods of time where there are unusual mortality events, and there have been multiple of those in the last 7 or so years associated with the heat wave. And so that is of concern, and is highly documented and researched by the marine mammal research community when they occur. It's a very special designation to have a mortality event like that. I am getting indications from my team that it may be what's happening this year with gray whales and not humpbacks.
Oh,
but your question remains, an important one, that there are multiple threats facing these species beyond the scope of what we're talking about today.
Sure, and thank you. Yeah, it is gray whales. Sorry about that. Second question, and Commissioner Woolley identified a little bit of it, but the one bar chart that showed the number of entanglements increasing, do we have a chart that shows, as I understand, gray whales, humpback whales, the whale population is generally increasing. Is there a correlation between the number of whales increasing over the last decade or so and entanglements? I mean, what I'm trying to get at is, are there more whales, first of all? And then as a result of that, if there's more whales, there's probably more opportunity for entanglements. Is there a direct correlation there or not?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Commissioner Labhart, that is a common pattern for fisheries stocks as well as for whales. We have a situation with whales where we do have increasing populations of distinct population segments of the humpback whales that are visiting our coast. The Mexico-based whales are increasing faster than the Central America-based whales. Both of those are ESA listed. Both of them occur during the summer months off the coast of Oregon. So they are increasing, and of course, our conservation plan is based on the concept of co-occurrence. So if you increase whales, even if your fishery activity remains exactly the same, you're going to have increasing interactions. So yes, that is likely happening. Has it been described scientifically? Not that I'm aware. And part of the problem is that certainly for Oregon gear entanglements, the rate of entanglement is so very low. It is really challenging to derive something like increase rate estimates. It just doesn't work with statistical analysis to understand something like one entanglement a year over time. It's too rare of an event relative to the activity of the fishery. So that's challenging. And so what we need to look at is trends. And the trends I've showed you is that there have been about one entanglement a year for the last 7 years. And prior to that, it was closer to about a half. And of course, a half a whale is a ridiculous statement to make, but if you look at it over time, it's something like that, one every 2 years.
And those are the ones we're aware of, right? I mean, surely there are, as one of the testifiers said, we're not aware of all the entanglements and we don't catch them all, correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, that is true. And because they're unobserved, we don't know what that number is. There are estimates of perhaps half, perhaps a third are observed. And so that is additional concern, not only for us in Oregon, but for the regulatory agency. You've heard about that today. That's another unknown that we're working to address and is addressed in our conservation plan to some degree.
Okay, and last is a comment made by one of the testifiers, and I would agree with you. When I looked at, you started this process in May of 2017 with the Oregon Whale Entanglement Group, and then in let's see, and the numerous public meetings that were held in 2020, mailed out notice to all commercial crab holders, licensed seafood dealers regarding the draft in 2021. You worked with the Standing Industry Advisory Committee on commercial management decisions, on the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, the annual crab newsletter that goes out to probably hundreds, if not thousands, the Tri-State Dungeness Crab meetings. You met with Washington, California delegations at the Tri-State meeting. Staff's been meeting regularly with managers from NIMS, Division to Share. You've briefed us in June of 2019, September of 2019, August of 2020, and then of course today's briefing. So, we never can have enough public input, and there's always somebody that says, well, you didn't talk to me. So I would encourage folks, here's your opportunity. If you have comments, thank you for testifying today, but if you want to provide those comments directly to Karen or to the department, please do so. She listens, and we've been doing this since 2017, developing this process. So there's been ample opportunity for people to weigh in. And so we're getting close to the end here where something's going to come to us beforehand. And if we want to make sure that we've heard your comments and we've hopefully incorporated those comments into there. And so, Karen, I want to compliment you and your staff for what I consider is yeoman's outreach to listen to folks and to get that input, and the briefings before all of our meetings that have been public that people can listen to. The document's 161 pages long. It's pretty detailed. I can't profess that I read every word, but I've scanned it. And so please provide your comments and make sure to get them to Karen, and we'll make sure that that she listens to you, and hopefully we'll incorporate some of those into this final document. So that's the end of my questions and comments. Thanks.
So one last comment about public involvement, because I've seen this I've worked in all levels of government, and communication with the public is often a challenge. And as you're saying, Commissioner, it's never deemed to be perfect. So I think sometimes what we have to do is to ask members of the public, what does involvement look like to them? Ask them that and get that feedback. And that can help to shape. We have our own good ideas of what public outreach looks like and what it should be. But we still seem to at least either miss people or we hear after the fact. And so one way to preempt that sort of feedback from coming back later is to first find out and ask them, what does effective communication and engagement look like to them? And that can help to shape how we conduct our public involvement.
Yeah, good point.
Thank you. And just to be clear, we can go to the commenter that made that comment, because I think just that she was referring to what's in the plan specifically. So maybe we can ask her at the end if that's what she was talking about, is the advisory committee and that process in the plan. But let's first go to Commissioner Zarnowitz, and you had your hand up, and then we can ask questions to the people who testified as well. Go ahead, Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, and thank you, Karen, and your staff for a very detailed and very long report. One thing I didn't notice in it is a list of participants. There was a list of groups, as Commissioner Labhart mentioned, but I think it'd always be good to have a list of participants in the group. And did I miss that? Yeah, I mean, in the document.
Thank you. Through the chair, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'm not sure which list of participants you might be referring to. There's kind of the public process leading up till now, and then there would be the participants for the future advisory committees that will work with the department. Can you help me understand which you're asking for? And neither of those is listed, but I'm just curious what you're looking for there.
The participants that resulted in this document. And, I know that might be pages of people, but that would surely show us the balance and that type of thing, So I know, obviously, you're very, informative of to the fisheries folks, and they often are very vocal about what they'd like to see. But it would be great to just have that list in an appendix or something like that. When there are these type of documents for us as a commission and for the public as well. The other thing is, you didn't mention much about this pop-up gear, and just even before I knew about it, I was thinking there must be some sort of technological solution to having ropes or lines, with a buoy on them. And obviously that's already been thought of by people. And is that expensive? And is that, how effective is it? Does it have problems? Do you, or maybe any of the participants, know more about those? First, I'll ask you, Brady.
Thank you, through the chair, Commissioner Zarnowitz. I think you've hit on an important issue. It's one that the department has hope for the future, but currently there's disagreement on the readiness of that gear for full deployment in the Dungeness crab fishery. And so I'll share that perspective. We don't really have time to get into that in all detail. I think all four of the individuals who have provided testimony today have strong opinions on that issue. We also have in the public comment record letters from 2 gear developers that have strong opinions on this. And I would just note that this is an issue that we have flagged for future development and is of interest in California and Washington as well. But I will note that none of the 3 states feel it is ready at this time to recommend as a requirement. And I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, and I understand that that's often the case with technology. It's takes a while to get it, just like the self-driving cars, to get them into where they function properly. So that's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have one more person who has their hand up, and then I do have some questions. I'm going to do a quick time check, though, with the director on going to the Pride Awards. Director Melcher, if we go 10 more minutes with questions, is that okay, or do we need to come back to this?
Thanks, Chair Wall. No, I think we should just finish out this item. And as long as it's not going to go for another hour, I think we should just finish out this item and then proceed.
Thank you. Then let's go to Commissioner Spellbrink with your question.
Okay, yeah, more of just a comment. Having been involved in the crab fishery and still slightly involved for the last 40 years, I just, just listening here and like I say, Karin has done a super job with an absolutely tough job to do here. And I was just completely impressed here with the whole presentation. Karin, Dr. Braby did a great job. I appreciate it. And just the also the comments from the commissioners and the testimony. Anyway, I was just completely impressed with everything, having been involved in that for a big chunk of my life. And just wanted to give everybody involved an attaboy.
Thank you. Or attawoman. Let me ask a couple questions that I have to some of the people who testified. I just want to clarify first. I think Francine, will you just clarify if when you were making your comments about public involvement, were you talking about the structure of the advisory committee in the process going forward, or were you talking about the process that's happened to date?
Thank you so much, Chair Wall, for the opportunity to clarify. And I apologize for the confusion around the comments. I was referring solely to the membership of the advisory committees in the draft conservation plan as this described. So that will be the group that is making decisions about management actions as part of the adaptive management plan. And as I understand it, the composition of those groups will be industry and scientists and not conservationists. So I apologize for the not being clear the first time around. And I would like to express appreciation to Dr. Braby, who has taken public comment from NRDC and other groups before and has met directly with us on a number of occasions. And we've definitely appreciated those opportunities.
Thank you. I do have two other questions to Ben Enticknap. One is, you mentioned, I think 5 to 10% of entanglements are detected. And I know that's a tough number to know for sure. Is the number similar for the leatherback sea turtles? Or do you know?
Thank you, Chair Wall. I don't know the answer to that question. The leatherback sea turtles that come and forage off the Oregon coast, it's just a lot less known about them.
Okay.
More eyes on the water monitoring the humpback whales.
Thank you. I have one other question. You mentioned electronic monitoring, and could you say just a bit more about, there's not a lot of time, but could you say a bit more about how much more you think there would be and how effective that might be? And I know we're all guessing at this point, but if you could say a bit more about that one as a way to know more about what's actually happening without having eyes on all of this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Well, I think the electronic monitoring will really help understand the co-occurrence of the fishery and whale and sea turtle presence by having real-time data coming in, where you could basically see where the fishermen are setting pots, and if we're also having whale presence data coming at the same time, that's going to be extremely helpful to be able to make in-season management decisions and have an adaptive approach. So that's one key part of the plan that we're really looking forward to seeing further developed.
Thank you. Karin, I'd like to go back to a couple questions, if I could, that have been raised. And one of them was on the 20 years that we're looking at right now, one of the questions is, can it be less? it's tough to predict the future in any case, but this one is 20 years is a long time, and it's even longer when we're looking at the unpredictability of climate change. So can you talk about why 20 years, whether all 3 states are going with 20 years, and if we have an option there?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. And I think there are a couple of elements here, and it is based in a concern that the conservation plan might lock us into a path that we can't move away from if we have a reason to move away from it. And I believe that that concern is valid, and I think we've built that into our approach. So conservation plans and incidental take permits typically are decadal scale permits. They are not ones that you lightly take up and have a permit for a couple of years and then renew it in a couple of years. It is a very difficult process, not only for us, the state, at this point, the actor, but also for the regulatory agency, NOAA Fisheries, to evaluate that process or the plan and move forward. How the plan can be changed during the next 20 years is through the adaptive management process, but also through amendment. And so that would reinitiate a discussion. So if at some point in, let's say, 7 years, we fundamentally disagree with the conservation plan at that time, there is a mechanism by which you amend the plan and have substantive changes to the approach. And that's been built in through the framework around habitat conservation plans. California and Washington have similar time period, and it's really a logistics and resources issue. As you well know, it's taken us 3 years to get to this point to draft the conservation plan. That isn't an investment that we want to do every 5 years. That's not logistically feasible. And so instead, we're relying on adaptive management and the option of amendment should we need it.
And just on a comment on that, my experience has been that it is very hard to shift once you're in them, and that it takes 3 years to get to the plan sort of proves the point that it would be difficult to amend it or change it. And you'd have to almost prove that you needed to go through that, rather than we could look quickly and adaptively at changes. So it's an issue that I think we should keep our eyes on, just because it's so hard to change once these are in place if there's new information, and we know there's going to be new information. So it's just something that I think is important to keep an eye on. A side question with that one, is this something that the advisory committee will look at, or is it something that's not planned for the advisory committee to address or make recommendations about the length of this, whether it's 10 years rather than 20, or if it stays with 20?
Thank you, Chair Wall. So the only advisory committee that we have active at the moment is our Crab Advisory Committee, which has been in place for decades and advises us on the prosecution of the Dungeness crab fishery. The advisory committees that are specified in the conservation plan are future tense and rely on our relationships that we've built over the last 3 years with the crab industry, with environmental NGOs, with researchers, and so that hasn't happened yet. So what we submit to NOAA Fisheries this winter will be specified by the department and our evaluation of what makes sense, and that comes from a place of being informed by feedback from the commission, from the public, from NOAA Fisheries, from Washington, California, and so on. It's something that is an administrative and business decision in my mind more than a conservation concern or issue, if you will.
Could you just say a bit more? What do you mean?
I mean, thank you, Chair Wall. What I mean by that is that I believe that the conservation plan and incidental take permit process that we have undertaken allows for modification and allows for adaptation to a degree that we need it to. And if we get to the point where it's not working anymore, within that 20-year period for conservation reasons, then we reinitiate and we start over again. But the contrast to that is that if we start implementation of this plan, we get to 10 years and say to ourselves, this is having great conservation outcomes, this is having great outcomes for the fishery, let's keep going for 10 years. We essentially keep going and have a minimum amount of conversation, and that conversation is with the advisory groups, it's with the public, with the commission as a check-in, and with NOAA Fisheries as the regulatory agency overseeing that permit.
Thank you. It looks like we have two hands up. Chair or Vice Chair Woolley, and then Commissioner Spellbrink. Go ahead.
Dr. Brady, I think you just answered the question that I had, and that is, in the interim, as we're proceeding with the plan and the adaptations or adaptations are made, are those internal, with the staff? How involved is the commission or not involved, or is the commission appraised of the different adaptations that can occur, in the interim before there's a new plan? It sounded like you pretty much answered that. Is that right?
Thank you, Commissioner Woolley. Just to add some additional detail, the plan does specify reporting frequency to the regulatory agency, NOAA Fisheries, and that is a public process. That is something that we haven't specified exactly how that will happen, but my vision of how that would happen would be reporting, some discussions with advisory groups and with NOAA before formal submission, and then that would be submitted and would essentially create a documentation track record of what those evaluations have been through the duration of the permit. So that would be something where we would want to certainly present to the commission where we are on the permit and get that feedback loop from you and from the public.
Thank you. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Right, and adaptive management, I guess I want to emphasize that adaptive management is baked into the plan. Isn't that right, Dr. Braby? That, I mean, if something isn't working, like the depth, we think we're fishing too deep, we can change that if we need to cut the amount of gear down. Anyway, I guess I wanted to just bring that out. Adaptive management is baked into this plan.
Thank you through the chair for the question. And yes, I agree.
Thank you. Then I think that's it on the questions. A huge thank you to you, Dr. Braby, and your staff for this presentation. It's a remarkable document that we have, and obviously a mountain of work to put it together. So thank you. Also to the people who testified, and I think we'll close there and move to the Staff Excellence Awards. So thank you, Dr. Braby.
Thanks, Chair Wall. Thanks, Chair Wall. And I would just add, excuse me, I would just add on this last agenda item that most of these conservation actions, if not all of them, are encompassed in administrative rule. So to the extent that we need to make any changes during the course of a long-term permit, we would of course be coming back to you all with changes to those administrative rules. So there is that component as well. But with that, I wanted to segue to our annual Pride Awards, and I know we're a few minutes behind schedule, and I will try my best to get us done close to the noon hour. but I wanted to say a few things in advance. First, of course, the Pride Awards are typically, we do this in August each year. Unfortunately, for the last 2 years, we've had to do them virtually. And our normal process would be that we would have these staff members and their families travel to Salem if they're not already in Salem, and receive their awards and have lunch with the commission, and we'd have some photo opportunities and all those good things. But we're not able to do that again this year. And in fact, as I mentioned, we typically do it in August, and we postponed it this year to September because we thought perhaps we would be open in September and we'd be able to do it in person, but that has not worked out. So we are back in the Zoom room for our second go at virtual Pride Awards. And additionally, I just wanted to mention that the Pride Awards these are individuals who are nominated by their peers. So this is an ODFW peer-driven process where our employees are nominating their coworkers or their employees or their managers for such an award. They are then, those applications or nominations, I should say, are then screened by a subcommittee at ODFW. And I want to give a shout out to Lisa Evans here in the director's office, as she has for many years herded that process. And the subcommittee is made up of prior year's Pride Award winners. So with that, I want to go, and of course we do individual Pride Awards to recognize some individual staff, and also we do Team Pride Awards to recognize teams at the department that have been performing at these exceptional levels. And of course, just before I start, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to thank you for indulging me and allowing me to speak at perhaps ad nauseum, but nonetheless, the last 18 months or so have been pretty tough months for a variety of reasons, not the least of which has been a global pandemic and the unprecedented wildfire season in particular that we had last year, but also this year. So I would just tell you and those of you listening that I'm incredibly proud of all of our employees, all 1,300 of them, not just the ones selected here today. So with that, I want to move through the individual Pride Award winners, and I have lengthy notes and biographical sketches on each of these folks. I'm not going to read those to you today. I'm going to hit the high points, and so we'll get going now in no particular order other than alphabetical order. We will start with Adam Baylor. I see Adam on the screen. And Adam is a public affairs specialist here in Salem in our information and education section. He's only been with the department for a little over 2 years. Adam really has integrated himself into the department, into our agency mission. He has excelled at all assignments, including when he's assigned to film me for various podcasts, Facebook posts, whatever they may be. Adam has branched out. He's worked closely with the Oregon State Police in developing some of their anti-poaching videos. And he comes to us from the private sector. He's an innovator and always looking for new opportunities to engage our customers and our constituents, including for his work on using the quote unquote next door app in reaching local networks. So Adam, I wish I could shake your hand and hand you the plaque, but I wanted to congratulate you on receiving this year's Pride Award, or one of this year's individual Pride Awards. Thanks, Adam.
So,
we'll give you a virtual round of applause.
So, Director,
yes.
I don't know if our chair cleared this with you, but she asked me if I could, and I know we're running behind, but if there's any time I can make a comment on a specific staff person, to go ahead and do that. So I just want to say for Adam, I just saw Adam last week, and we were out at the Muddy Creek site for Western Pond Turtle research with Susan Barnes project. And I'm just impressed with how enthusiastic Adam is and how much time he spends because he loves to do this. I mean, it's just part of his whole being. It's not just a job for you, Adam. I can tell. And it's just been great to watch you from the beginning and how enthusiastic you are in the work that you do. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner Woolley. Thanks, Adam. And Commissioner Woolley or any other commissioners, feel free to interject at any time. Since we won't be taking any time for photo ops, we certainly can spare some time for your words. Next up is Brian Friesen, and I see Brian here on the screen. And I'll just go ahead and I guess before I continue, I will apologize to any staff where I mispronounce their names. We have 1,300 employees here, and I try my best to know each and every one of them, but sometimes I don't. I do know Brian. I actually know most of these folks on the list here today, but I'll apologize in advance for any mispronounced names. So Brian works in our Information Systems Division as a business analyst, and he's been with the department for about a decade now. He is truly a customer servant. I think you're going to see him again later under a team award, but he was recognized by his peers as a true problem solver, one who's always actively seeking to improve his own skills and abilities in order to serve his customers, which in large part are ODFW employees. And he has an exceptionally positive attitude and a good relationship with agency staff. I would just note on a piece of trivia for Brian, he's also a published author. I have his book, I read it, or maybe one of his books. Maybe he has more than one now, I don't know. So wanted to offer our appreciation to you, Brian.
Thank you so much. And thanks for reading.
Yep. Very good. Next up on our list is Holly Hutchko. And Holly works down in our Roseburg office. She is currently our Endangered Species Act coordinator position, and that is actually a position based out of headquarters, but we reprogrammed it to Roseburg to accommodate Holly. And Holly was, I'm going to mention this, and I apologize, Holly, I should have asked you prior, but Holly has also served as a district fish biologist for us in Roseburg. And she was involved in a helicopter crash several years ago, and we're very thankful to have her still with us and have her employed at ODFW. So Holly's position as the ESA coordinator is both she's serving both internal customers, agency staff, as they work through ESA permitting issues, largely federal, but also state. But then she's also serving our external customers. These might be consultants or other state agencies that are going through the ESA permitting process. She brings us a tremendous positive attitude to her work and to her service to Oregon's citizens, as well as our fish and wildlife resources. So Holly, congratulations on the Pride Award.
Thanks, I got it. Woo!
All right. Great, thanks, Holly. As I mentioned, I do have notes here, so I'm just going to refresh my memory occasionally and I promise I won't just read through them. Next up is Michelle Jones. And is Michelle on? Oh yeah, there she is. I see her name on the screen. So Michelle is a fishery biometrician here at ODFW. And for those of you who don't know or who might not know what that means, she's, I guess, let's say she's one of the certified smart people that can work with numbers in an exceptional way. She's, truly in terms of, she truly excels at the analysis and technical side of the work that she does as a biometrician, but more or at least equally important to that, is her ability to boil these things down to perhaps sometimes the lowest common denominator and help other staff with their particular challenges as it relates to analyses that they perform. Michelle just has a great attitude and a great service ethic, if you will, as well as a great ability to deliver those technical concepts to perhaps more of our lay staff, so to speak. And as a side note, in keeping with the trivia theme, Michelle is also the president of our local SEIU union here at ODFW. And so we work with her in that capacity as well. And with that, Michelle, congratulations. We'll send you the virtual round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Michelle. Next up on the Individual Pride Awards is Susie Connect, and or Susanna, as you see on the screen, but she goes by Susie. And Susie works here in headquarters in our licensing section. She's been with the department, actually, I think as a permanent employee for only about a year, but she started prior to that as a temporary employee. I first got to know Susie when we hired her in as a temp to help us with the great volumes of workload that we had in licensing during our post-launch of our new licensing system. Susie, in keeping with the trivia theme, Susie originally hails from New York, but came to us via California, I believe. And I was just struck with her in the very beginning as a temporary employee, and with the great positive attitude that she brought to sometimes days that can be really challenging in dealing literally with hundreds of customers per day, largely over the phone now, as we're in the middle of the pandemic. She's, and I know her personally, like all these other recipients. She has really embedded herself in the licensing section and continued to expand her horizons in serving our customers and providing good technical assistance in the division or in the department. So Susie, congratulations. Good to see you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Very good. Next up is Caitlin Preto, and Caitlin is on the screen, and Caitlin is currently our Deputy Human Resources Administrator. Caitlin has been with the department for 10 years, and I, of course, see and meet with Caitlin regularly on any host of issues that come across my desk or her desk. And we and her colleagues wanted to recognize her with the Pride Award for literally all the work that she's done over the last year and a half, as I talked about the challenges that we've had to deal with, everything from, of course, the dramatic shift and all the anxiety associated with the global pandemic. And then just 1 year and I guess about 8 days ago, we were in the middle of certainly the most severe fire season here in Western Oregon that we've seen, and and we'll talk a little bit more about that later, with much impacts to our staff and our work. And Caitlin, was here serving staff and serving the department for many, many hours, including she took the lead on setting up the website that we had for donations to our staff that lost homes in the fire. Caitlin is, well, I guess that's what I have to say about Caitlin. I'll try to think about a trivia fact for Caitlin. Let's see. She grew up in Salem, Oregon. I know that. Caitlin, congratulations and thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Next up on the Individual Pride Awards is Jennifer Ringo. I see Jennifer on the screen. Jennifer works Well, let me say, technically, she works in the wildlife division. She is our wildlife restoration coordinator. She's been with the department for 5 years. Most of that time as the wildlife restoration coordinator, and then also serving as our Good Neighbor Authority coordinator in our partnership with the United States Forest Service and others. Most recently, I think about maybe it was 6 months ago, I could have my timing a little bit off, but we asked Jennifer to go into a developmental job rotation as a watershed manager in the South Willamette watershed. So it looks like she's sitting in her office in Corvallis today. And Jennifer is, has really expanded our agency footprint, so to speak, in her work on the Good Neighbor Authority program. She brings a great attitude to work with her every day. And as the South Willamette watershed manager, I know every day may not be pleasant, but nonetheless, she has a great attitude. She really has expanded our partnerships with the federal agencies, the U.S. Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service through that Good Neighbor Authority work, and is doing an exceptional job on the manager rotation in Corvallis. So with that, and I guess let me think of the trivia. I'm getting the trivia from my memory banks. I don't have notes on this, but the trivia piece for Jennifer is that she also runs marathons. Or at least used to. I think she still does.
I'm training right now.
Okay. So thanks, Jennifer. Thanks for everything you do. And thanks for stepping into the new rotation to help us out.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Bert, could I mention just one thing before you go on?
Absolutely.
We actually don't feel like we have to indulge you at all in doing these Pride Awards every year. We applaud you for this, and it's one of the parts of your leadership that we very much applaud, that you make sure these happen. It's a highlight. We used to get to go on field trips and meet people and see their work in the field and that sort of thing. So it's really small to say thank you to 1,300 people, but it gives us a chance to at least hear all of these things are doing. So thank you on this one. And thank you, of course, to everybody out there, all 1,300 people. So keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So next we're going to move to the Team Pride Awards. And I'll just confess right now, I'm not going to be able to come up with a piece of trivia for every one of these team members. I could probably come up with some for some, but I'm not going to do that. So, and I mentioned this issue, already, but the review committee really felt that a Team Pride Award was appropriate for our hatchery wildfire response effort last September. And I'm going to do this facility by facility. I'm going to name the facility and the staff that were involved, and I'm going to say some more words. But so first, the first fall, and each of these facilities was essentially under level 3 evacuation, mandatory evacuation for, in some cases, in excess up to or in excess of a week. But I'll go into some more details here in a moment. Just checking, you can still pick me up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. My Zoom kind of went haywire there for a minute. So this hatchery wildfire response team, and we had multiple nominations for this team or for some subset, individual facilities, and we rolled them all into one team for the purpose of this award. But by facility at Clackamas Hatchery, we had Darlene Craik, Keith McCarty, Travis Schneider, and Dan Straw. And I know not all of them could be present here today, but we'll recognize those that aren't present as well as those that are. At Klamath Hatchery, we had Matthew Coleman, Greg Lipsey, Richard Maley, and Gail Mitchell. At Lieberg Hatchery, we had Ben Andrus, Brad Kyle, Brian Willett, and Eric Withholm. I see Eric on the line, as well as Brian. At Marion Forks Hatchery and the Minto facility, Chris Boyd, Greg Grenbenner, Matthew Lassard, Rick Madsen, Ethan Milgis, Isaac Morris, and Tyler Starkey. At McKinsey Hatchery, Ashley Hadelberg, Kurt Kremers, Corey Loftus, and Michael Westonhouse. Rock Creek Hatchery, Colby Gonzalez, Dan Meyer, and Connor Milligan, sorry about that, Connor. And at Salmon River Hatchery, Clayton Morgan, Josh Rist, and Michelle Viss. And so we, as I mentioned, we had 6 or 7 hatchery facilities that were under level 3 mandatory evacuation last September. These individuals, of course, were focused on human safety, but they also went to great lengths to preserve their facilities and their fish. And some of them actually lost homes in the fires. And I did want to mention that, you know, in light of all that, they kept their heads up. I'm getting emotional. And did a tremendous job. So for that, okay. Next up, in keeping with the theme from last year and all the trials and tribulations, our next team winner is the service desk and networking team. And I'll wait here as I know Michelle is probably bringing them into the Zoom right now. And it looks like maybe we're there now. So this team, as I mentioned, in keeping with the theme of all the trials from last year, literally on, you know, with the flip of a switch on approximately March 15th of 2020, and of course these are the 2020 Pride Awards, but on March 15th, roughly of 2020, we flipped the switch and went to very, very much of our workforce working remotely. And in order, of course, to provide all the necessary security and compliance and virtual private network connectivity, as well as hardware, this team really delivered. We had literally, in the span of less than a week, we had literally hundreds of employees that shifted to full-time work from home or close to full-time work from home. That would not have been possible. I mean, I would just say that even 5 years ago, that likely would not have been possible, even with many months of planning. And fortunately, because of our preparation on the technology side and because of the diligence of this team, we were able to make that switch in really short order. And I'll say that, you know, many of the tools that we now use as a result of that switchover are tools that we'll continue to use literally in perpetuity. That's not to say that I don't look forward to the day when we can actually all meet in the same room and not have to deal with the technological challenges. We'll have our own challenges, but not the technology challenges. But nonetheless, the shift that this team allowed us to do was really incredible. And so let me go through the list of names, and it looks like maybe most of them are on now. So we have at the service desk, and commissioners, as you all or many of you just received new laptop computers and network connectivity. You'll probably become familiar with some of the folks at the service desk. I know I'm familiar with them, and I think I know every one of these individuals, but Valerie Finger, Brenda Miller, David Money, Chris Scott, Michael Tran, and Michael Walker. These are your service desk folks. And on the networking side, on the networking team, we have Jim Bischel, Tom Brokaw. I know you didn't know that Tom Brokaw was working for us, but we got him. Tom Brokaw, Alan Dassenville, Kendrick Lee, Scott Linsemeyer, and Skip Peichel. And so I'll offer the virtual applause to our team.
Kurt, if I could just interrupt for one more second.
Please do.
Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and others have commented several times about the, and so I'm speaking for them to an extent, about the added complexity of now 2 years of you all doing your jobs with this, with the fires and the COVID as well, and appreciating the fact that things are going along as well as they are. And so she may want to speak for herself on this, but it's an incredible thing that we've been able to come through like we have. And you just named a big part of making that happen. And I think that there are great changes that have happened even for public comment and the public engagement and that sort of thing. And you're right that some of those will continue, but mostly thank you for doing your job in this too. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, commissioners, next up is our Wolf program team. And I will give Michelle a little time to move them over into the Zoom room. I'm not sure if we're there quite yet.
The transition is going a little bit slower
Okay.
than I would anticipate.
No worries. I just didn't, you give me the sign when you're ready.
It looks like we have Derek and Rob Lynn here as representatives for that group.
Okay, very good. So our Wolf program team was nominated by their colleagues and chosen by the committee. Wolf program team consists of Derek Broman, who I think most of you know as he's here in headquarters. Derek Broman, Roblyn Brown, who's our statewide Wolf program coordinator in LeGrand, or maybe she's an Enterprise, I can't remember which. Sam Dodenhoff, Becky Fuda, Nathan Leibel, and Holly Tours Lance. And commissioners, this team works in what you might imagine can be a pretty charged environment. They're dispersed around the state, so they're not all working in the same office. They're dispersed throughout our wildlife districts around the state. I have to tell you that starting here in the next couple months through the winter, they have their hands full, and they are responsible for conducting our winter wolf monitoring surveys. So they're out across the state trying to put eyes, if you will, on each wolf in Oregon. And we know that they don't do that. That's an impossible task. But nonetheless, they do a very good job of that. They're out putting camera traps, as well as surveying for other physical signs, and then tracking and locating and identifying wolves. They also are our wolf trap team, in that each of these individuals will, throughout the course of the year, when the weather and timing is appropriate, they will be trapping wolves in order to collar them with either GPS or VHF radio collars for monitoring purposes. And then they're responding, as I think you all know, to wolf depredation investigations. And, they respond to many investigations. Of course, the majority of those investigations are not wolf or wolf depredations, but nonetheless, they're the ones that are interacting with the livestock producers in the community as they investigate those. And then they're engaged across the landscape. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, they're engaged doing non-lethal deterrent work with producers as well. So they have their hands full. And we're thankful that we have the additional staff support, which we did not have up until a couple of years ago. And for that, I want to recognize this team for their great work in a difficult and sometimes challenging environment. So virtual applause to you all. And I see.
Thank you.
Commissioner Woolley has something to say.
Yeah, Director Melcher, I just also want to acknowledge the wolf team. And I wholeheartedly agree that you've had to work with some really difficult and contentious issues, and you've done so with a lot of focus and intentionality. And Derek, we've had the opportunity to engage a fair amount over the years, mostly in commission meetings, but now in some of our committee work. And I've always appreciated your breadth of knowledge, your ability to take complex information and break it down into layperson's terms, and just your overall intelligence. We're not always on the same page on every issue, but it's never diminished my respect for you and what you bring to your work and your professionalism. So thank you, Derek.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And Robin, too, while you're here on the call as well, thank you so much, and your whole team.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Very good. Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Rob Lynn. Make sure the rest of the team, I guess they can watch the video review of this presentation. It'll be on syndication and reruns, I'm sure.
They're probably out working, Kurt.
I'm sure, I can tell you, I'm sure that is the case. Okay, with that, we'll go to our next award, and this award is the Volunteer Leader Award. This year's recipient is Darlene Beal, and she is out at Sauvie Island. Oh, I see, and she's complying with all the mask requirements in the workplace. I'm in office by myself. That's why I don't have mine on right now. But Darlene is, she's one of, like many of our employees, she is one who really cherishes and values our volunteers. She is, she's been described as the glue that holds the Sauvie Island office together. She is, in fact, our office coordinator at Sauvie Island. And for those of you who have not perhaps been there, I highly encourage a visit. Maybe we can do that and associated with a tour sometime in the future. She's a true asset to the wildlife area, and she is so respected by a number of volunteers that in fact they were writing letters of support for her nomination to receive this award. So with that, Darlene, I want to offer you the special virtual round of applause and tell you how much we appreciate you. And I see your coworkers in the back applauding as well. So
Okay. Thank you.
congratulations. Have a nice weekend.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, last up, commissioners, is the Dave Lisha Award. And, you know, I hate to say that there's probably not a lot of us left who remember Dave Lisha. Perhaps Commissioner Zarnowitz does. I do. I knew Dave, you know, over my career. But Dave Lisha, he worked as a salmon trout enhancement program biologist, both in Roseburg as well as in the Clackamas office. And he was another one of our employees that was just laser focused on volunteers, working with volunteers to do good things for fish, in particular fish habitat. And Dave was tragically killed in a car accident one evening after work. He had just left the Clackamas office, and someone ran actually it was a stop sign then, it's a red light now, but ran a four-way stop, and he died in that crash. So we established this award in remembrance of Dave, and in remembrance of his strong commitment to all of our volunteer programs. And this year's award winner is the Florence Step Group. And I understand that Craig Brandt is on to accept the award virtually on behalf of the Florence Step program. And I'll just say a few things about Florence Step. They, you know, they've been a fixture at the department and in our STEP program for many, many years. They're integral in our Siuslaw School District program, in the Extra Fry program there in the Siuslaw schools. They do restoration work of habitat in their local area. And like many of our volunteers, they're largely a retired workforce that has time and really puts boots on the ground for us in ways that sometimes we cannot. They're ambassadors for the STEP program and engaging with the local community and other groups in their area. And for that, Craig, we're happy and honored to present the Florence STEP Group with the Dave Lisha annual award. Craig, virtual applause. Craig, if you want to say anything on behalf of Florence Step, this is your time now. All right. And I guess he does not.
Kurt, I'd just like to say thank you for doing this, and let's all hope that next year we can share a burger with award recipients next year at the Salem headquarters. Let's all hope we can. It's a great opportunity to bring them in and give for us a chance to meet and greet those folks and tell them congratulations on a job well done.
Yep. Very good. Thanks, Commissioner.
I would echo that, Kurt, and thank you for this. At least we got a small window into this year and last year into the work that people are doing, and it's great to have. I'd also like to mention congratulations to you for being vice president of the National Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and that you will become president next year. So that's a pretty big window into your leadership. So thank you for doing these. It's just great. So yay.
All right. Thank you.
And I want to just put two bits in as well. You know, I've just been so impressed with this department and its staff. And it might sound kind of silly to people, but isn't it amazing that we live in a country where we can have 1,300 people in this state looking out for fish and wildlife and communities and continuing to do their work through plague and wildfire. And I cannot believe how kind and helpful this department has been to me when I've reached out to different people or had the few field tours that we've been able to do under really careful conditions. It's amazing. And it's, I know times are hard, but it's just really worth being thankful. It's good stuff. So, and I'm with Commissioner Labhart. Now, I always eat the best beef at home, right? So what I want is chocolate cake at the celebration next year. So just an early request from me that there also be, let us eat cake, please.
We will work on that.
I might also throw out a Commissioner Pride Award to that person up there, and it's in my left corner, Michelle Tate. I don't think that, you know, I don't know. I don't know if I'd survive this if it wasn't for her.
Hear, hear.
Thank you for the kind words, Bob.
Okay. What time do you want to reconvene, Chair Wall?
Let's be back at 1, if that works for everybody. And we will start with Exhibit D, the coastal multi-species plan. So thank you again, Kurt, for doing these. It really is tremendous. And it's great to hear from everybody. So let's stop there and come back at 1.
Okay,
Thank
see you
you.
at 1.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Michelle, did things work pretty well from your end on the technology this morning?
You know, it went fine. There's a few little glitchy things that have come up, but nothing that's not workable.
Well, I appreciate your magic.
Michelle, I am going to need your help logging into my computer because apparently I just blacked out whatever my username is. So
After the meeting, we'll connect and I'll get you that information.
sounds great. I thought I knew it and I thought it was all good and now it's not letting me in. So
And Commissioner, there may be a time reset, after you try to log in a certain number of times, then it locks you out for a period of time before it allows you to re-enter.
yeah. And then I got confused about whether, like, I was trying to log in. It wouldn't let me log in under the ODFW domain. So I was trying to log in anyway. It just, a lot of things were happening and none of them were allowing me to access the computer. So yeah.
Okay.
The exact same thing happened to me.
Oh, really?
Yes. And I couldn't get in. And so I kept trying because Michelle had done such a good job of like priming us on how to do all this. So I felt like, okay, you got to figure this out.
Yeah.
And what I found out was I wasn't connecting to my internet, which was
But
really
like, I can't even log into the computer.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
that's a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Anyway, just don't feel bad because
thank you.
I should have known that it was an internet connection problem.
Yeah. As a millennial, I pride myself on my technology use since I was like born with a computer. However, I have spent too long in the world of Macs, it seems, and I don't remember what it's like to work on a PC. So many Windowses have come out in the time since I've had a PC.
Well, it looks like it's 1:00 and people are ready to go again. So welcome back, everybody. We're ready to start the second half of the September 17th, 2021 Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission meeting. And Dr. Chris Lorien is ready to present to us on the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. So let's go right ahead, Chris, and you can start.
All right, thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Chris Lorien, and I am the Native Fish Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And today I'll be presenting an update on implementation of the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan. And I'll go ahead and get my presentation up here.
And Chris, while you're getting it up, I will mention that there are several people, I think 15 people signed up who would like to testify on this one. So just so you and the commissioners know that is coming.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So hopefully everyone can see that.
Yes.
All right. Coastal Multi-Species Conservation and Management Plan, or CMP, was developed under the Oregon's Native Fish Conservation Policy and covers salmon, steelhead, and trout in coastal watersheds from the Nicanicum River in the north to the Elk River in the south. The plan covers 6 species management units shown here, none of which are listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act. The CMP was approved by the Commission back in June 2014, and after a lengthy public process. And I'd like to specifically acknowledge the contributions that Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, and Commissioner Labhart made to plan development as stakeholder team members. So the CMP status assessment indicated that most SMUs covered by the plan are relatively healthy and most populations are viable. Desired status was to strengthen these SMUs to achieve multiple benefits, which included increased resilience to climate change. 2 populations found to be non-viable, the Elk River Fall Chinook population and the South Umpqua Spring Chinook population, were identified as the highest priorities for improvement, along with the chum salmon SMU. To address limiting factors and achieve desired status goals in the plan, it identified management strategies and actions in 4 categories, along with a comprehensive monitoring plan to inform implementation. Today, I'm going to provide an overview of implementation in each of these areas and some important key concepts to keep in mind that were used when developing the plan were a portfolio approach with different opportunities and risks in different management areas, the importance of adaptive management in response to ongoing monitoring and evaluation, and the importance of habitat and life history diversity in promoting population resilience. So before we dive into implementation, it's important to highlight some key environmental challenges that coastal populations have faced since plan approval. And one of those was a major shift in ocean conditions due to a marine heat wave, often referred to as the blob, and which was followed closely by a strong El Nino event. The result was poor ocean conditions for salmon survival, particularly in 2015 through 2017. Conditions have improved since then, particularly for biological indicators of ocean productivity. On the freshwater side, coastal watersheds have experienced severe drought conditions in 2015 and again this year, as well as very low flows, abnormally low flows in fall 2019 that resulted in significant pre-spawn mortality in some of our fall Chinook populations. So the effects of these events cumulatively have been evident in wild populations, as well as hatchery returns since plan approval, and have prompted a variety of actions that I'll be discussing today. The CMP identified a variety of hatchery fish actions intended to reduce risk to wild populations while maintaining fishing opportunities. These included release changes for smolts or pre-smolts in 19 existing programs, and all of these changes have been implemented. In several cases, these were consistent with the establishment of wild fish emphasis areas, which are the areas shown in blue on the map on the right, which account for nearly half of the area covered by the CMP. The plan also established targets, release targets for all of the programs, which number over 30 coast-wide, and the overall, with an overall slight increase in production. And releases have been consistent with plan targets, except where limitations due to disease in hatcheries or lack of brood stock have limited production. The department has also developed hatchery program summaries that track program implementation annually, as well as a variety of program-specific actions to reduce strain, as well as research, monitoring, and evaluation to inform additional actions, some of which I'll be talking about later in this presentation. Fishing actions were also intended to reduce risk to wild populations while maintaining fishing opportunities. For Chinook salmon, these actions included regulation changes to protect the early run component of our coastal Chinook populations, as well as development of a Chinook salmon harvest sliding scale to adjust wild Chinook bag limits with cycles of abundance. The figure on the right is an example showing trends in abundance in Chinook salmon on the North Coast since 1987. And so we used the sliding scale has 3 different bag limits, depending on whether returns are in the green, yellow, or red sections of this graph over time. Because this approach uses abundance forecasts and a benchmark data set, it's responsive to short-term cycles and long-term trends due to climate change. Chinook returns are strongly tied to ocean conditions, and so the recent downturn has triggered bag limit reductions and conservation closures in 2019 and 2020, as well as a variety of additional actions to reduce risk from harvest. In addition to Chinook actions, the department has implemented fishing actions for other species, including new wild winter steelhead opportunity and harvest opportunity in 3 management areas. Since plan approval, ODF&W has implemented a variety of predation actions in the plan that aim to better understand the impacts of avian predators, reduce predation impacts, and avoid non-native fish introductions. And finally, the 4th category, habitat actions, which are the key to achieving the desired status goals in the plan, as well as increasing resilience to climate and ocean change impacts. So habitat restoration is occurring at multiple scales throughout the CMP area, including several major estuary restoration projects in recent years. ODF&W is also currently working on a prioritization that will help direct habitat protection and restoration efforts, where it will have the most benefits for native fish now and into the future. And the department is also playing a key role in several important planning and implementation efforts on the coast, including the development of habitat conservation plans. As I mentioned earlier, the CMP outlined a comprehensive monitoring plan that has largely been implemented, with annual data being collected for all 6 SMUs. And in addition, there's been focused monitoring in management areas with wild steelhead harvest opportunity that has indicated that harvest rates in those areas are consistent with limits in the plan. Monitoring in the CMP area falls under several entities within ODF&W. And so wildfish monitoring summaries that are part of our annual reporting are an invaluable tool for organizing and presenting this information. In addition to monitoring, several important research projects have been completed or are in progress to inform management, including multiple projects focused on Elk River Chinook salmon and genetic research conducted in collaboration with the State Fisheries Genomics Lab. As I mentioned earlier, the plan identified 3 implementation priorities, which I'll discuss next. One of the priorities was the Elk River fall Chinook population, which was identified as non-viable in the plan. A subsequent reassessment in 2019, using a refined data set, confirmed that the probability of long-term persistence for this population is low unless productivity is improved. A high proportion of hatchery fish on the spawning grounds, or PHOS, is thought to be one of the primary limiting factors for this population and a cause for low productivity, along with habitat limiting factors. So multiple actions have been taken to reduce PHOS in the Elk River, and collectively, these actions have achieved the PHOS reduction called for in the plan. Wild spawner abundance trends, which are shown in the figure on the bottom right, and I'm going to be showing several figures like this throughout the presentation that come from our wildfish monitoring summaries. And so basically those figures show abundance trends with the years on the x-axis and the abundance estimate on the y-axis. Each blue dot represents a year of monitoring, and the black line indicates the 5-year trend. The area in the gray box is the area since plan approval. And the lines, dotted lines indicate our critical abundance and desired abundance thresholds. And I'll talk a little bit more about those a little bit later in the presentation. So looking at the trends in recent years for Elk River, we've seen an encouraging stability in this population despite really challenging conditions that these fish have faced, with fish staying well above the critical abundance threshold identified in the plan. ODF&W has also proactively implemented fishery changes in Elk River, including a marked selective fishery in 2020 and again this year to increase wild escapement. And there's also exciting habitat restoration work in Elk River that's in progress. And there's lots to say about Elk River. The Oregon Hatchery Research Center is also conducting research on olfactory imprinting at Elk River Hatchery that could further reduce hatchery strain in the future. South Umpqua Spring Chinook were another priority identified in the plan due to viability concerns. The recent downturn hit this small population particularly hard, as you can see from the returns in 2018 and 2019, when this population dropped down just into the dozens below 50 fish. Numbers have increased since then, but ODF&W remains very concerned about this population and enacted a marked selective fishery in the main stem Umpqua in 2020 and again in this year to minimize fishery impacts on these fish as they transit the main stem. The South Umpqua is also closed to Chinook harvest. ODF&W is also developing a harvest sliding scale for Umpqua Spring Chinook, similar in concept to the fall Chinook sliding scale I discussed earlier, that will include a critical abundance trigger for the South Umpqua population, which was not addressed in the plan. Ultimately, addressing habitat limiting factors is the primary need for South Umpqua Spring Chinook, and a work group has been formed with representatives from several agencies and the Cow Creek Tribe of Umpqua Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians, to identify short and long-term actions to support this population. One outcome has been improvements to the ladder at South Umpqua Falls in 2020 to aid fish passage to upstream holding pools in the South Umpqua. Improving the status of chum salmon was the other high priority implementation need identified in the plan. ODFW has continued and expanded chum monitoring and is coordinating with the State Fisheries Genomics Lab to better understand genetic structure of coastal chum populations. This information will help inform implementation of the chum restoration strategy that's outlined in the plan. Chum returns in recent years have been variable, but they appear to have weathered the recent downturn in ocean conditions relatively well and have shown an increasing trend since the early 1990s. The CMP identified priorities, but also anticipated that implementation would need to be dynamic and adaptive as new information became available. Next, I'm going to talk about two priorities that have emerged since plan approval. And the first is the Coquille Chinook salmon population. This population has historically been very robust, with spawner abundance rarely dropping below 5,000 fish over the last 30 years. But the last 3 years, returns have fallen far below critical abundance threshold and to extremely low levels for this population that are unprecedented in the recent record. Ocean conditions almost certainly played a part in this downturn, but an assessment by ODFW's RED group pointed to the recently established smallmouth bass population in the Coquille Basin, along with a striped bass population that's been established for a long time in the Coquille, but seems to be increasing in abundance as important factors in the decline of fall Chinook in the Coquille. In response, ODFW has implemented fishery restrictions to minimize fishery-related mortality for wild fish, including a closed fishery this year, and taken emergency actions to reduce bass predation risk. ODFW has also taken actions to sustain the hatchery program, which has also experienced very low returns. Responding to the situation in the Coquille has required considerable internal and external coordination, including extensive external coordination with the Coquille Indian tribe, who has been closely involved in implementing several of the actions I discussed above, including emergency removal of bass in the system. Another emerging priority is our North Umpqua summer steelhead. This population has also experienced declines since plan approval that are similar to what we've seen in other populations covered by the plan. And these recent lows have not been unexpected given recent conditions and are consistent with lows in the historical record. However, preliminary data indicate that this year's return will be anomalously low and continue this downward trend. There's also been a pattern of fire in this basin in recent years, and spawning strongholds for summer steelhead are among the only unburned areas remaining. So next steps is that ODFW plans to conduct a full assessment of factors that may explain declines in this population, including changes in habitat due to temperature flow and other factors, predators, particularly smallmouth bass in the Umpqua, the hatchery program, and ocean conditions. And this analysis is intended to guide future actions for North Umpqua summer steelhead. I'd also note that the department is undergoing a comprehensive planning process associated with the loss of Rock Creek Hatchery, which occurred due to fire in 2020. ODFW is moving slowly through the process with insurance carriers. So we still don't have clarity on what the final settlement might look like. But in the absence of that, we're developing a range of options for rebuild, both in the basin and potentially outside the basin. We've also looked at current and future flows, temperatures, and disease incidents in the basin. Our plan is to bring all this information out to the public in 2022 to gather input on what the public would like to see in terms of outcomes moving forward in light of some of the major changes that I've seen in the basin and the projections for the future. So we've taken a deep dive into several conservation priorities that have emerged and were identified in the plan. But it's also important to keep in mind that what we're looking for and trying to build in these populations is resilience, the capacity to bounce back from challenging conditions. And this is going to be particularly important moving into the future with climate and ocean change. And what we've seen is that most populations have exhibited resilience. An example is North Coast winter steelhead, shown in the graph on the right. which fell below critical abundance in 2018 and 2019. But we're back up near desired abundance in 2020. And this is a pattern we've seen across populations in the SMU, with many populations having declines that would be expected during a period of very challenging, very low or relatively low marine survival and some of the freshwater conditions we've seen. But all populations, except for the few exceptions I mentioned earlier in this presentation, we're back above critical abundance in 2020. And so we've seen that pattern throughout the different species and populations covered by this plan. In summary, recent returns reflect the challenging environmental conditions we've had since plan approval. These populations were riding relatively high when the plan was approved due to several years of excellent ocean conditions. And so it was a pretty drastic turn of events in terms of the change in ocean conditions and the freshwater conditions we saw during those first 5 years. However, there's also been signs of improvement in 2020, and the department will be continuing to look at all these monitoring results closely to see if that continues. We've had significant implementation progress for plan actions in all management categories, and plan implementation and adaptive management have been responsive to the downturn we've seen. ODF&W has a variety of adaptive management efforts underway that will continue and will respond to additional needs. And climate change considerations are integral to plan implementation. And one final note is that the plan calls for reassessment of SMUs and populations every 12 years. So the first 12-year plan assessment will begin following the 2026 return year. And so that will be the first big check-in on reassessment of these populations. So with that, I know I burned through that pretty quickly, but I also want to make sure we had plenty of time for questions. So I will end it there.
Thank you, Chris. I'm just checking to see if we have hands up from the commissioners. And it looks like we do. I was going to say we don't yet, but we do. So Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris, for this presentation. And on the North Umpqua, I look forward to seeing that the department is, as you stated, do a full assessment of all the conditions affecting particularly the summer steel, the wild summer steelhead in that area, and including in the range of options for any hatchery work in the area, including from no hatchery all the way to, probably what it was before, but to look at all those different aspects from habitat, potential climate change conditions, current conditions that are obviously going to take years to recover, and the potential that the Steamboat Creek area may burn itself in the future. That all those things are taken into account and then brought back to the commission for the commission to give direction at that point in time. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Wolf.
Okay, thank you. So for a given SMU, how many, in your estimation, how many consecutive years of below level populations would it take for an entire SMU to shut down? I know that's kind of a bit of a vague, no exact answer type of question, but I'm just kind of wondering off the top of your head how you're thinking about.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, maybe I can provide a little bit more clarity as I meant to in the presentation, but I kind of missed my cue there. One of the things that the plan in identifying critical abundance thresholds for these populations, and in some cases where monitoring occurs at the stratum level, which is a collection of populations, we developed those critical abundance thresholds, was the idea that we wanted to have a threshold that was well above, when we're conducting population viability analyses, we set thresholds that are, where we have serious short-term concerns about, basically a downward spiral towards extinction. The critical abundance thresholds are set well above that level. Those are levels that are kind of around the historic lows that we've seen in the past of these populations. So when they reach that level, we know that that's the time for major action to think about what we need to do to ensure that there's not a long-term decline and that we're not staying down in that level. So we certainly don't expect populations to remain strong every year. These populations cycle, and the recent downturn we saw was a particularly severe one, similar to what we saw in the 90s. And you can look back through the records, and I encourage you to do so. You can see in several of these cases where we kind of drop down to similar levels in a lot of these populations. So that's how the critical abundance thresholds were developed and thought about in the plan, is that this is the time we want to have kind of early warning that we're down in the danger zone, and it's time to think about actions and really, kind of step up our vigilance in those areas. And in many cases where we have fisheries, that's when the fisheries are we reduce fishery impacts as much as we can by closing wild harvest, things like that. So in terms of what we would think about in terms of an entire SMU being of concern, is that, I guess I'm wondering if that's your question.
Yes, I mean, if you're getting below critical level for consecutive years throughout an SMU, I mean, what's the most drastic thing? I know that there are incremental changes and adjustments that you consider, but it seems like at some point it would just be time to close up shop if temporarily, if that critical level, that threshold was not reached for consecutive years. That's what I'm.
Okay, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, I think I understand your question better now. Thanks for clarification. I guess I would say that the differences among these SMUs are significant in terms of how many constituent populations they have, and so how those decisions would be made. In many cases, like with our fall Chinook populations, we have a lot of different populations, and they responded very differently to the recent downturn. So we had some populations that remained relatively strong throughout the recent downturn, while other ones had 1 to 2 years below critical abundance. I think the department thinks about those populations as being the foundation for SMU sustainability. So we think about these decisions at the population level and sometimes at the strata level, and depending on how our monitoring is implemented. But I think the SMUs where what you're talking about would be particularly salient would be those SMUs like summer steelhead and spring Chinook, where we have just 2 populations in each of those. And I think that's where if you saw a downturn, simultaneous downturn in those that lasted for multiple years, that's where you would start to really think about significant additional actions. I guess maybe I would, I saw Sean turn on his camera, so maybe I'll see if he wants to also weigh in on this question.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so I think Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, I think you can look at recent history in the Coquille, kind of a glimpse into how the department might consider this at a larger scale. So we had below critical abundance there for 3 years, but still declining. And in that case, this year we've shut off all fishing in the basin. We took incremental actions up until that point. So it's kind of a combination of looking at what are the environmental conditions and what is the expected returns here? And then are we going below what we might expect? And are we heading in a different direction relative to other SMUs or populations? And then when all that combines, you make the call that incremental actions at that point are no longer enough, and we need to shut things off. Ultimately, we're still going to need to focus on the habitat, and if things are going down that quickly, it's tough to turn around.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Labhart.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Chris, thanks for the presentation. I'd like to just elaborate a little bit. I really like the action that we've taken on the Coquille. You know, it's down there where it's pretty telling that we needed to take some pretty serious action. So I like what the department did there. As you know, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde and I took a tour of the North Umpqua and stopped at Rock Creek Hatchery and talked with a number of folks about some of the issues that they believe is critical to the fishery in the North Umpqua, Rock Creek Hatchery, the basin. And I'd like to just add on to Commissioner Zarnowitz's statements about taking a methodical, well thought out approach that you mentioned. You know, Rock Creek Hatchery is an important hatchery for spring Chinook, coho, trout, and summer steelhead. And summer steelhead are one of the issues that's being faced there. No decisions have been made on Rock Creek, as I understand. And so doing a methodical approach, taking a look at the basin, you know, looking at, as you said, predators, hatchery, habitat, harvest, all of those things, I think is a good approach for the long term for the program. And I particularly like the idea of developing options that would be brought back to the commission so that we could look at it and options all the way from, as Commissioner Zarnowitz said, doing nothing to different options all the way up into restoration of what has happened there before. So I think that's a good methodical, well thought out approach, and I'm probably going to support that. So, thank you.
Other commissioners want to comment yet or ask questions? Just one or a couple quick questions, and then I'd like to make one comment. Chris, could you say just a bit more about what the desired abundance is based on?
Yes, Chair Wall, thanks for the question. Desired abundance in this plan was developed during the stakeholder process and is a level that we want to reach with these populations to achieve a variety of fishery benefits, increased viability, and the other ecological and cultural benefits that these fish provide. So in this plan, the abundance estimates were basically to improve from the current status, and it was based on a kind of moving up within the distribution. So we wanted the highs to be higher, and we wanted the median to increase across time. And basically, the idea behind that was that most of these populations were doing well, are relatively healthy, and that we're looking to increase the benefits from these populations, both from fisheries and, like I said, the ecological and cultural benefits that these fish provide. And so that desired status abundance is based on that, and was something that was achieved consensus in those stakeholder team meetings.
Thank you. We have a lot of people that want to speak, so I'll just mention that I also support what Commissioner Zarnowitz described, which is to get an assessment. And what I understand is that staff have been doing a ton of work in these basins where there are emerging problems or where there were problems that we knew about, like the spring Chinook one, going into the CMP. And I can't think of very many days when I would want to have traded places with staff for the kinds of questions that are in front of people. These are tough. They're very tough. when I listened to the list of assessment pieces that Commissioner Zarnowitz mentioned, I agree with those. We have the condition of the wild stocks. We have the importance right now, even more than in the past, of the life history diversity in order to be resilient. The climate change impacts are critical and hard to sometimes even tease out how they're playing out, but clearly they're there. So I agree very much with the notion of careful assessment. And I think with the CMP, 2026 is when we'll reassess. What seems clear based on what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 summers and what we've seen in the Columbia and elsewhere in the Klamath, all over the place, that 2026 is the time to reassess. The time now is more for adaptive management, and that's what we're beginning to look at, or not beginning. You've been looking at these for a long time, and I think that getting the full range of options in front of us makes a lot of sense. But I think that it's important to look at 2026 is when we'll come back with a later assessment, but to wait until that assessment before we take these adaptive management actions doesn't make sense. And that's what I took from the way we're looking at it now, is that we need this package of adaptive management now because the situation just drives us to that, if you will. So I definitely appreciate the way we're looking at the North Umpqua wild steelhead, or wild summer steelhead. I think there are a couple others that need to be in that short list of ones that we're focused on now, a little bit like we're focused on the steelhead in the Columbia. The Coquille false Chinook clearly fall in that. It's incredibly discouraging to see what's going on with that. I think because my experience with the CMP and decades of work in Elk River, it falls in that as well. And I think that we can come back to that later. I would also look at the South Umpqua Spring Chinook. I know that one got below 50 at one point. I think it hit down to 24 or something. So those 4 seem to me to be kind of rising to the, if there's a small group to keep in close contact with and report back sooner, and look at a range of management actions, adaptive management actions, that makes a lot of sense. I don't have other questions right now, but I think unless you or Sean have any comments based on what the commissioners have said so far, we can go to the people who would like to testify. Okay.
Thanks, Chair Wall. I don't have any further comments.
Okay. Then what we have 15 people who would like to testify. Each person has, of course, 3 minutes, and we have I'll just say the names in groups of 5 so people can know when they're coming up. The first group is Peter Tronquet, Kirk Blaine, Ken Carloni, Jeffrey Dose, and Betty McRae. So if we can start then with Peter Tronquet.
Can you hear me, Mary?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, and you can see me?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Technology.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director Melcher, and Dr. Lorian. My name is Peter Tronquet. I live on the mid-Oregon coast, just across the Yaquina River Bridge from Newport. I served as a member of public advisory groups that helped ODFW construct some of the first salmon and steelhead conservation plans, management plans that are required by the Oregon Native Fish Conservation Policy. I began with the Rogue Spring Chinook Plan, followed by the Rogue River SMU Fall Chinook Plan, and most recently the Multi-Species Coastal Management Plan as a stakeholder for the Umpqua watershed. That's 15 years of work and counting, I guess. The commission approved plans have always had a hands-off period, which allows management actions to be implemented as agreed and monitors progress towards desired status goals. as Dr. Lorian talked about. Abundance or viability targets that predict the persistence of individual populations. Even though the CMP included an implementation review after 5 years, and Dr. Lorian just walked you through that, conservation plans typically don't allow meaningful revisions for 10 or more years. That was a 12-year note that Mary mentioned. No one wants to change plans that required so much work and consensus building, and I understand that. But for those of you who visited the North Umpqua with us this summer, witnessed the destruction caused by the Archie Creek fire, heard about the 5-year decline in the most renowned of wild summer steelhead populations, it should be obvious that rigorous adaptive management has never been more urgent. In fact, specific language in the CMP implementation OAR directs ODFW to pursue alternate actions to change the trajectory of declining wild fish populations or improve progress towards desired status. In the current climate change environment, the conservation plans set in stone will fail. I commend the regional biologists who closed their rivers to fishing this summer. That's crisis adaptive management. But the best adaptive management should be anticipatory more than reactive. This year, the North Umpqua return of wild summers will be the lowest on record. We can wait for improvements in ocean conditions, most often management default, or we can follow the science. Summers, too many upper basin hatchery spawners, and eliminate the North Umpqua summer steelhead hatchery program, monitoring the results for 2 generations. The key is having the courage to change what we can control. I have worked with some outstanding ODFW planners, so this is not a call to rewrite conservation plans. But where a plan is clearly not constructed for a future with less snow, more fires, and lethal river temperatures, ODFW needs to regroup and embrace adaptive management as the best strategy to allow the fish to compensate and then to persist into the future. So that's my take on it. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to hold questions till the end, so don't go too far away. Kirk Blaine.
Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Kirk Blaine. I'm the Southern Oregon Regional Coordinator for Native Fish Society, and I reside in Roseburg. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in regards to the Coastal Multi-Species Conservation Management Plan, specifically the North Umpqua River. I appreciate Dr. Lorian highlighting this watershed as an emerging priority for the CMP. Since the adoption of the CMP in 2014, the ODFW Commission has adopted a climate and ocean change policy, highlighting a limiting factor only briefly discussed in the creation of the CMP. As a commission, you have all been extensively briefed and understand the impacts and utmost importance of factoring this policy into all management moving forward. According to the Climate and Ocean Change Key Principles for Species and Habitat Management, the department should plan for real-time adaptive management of hatcheries, wildlife areas, and harvest to account for potential impacts to fish and wildlife populations during periods of adverse environmental conditions such as high water temperatures, low river flow, low oxygen water, or fire. Continuing, the Climate and Ocean Change Policy Implementation section states, the department should prioritize conservation actions for native species and their habitats to be most efficient and effective in achieving conservation outcomes. Given the adverse environmental conditions of high water temperatures, low river flows, large-scale fires, and the consistent and continued decline of wild summer steelhead population in the North Umpqua River, we ask the department to implement real-time adaptive management that can help set the North Umpqua's famed wild summer steelhead back on the road to recovery. We are at a tipping point for summer steelhead in the North Umpqua Basin. We must minimize those impacts to wild summer steelhead that we can control, in this case, hatcheries and harvest, in order to ensure the most efficient and effective conservation outcomes moving forward. We commend ODFW for taking adaptive management action this summer regarding fishing regulations and catch and release mortality. It is now time to address hatchery impacts affecting these waters. We ask the Commission to put a moratorium on summer steelhead hatchery releases in the North Umpqua River. This adaptive management change will most effectively and efficiently achieve conservation outcomes for the North Umpqua wild summer steelhead, as required by the Climate and Ocean Change Policy, and will help achieve a positive change within the existing adaptive management guidelines of the CMP. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Kirk. Ken Carloni.
Thank you all for allowing me to comment on the impacts of changing watershed conditions on North Umpqua summer steelhead. My name is Ken Carloni, and I am a forest ecologist with a particular focus on historic fire regimes in the Pacific Northwest, and have lived in the Umpqua Valley since 1982. By way of a bit of background, over 3/4 of the 131,000 acre Archie Creek fire in the North Umpqua drainage burned at moderate to high intensity. This will have important near and long-term impacts on salmonids, particularly summer steelhead. Concerning decreased summer low flows, much of the burned area will either be replanted or will naturally regenerate to dense, even-age stands of young trees. After analyzing paired watershed experiments set up in the 1960s, Perry and Jones in 2016 found that summer low flows in plantation streams in the clear-cut watersheds remained at half the volume of streams in the old growth forest of the uncut watersheds 50 to 60 years after logging was completed. Therefore, we can expect summer low flows to not recover to historic levels for at least the next century. Concerning decreased resistance to stand replacing wildfire, an analysis of the 2013 Douglas Complex fire by Zald and Dunn in 2018 showed that even age plantations are far more likely to burn at high severity than older primary forests. The conversion of much of the North Umpqua drainage to young uniform timber stands by decades of clear cutting and by the Archie Creek and other 21st century fires means that future wildfires are more likely to be hotter, larger, and harder to control than historic fires. And concerning debris flows, over the next few decades, we can expect soils damaged by the 21st century fires to deliver tons of silt into the North Umpqua tributaries and to cause catastrophic slope failures, especially in heavily eroded checkerboard of BLM and industrial lands. While small infrequent landslides are an important mechanism for delivering gravel to spawning streams, larger and more frequent slides will have a significant impact on North Umpqua salmonids. These substantial changes in watershed conditions will place both constant and episodic stressors on North Umpqua summer steelhead, particularly in the next few decades. We believe that the greater allelic diversity of wild fish, along with the epigenetic diversity that comes from being reared in chemically and spatially varied streams rather than uniform concrete tanks, will give a purely wild run a greater chance of surviving the challenges of these new conditions. And therefore, we urge you to seriously consider discontinuing the summer steelhead program on the North Umpqua River and instead investing in the habitats needed to sustain resilient wild fish populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Jeffrey Dose. I think you're on mute still. Nope. I'm having trouble here. I can't hear you yet.
I think I got it.
There. Okay, there you go.
Thank you. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you some thoughts on a topic of great importance to me and many of my friends and fellow anglers. That topic is the serious decline of North Umpqua wild summer steelhead population. My name is Jeff Dose. I reside in Roseburg along the North Umpqua River. I'm a retired fisheries biologist with 31 years of experience in the Umpqua Basin. I'm currently the president of Steamboaters and member of a number of different organizations concerned with the health of the North Umpqua River. The topic I'd like to address is what I clearly believe is a needed and appropriate change to the CMP. Specifically, since adoption of the CMP, there has been some dramatically changed conditions to the environment within the North Umpqua Basin from wildfires and accelerated climate change. And also the status of wild summer steelhead population has also changed with a substantial declining trend. There is a potential action supported by the scientific community that could be taken to reverse this decline or at least help. The action is entirely within the purview of the department. That is to eliminate the adverse impacts from the summer steelhead hatchery program. The department has limited authority regarding a multitude of environmental factors, such as land management practices, water withdrawals, etc. In the declining trend of wild summer steelhead, but you do have considerable authority with the biological factors. Fortunately, we have an example of the potential effectiveness of this biological response with a closely related population that is a significant upward trend of the North Umpqua wild winter steelhead subsequent to the cessation of the hatchery program. The population dramatically rebounded after 2 generations without hatchery fish. The environmental and biological conditions affecting the long-term persistence and abundance of wild North Umpqua summer steelhead represents a great risk. The social and economic benefits from a robust run of wild North Umpqua summer steelhead are great, but they are threatened. One action that you, the Commission, can take to reverse this trajectory is to amend the CMP to eliminate the North Umpqua summer steelhead hatchery program. It won't solve all the threats, but it will go a long way towards that goal. One final thought: the genetic diversity inherent in a wild steelhead population will provide for greatly improved resiliency that will be needed to cope with the changing environmental conditions. Thank you. Oh, as an aside, Director Melcher, Commissioner Zarnovich, I also worked with Dave Lisha when I first came to Roseburg in the 80s, and really appreciated, it was a tragedy to lose him. He was a true professional that really cared about community action. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. And we'll go to Becky McRae, but just before you start, Becky, let me tell you who the next 5 people are after you. David Moskowitz, Nick Chambers, Joe Janowitz, Leonard Krug, and Lyle Curtis. So go ahead, Becky.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. My name is Becky McRae, and I am the president of the North Umpqua Foundation. We have a small condo in Tigard and a home on the beautiful North Umpqua River in Glide. A favorite saying of my mom was, "Why wish for a loaf of bread when you could wish for the grocery store?" You have just heard a variety of compelling reasons to ask for that grocery store, AKA a permanent ban on producing hatchery summer steelhead. Kirk Blaine described how continued releases of hatchery summer steelhead are contributing to the overarching effects of climate and ocean change and depleting our wild summer steelhead runs. Ken Carloni explained the drastic changes in habitats from the effects of the Archie Creek fire and how wild fish genetics will tolerate those changes better than their hatchery-reared competitors. Jeff Dose asked you to consider the grave concern, current status, and long-term persistence of wild summer steelhead in the North Umpqua, highlighting a real-life example of success in the North Umpqua Basin, namely the increasing trend in the wild winter steelhead population after that hatchery program was eliminated. Similar management would quite possibly result in the recovery of the wild summer steelhead. Peter Tronquet captured the fact that the CMP is designed to facilitate adaptive management changes when there are changed circumstances on the ground, or monitoring indicates that populations are not trending toward the planned goals, both of which we are seeing right now for the North Umpqua summer steelhead. It may come as a surprise, but today we are only asking for that loaf of bread. a temporary minimum 10-year pause of the hatchery summer steelhead program to improve the health and resilience of the wild summer program population. With a wild winter steelhead, it took 2 generations to see an adaptive management response, and that population continues to thrive. I might add, however, if you feel so indulged to walk down the aisle and add a little peanut butter and jelly to the loaf and extend the pause for more than 10 years, we would be happy to spread it. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Becky. Let's go to David Moskowitz.
Hi, this is David Moss. Hi, this is David. Can you hear me?
Yes. And
Thank
see
you very much. Okay, great. Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, David Moskowitz with the Conservation Angler. Just as an aside, I want to start with this because I want to recognize Director Melcher's great job in recognizing the ODFW staff. And I've been to many of those August presentations, and I'm always struck by how much he knows about the staff personally. And it's just it's really, I think it's an exceptional aspect of Director Melcher's time with the agency. And I really respect that. I'm sure everybody misses being in person, but I just wanted to make that statement. I think it would be a really nice thing for the public to be able to weigh in well on the exceptional work the department staff does. And then personally, I want to recognize Michelle Tate for keeping us all connected in this weird virtual world in the past year and a half. So thank you for your great work, Michelle. So I wanted to just point out that I guess I also want to say, I want to concur with a statement that Commissioner Spellbrink made in the preceding presentation about whale entanglements in the crab fishery. And he confirmed with the staff that adaptive management, in the words he used, was baked into the plan when something is wrong or has changed. And I think that's exactly where we are with the North Umpqua. So I'm really been very heartened by some of the comments from the commissioners today in recognizing that important management tool that is available to the department, and also the highlighting of the change conditions that have happened in the North Umpqua very recently. I want to, the Conservation Angler concurs in all the remarks that have been made by preceding speakers from Native Fish Society and the Steamboaters and Umpqua Watersheds and the North Umpqua Foundation. I'd like to just point out, looking at some of the elements that Dr. Lorien spoke about regarding the CMP and looking at some of the documents that were available. And it looks like wild fish, wild steelhead, wild summer steelhead they're estimated to have been 30% of the hatchery brood stock, but there's no data available. And presumably this data was lost in the Archer Creek fire when the Rock Creek hatchery burned down. There's also, over time, there's been some pretty big losses of juvenile steelhead from the egg to fry to smolt stage. And so, but the 30% of those fish that are lost that are wild fish, it's significant. And I think sort of the wild steelhead, the point I want to make is the wild summer steelhead of the North Umpqua are safer left in the North Umpqua. They're going to be more productive. They're better adapted. And it is just critical that we move towards that kind of management within this plan. The one point that is in the hatchery evaluation is that there's a high level of hatchery fish in the natural spawning areas, although the plan talks about that number being overestimated. Even if it is significantly overestimated, any number over 10 is probably is too high, and possibly even 5%, anything over 5% is too high if you look at some of the current research on that issue. But I
Dave,
very much,
You could
yes,
get to, yeah.
wrapping up. Thank you very much. I was actually hoping to come in under 3 because I have such a good record of being over 3, and so pardon me for that. But I did want to start with my comments about Director Melcher. But thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Next is Nick Chambers.
Chair Wall, members of the commission, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Nick Chambers, and I'm originally from the Grants Pass area. Although I currently live in Washington State, through my early 20s, my entire world extended from the Klamath River north to the Umpqua. I was raised as a hunter and an angler, and have been fortunate enough to spend more than 20 years fishing for steelhead throughout Oregon and their native range. During many of those years, I've spent well over 200 days a year on the water, both conducting research and fishing for steelhead. I'm now 35 years old, and I'm increasingly concerned that I might not be able to fish for or interact with wild steelhead for the next 20 years, or even more on my home rivers in Oregon. And that's not to mention the next generation of anglers who come after me, who may not have the same opportunities that I've had. And on that note, I do want to personally thank Greg Hutchko and ODFW staff who had the foresight to close the fishery this year, just due to the poor returns in freshwater conditions. And unfortunately, I have no doubt that we will see a repeat of this year in the future. And the only way for wild fish to persist through these really tough years is to take the most precautionary approach that we can right now. And this is just an absolutely necessary step to ensure that wild fish have the most genetic material to draw from in order for them to adapt to this unpredictable future that we're facing. And captive breeding and rearing is one of the most well-studied topics in fish and wildlife management. There are thousands upon thousands of publicly funded research papers out there covering dozens of species. And the biological mechanisms that result in rapid domestication exist almost universally across all of these species, and that includes salmonids. And these effects are generally regarded as unavoidable and deeply problematic among the scientific community. And that is especially true when this is used to augment harvest. And, this is really in despite of decades of research to mitigate these effects. And steelhead are certainly no exception within this body of research. And one of the primary long-term effects of hatchery releases on wild populations is a reduction in genetic diversity, and therefore a reduction in their adaptability and resilience to things like climate change. And, I do want to give hatchery fish their credit where it's due. They often do provide the opportunity to harvest that might not exist otherwise. I grew up harvesting fish and game animals, and I can appreciate the value that it offers. But I really think there needs to be a balance between the type of fisheries that exist. Oregon has numerous summer steelhead fisheries, but nearly all of these have releases of hatchery steelhead. Wild steelhead provide a different type of fishery that generally has a longer season over a much more spread out area than hatchery-based fisheries, and offer a very different type of fishing experience. And I hope that others can have the same experiences and discoveries that I did as a kid on the Rogue and the Klamath and the Umpqua, chasing and encountering these steelhead in their natural environment. And I really hope that I'm not the last generation to fish for wild steelhead, but I'm becoming less and less certain that that's going to be the case. And so what I'm asking you for is just a balance where we're managing our last best places, including the North Umpqua, solely for wild steelhead, and we reserve hatchery fish for other places that have a lower potential for hosting abundant wild steelhead runs into the future. With that, I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Nick. Joe, and I believe I have your name, Janowitz.
That's correct.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you when you ask the question, but I didn't hear anything else. So.
Okay, you can hear me now, though?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Janowitz, and I am a stakeholder representing Curry and Adamus Fishermen and its 150 members. I live in Gold Beach. I've been working with ODFW staff and other stakeholders on the RSP, Conservation Management Plan, for many months. Like other hatcheries, we raise our fish so sportsmen may have an increased harvest opportunity. We work closely with STEP, ODFW biologists, and the Salmon and Trout Advisory Committee. We support and provide public education programs. Our volunteers work to aid Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife in achieving their objectives. We work closely with both STEP and STAC to ensure harvest does not exceed fish populations' reproductive capability. And we work to help rehabilitate and improve natural habitat and improve natural fish stocks. At the same time, providing hatchery fish to be caught, thereby relieving some pressure on native stocks. Our hatcheries and their many volunteers work tirelessly to improve habitat and harvest opportunities all over the state. Our hatcheries are an integral part of the communities they are in. The increased harvest opportunities we provide help bring folks to our communities and contribute to the local businesses and their overall economies. Without the fishery we help sustain here in this small community, many small businesses would likely cease to exist. Our hatcheries work to educate the public on the life cycles of salmonids and encourage practices that enhance salmonid populations. Our hatchery volunteers are one of the tools in ODFW's toolbox to help achieve improved numbers and healthy fish stocks. We provide free labor and countless hours of expertise guided by STEP biologists and aiding them in research and monitoring, as well as the aforementioned habitat improvement and increasing fish stocks. Please do not throw these fish and volunteers out with the bathwater to accommodate emotional, unproven theories provided by some groups. We pay our highly qualified ODFW staff to advise on these matters and should follow the science they provide. Please don't confuse social issues with real science and follow the ODFW biologist's scientific recommendations and keep our hatcheries open and viable. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Joe. Leonard Krug. Leonard?
Thank you, Chair Wall, and respected commissioners and Director Melcher. The fact is, the request for the elimination of the Umpqua Steelhead Hatchery Program has no scientific basis and is a very, very bad idea. My name is Leonard Krug, and I'm the president of the Oregon Anglers Alliance and longtime Salmon Trout Enhancement Program volunteer. I need to let you know that habitat, hatcheries, and harvest are the reasons we exist. With the pervasive effects of climate change, we need to look first to our STEP groups as a tool to continue our education and outreach in our communities, to continue to safeguard our riparian areas and water quality so that our wild fish and our environment may thrive. After all, the STEP communities are the original wild fish conservation advocates. And at the same time, we are hatchery fish advocates. According to the Native Fish Conservation Plan, the definition of a native fish is a fish that is indigenous, that may be either of natural origin or of hatchery origin. All fish provide incredible benefits to our communities, cultural and economic well-being, but they also help to nourish and protect our environment and the ecosystems within them. The anti-hatchery groups claim that there's a risk to maintaining hatchery supplementation. The majority of opinion in science is that they are not considered a limiting factor. The risk of reducing or eliminating the Umpqua Summer Steelhead Program is far greater than any perceived risk that may be incurred from the propagation of native fish. We do not want to starve our environment or the communities that depend on it. As you know, there are groups working hard to degrade our habitat and groups working hard to eliminate our hatcheries and harvest. There is no evidence of a balanced hatchery program being a threat to the viability of any natural origin fish. ODFW expert opinion is that in this case, they are not considered a limiting factor. ODFW tells us that eliminating hatchery and harvest will not ensure increases in abundance. It is habitat and ocean conditions that dictate returns. The OAA represents Oregon businesses, their communities, and the angling public to allow the special interest groups to dictate our management strategies based on a perceived crisis and emotion will not yield positive results for the fish, the environment, or our communities. We only ask that you rule on the side of science and listen to the people that we pay to guide us through it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Leonard. Lyle Curtis.
Hello, you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon. So what I'd like to say is, as consumers of our natural resources, hunters and anglers have an extensive history as the original conservationists. The monies they expend and donate support the activities that manage our natural resources. The salient goal of the sporting community is healthy, robust populations containing excess that contribute to recreation, jobs, and the economy, now and for generations to come. A more recent phenomenon is the rise of environmental groups who view our natural resources as something to be viewed through the glass and not touched. To this end, everything is treated as a crisis requiring the restriction and removal of human activity. There's an extensive body of examples demonstrating the positive impacts of intervention by conservation-minded individuals and groups, resulting in healthy, robust populations that contribute to recreation, jobs, and the economy. These activities are conducted under the guidance of trained professionals. ODFW has dedicated staff whose job it is to study and monitor our fish and game population. They gather volumes of data annually and have incredible volumes of historical data, which is distilled into text and charts and presented as recommendations for management action. Even so, there are unfortunately examples where the crisis lobby influence has resulted in staff recommendations being tabled in favor of capitulating to the loudest voices. OAA would like to respectfully request that recommendations of professional staff based on science, study, and experience be appropriately weighted versus the crisis lobby. I was graciously allowed to run long the last time I spoke, and I'll yield the remainder of my time to compensate. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle. The next 5 people are Elizabeth Perkins, Ann Velisis, Shane Stalling, Roger Lindquist, and Josh Betzworth. So Elizabeth, go ahead.
Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Perkin, not Perkins, and I'm the Northern Oregon Regional Coordinator for the Native Fish Society and a licensed angler. We would like to see forecasting and specific adaptive management actions in alignment with the CMP to protect winter steelhead and manage them towards desired abundance rather than just keeping strata above critical thresholds. In fact, the winter steelhead abundance in the North Coast stratum was below its critical abundance threshold in 2018 and 2019, with no management actions taken to protect them, with the 2019 run coming in at about 80% of the critical abundance threshold. We support the adoption and implementation of plans for forecasting winter steelhead abundance in coastal Oregon rivers. For these forecasts to be useful, specific adaptive management actions based on those forecasts need to be established. If forecasts indicate low returns are likely, managers need to have a suite of prescribed actions they can take to limit angling impacts. The CMP already includes directives for adaptive management. It states, if review of the annually collected information appears to show that progress is not being made towards desired status goals, or some populations are declining towards their critical abundance levels, ODFW will consider if additional or alternative actions need to be implemented to change the trajectory. A population need not hit critical abundance thresholds for adaptive management actions to be considered or implemented. Rather, the department should be looking at trends, as well as trigger points like critical abundance thresholds. Some of the management actions that could be implemented include gear regulations to require only artificial lures and barbless hooks be used, which studies have shown increase survival in catch and release fisheries, not allowing fishing from motorized boats to prevent repeated fishing of key holding areas by the same anglers, or not allowing angling from any floating devices to prevent exploitation of key habitat, and completely closing key tributaries to angling. The use of these management options should be responsive to forecasts, with the smallest changes to regulations being adopted when runs are forecasted to be slightly down, and the largest changes when runs are forecasted to be approaching critical abundance. Statewide implementation of mandatory reporting of catch and release efforts would also allow managers to monitor the effect of that fishery and make better informed decisions. Additionally, the establishment of angling closures in response to low flows and high temperatures would protect salmon and steelhead during stressful conditions. It is our hope that we can learn from the decline of steelhead on the Olympic Peninsula and how WDFW managers are responding in order to prevent a similar collapse of Oregon coast steelhead. we request that the Commission direct the department to begin forecasting wild winter steelhead abundance and provide a suite of fisheries management actions that will be implemented starting in the 2021 to 2022 season to respond to low returns and assist in reviving wild steelhead to abundance. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the S off your name from here forward. Ann Velisis.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ann Velisis. I'm president of Kalmiopsis Audubon. Our group has more than 400 members in Curry County on the South Coast, including several who are engaged in habitat restoration efforts along Elk River. Our group was a stakeholder in the CMP, so we've carefully followed its implementation here. The plan called for revisiting the status of our non-viable fall Chinook run this year. As you've heard from Dr. Lorien, there's some very positive news on PHOS, but I'll ask you to also consider a larger picture. First, some background. The Elk is an extraordinary river. It has emerald clear water, and if you were to fly up the coast, you'd see its watershed as an oasis of green in a sea of clear cuts. Most coastal watersheds have been logged over, but not this one. Strong community support and work for conservation for more than 4 decades means the majority of the Elk's watershed remains intact with old-growth forests and stream habitat protected by public lands and wilderness. This is a place where salmon should be thriving. So you can imagine our dismay when the CMP deemed ours as the only non-viable fall Chinook run in Oregon with a 17% chance of extinction. 5% is the usual threshold for concern. ODFW identified hatchery interactions as a key limiting factor. Elk River has long had a very large hatchery program, and for many years, PHOS had been way too high, often reaching over 70%. With the CMP, ODFW finally took several important steps to reduce PHOS, which has now declined to just below the interim goal of 30%, which is a commendable accomplishment. However, the bad news remains that wild fish are still not replacing themselves. Data points to depressed productivity in the upper river, and the department's recently updated population viability analysis, or PVA, found a much higher and far more alarming risk of extinction than before, this time a whopping 89% under the most likely scenario. The CMP directed the department to consider lowering smolt output again this year if the interim PHOS goal was not reached. Because we got to the goal, staff is calling it good until the next plan update in 2026. But we think the alarming new PVA and depressed productivity warrant more urgent consideration. The reason the extinction risk is so high is the uncertainty that the abundance numbers for returning spawners truly reflect the self-sustaining wild fish runs. While PHOS has significantly improved in the past 6 years, we've still not turned the corner on productivity, abundance, independence, more important metrics for viability that were red flagged by ODFW nearly 20 years ago. To be clear, we've still got a very sick patient here. We need to be doing CPR and pulling out all the stops to restore viability, because the longer this run remains non-viable, the less resilient it will be into the future. Just last year, ODFW closed the Elk's terminal fishery and sport retention of wild Chinook for the first time. We need to stay on this conservative course to help grow our run of wild fish. But the viability analysis expressly called for more work to better understand the underlying mechanisms at play so prudent management actions could be taken. I request that the ODFW Commission please direct staff to follow through on this recommendation, to convene a meaningful work group to better understand what's happening with our Chinook to ensure we are taking the right and most precautionary actions needed. Decisions made now are crucial to getting this run onto the right track to be sustainable into the future. I thank you for considering our view and for your public service in helping to sustain Oregon's wildlife.
Thank you, Ann. Shane Stalling.
Am I coming through?
Yes.
All right, Chair Wall, Commissioners, Director Melcher, thank you so much for opening up this meeting to hear from licensed anglers such as myself. My name is Shane Stalling, and I live in Coos Bay solely because I love fishing for salmon and steelhead. I'm here today to speak specifically about the non-viability status of the Elk River and the high probability of wild fall Chinook reaching extinction levels. Chair Wall, I'm very happy to hear this is high on your priority list. The Elk River is a one-of-a-kind river. It has a hatchery, but also provides incredible spawning and rearing habitat for native fish. So I was very, very surprised to learn that its Chinook run is non-viable. Based on the extremely high number of hatchery fish making it to the spawning grounds, and low productivity, which is the number of fish that are reproduced from each spawning wild fish. As you may know, ODFW staff implemented strategies to reduce the number of hatchery fish on the spawning grounds. But in 2020, an ODFW staff did a population viability analysis to evaluate the long-term direction of the fishery. Unfortunately, this evaluation shows that more needs to be done because there is an extremely high risk, an 89% chance that wild Elk River false chinook will go extinct in the next 100 years, even though the native fish spawning and rearing grounds are very well protected and inside of wilderness areas. This evaluation is available for anyone to look at on the ODFW website. Reading through this absolutely shocked me. I've dedicated my life to fishing all around the world, and to me, fishing the Elk River estuary is like no other place on earth. Absolutely love and look forward to every fall getting to stand in that river along the cliffs, hoping for the tug of a salmon. To knowingly allow such an iconic run of wild salmon approach such a high risk of extinction means that something is extremely wrong. I hope I'm not alone in being very concerned about the future of these fish and the long-term health of the fishery. I've come to love this area and would hope the next generation of anglers will be able to enjoy it as well. I also hope ODFW is committed to finding a path toward viability to ensure we reverse course before it's too late. And I urge the commission to learn more and to direct staff to do all that's possible to restore viability and productivity for this truly special run of wild salmon on the Elk River. When your very own population viability analysis is telling us these fish are very likely to go extinct, I think we owe it to them to act quickly. These native fish owe us nothing, and we owe them everything. So thank you everyone for allowing me to voice my concerns with the current situation on the Elk River. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Shane. Roger Lindquist is next.
Chair Wall, Mr. Lindquist is not currently available.
Uh-oh. Well, then we will move to Josh. And will you say your last name, Josh, because I think I got it wrong. He was on a minute ago.
Josh Bettisworth.
Perfect. Go ahead. We hear you.
I forget how handsome I am until I see myself in the computer. My name is Josh Bettisworth. I am a member of the Oregon Anglers Alliance, a group that in less than 2 years has grown from about 5 members to well over 65,000 members, almost exclusively out of the state of Oregon, and almost all of them are license holders. We have a science team that is second to none, and we are definitely a pro-hatchery organization. I heard earlier an analogy about bread, a loaf of bread, and it kind of got me chuckling because for a very long time, the pro-hatchery people, the people that are for harvest, have been getting nothing but the heel. That's the way we see it. So economically, a decision to remove a hatchery on the Umpqua River would be disastrous. I'd like to give you a quick real world empirical view on that. In Coos Bay, right next to the shop where I work, there's a restaurant that has been affected very deeply by the COVID-19 pandemic. And he's had to open and shut multiple times, and he deals with perishable foods. And he employs about 20 people. And he came to us, and a local group of us were getting money together to help him keep his business and keep his employees. He would have lost that business had we not had a non-selective coho day with great weather where every parking lot in the town of Charleston was full. You could not get a hamburger in this town, and that's because of harvest. That is directly correlated to dollars coming into our community. The other side would love for you to believe that just simply by removing hatcheries, we are magically going to increase our wild fish abundance. I would challenge that with situations like we're seeing on the Coquille, where we have seen a very big problem. In fact, this problem is so culturally and socially significant that the tribes have now had to get involved to try and work with and recover some problems we're having down here. Simply getting rid of a hatchery does not help economically whatsoever. Our area is by far hit the hardest by this COVID-19 pandemic. And to irresponsibly remove a hatchery, which would remove more dollars coming in, makes little sense to me. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. That's the end of the people who were looking to testify on this issue. Commissioners, are there questions you have of any of the 14 people that you just heard from? Commissioner Spellbrink.
So many buttons. Okay, I'll lower my hand. Okay, yeah, I had a question on the, I think it was Jeffrey Dose, maybe. I heard it mentioned a couple times, said the North Umpqua winter steelhead responded to the elimination of the hatchery program in 2 generations. I think I wrote that down. When, I didn't hear any details of that. What was the time frame over that? If he could respond to that.
Jeff, did you hear the question? Whoops, I think you're on mute.
There we go. Buttons. Yeah, the hatchery program for winter steelhead in the North Umpqua was stopped in 1992. And the recovery is pretty astounding. It began in the year 2000, 8 years later, which is 2 generations, and continued to, it's still increasing overall as its trend. There's interannual variation, of course, but the trend is still up. So we've had almost 20 years of improved runs of winter steelhead. There's no harvest, has not been. The CMP, that was a big issue in the CMP, was harvest of winter steelhead in the Umpqua. And the final outcome was no harvest. And I can tell you, as a longtime resident and longtime angler on the Umpqua, the amount of effort, even though there's no harvest allowed, it's catch and release, the effort is still immense, and I would say even growing sometimes, particularly when low water years, when the Siuslaw and other rivers are not driftable. The Umpqua still is, and there's not been a major economic impact at all from stopping the hatchery program for winter steelhead. In fact, I think it's gotten better. And most of the guides actually in the CMP testified that they would like to see no harvest of wild winter steelhead.
Right. I was just looking back. I went into my files here and pulled out the winter steelhead data for the numbers at Winchester Dam. And that's what I was trying to figure out here. When, do you know when that hatchery program started?
No, I suspected probably was in the late 40s or early 1950s. It was going for a long time.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll ask Sean that question. He might know the answer to that. But I was just looking at the numbers there, and I see, I see the numbers going up and down based what I would probably guess were more responses to environmental conditions, because I see, through the 70s there and stuff, there was runs of 10,000, 8,000, 7,000, 9,000, I guess what I see there in the counts over Winchester Dam look more like they might have been responding to environmental conditions, floods, ocean conditions and such. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, and I'm sure there are some environmental conditions that had that impact or had an effect. But the question I always ask is, why did not the summer steelhead respond in the same way? They went down, not up.
I have those. I'll have to pull that sheet up here too. But anyway, then okay, I have a question for Sean, I guess, too, Clements, but we can wait till see if there's other questions for people that testified.
Okay, we do have one other from Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Actually, mine's for Sean or Chris Lorian.
Okay.
So my understanding is that broodstock was gathered on Rock Creek and taken to another hatchery in the Rogue. Is that correct?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, you referring to this year?
Yeah.
This year, there was two wild winter steelhead collected initially, and then they were released when we heard how poor the run was coming in. So there's been no wild winter steelhead, summer steelhead collected this year.
Okay, no, I didn't mean the wild. I meant the hatchery fish that came back this year.
I'm not sure actually if they're transferring the broodstock to Coal Rivers. The fish are being reared down there, but I'm not sure if they're spawning them at Rock Creek or at Coal Rivers. Christina?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, Sean, I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so Rock Creek still has the one building. Is that where they would do the brood whatever you call it, brooding?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, the only building still standing there is the Rock Creek Ed building. No hatchery operations are conducted there. They still have the raceways and the holding ponds, but I'm not sure how they're dealing with that side of things at the moment.
Okay, so so there was no hatchery fish or hatchery summer steelhead gathered for broodstock and taken to Coal Rivers.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I just don't know the answer to that. There was hatchery summer steelhead collected, but I'm not sure if they're at Rock Creek or at Coal Rivers.
Okay, I don't know. Director Melcher, do you know?
Well, I think absolutely, Chair Wall and Commissioner Zarnowitz, there was definitely hatchery summer steelhead brood collected. The question and in terms of where those brood stock are located or were located and where they were spawned is unclear. So there were definitely hatchery summer steelhead brood stock collected.
Okay.
And Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, Ryan Couture, hatchery coordinator for that area, just confirmed that they're at Coal Rivers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought I saw that in one of the Monday morning reports. Anyway, so will they be re-released back into the North Umpqua, and when would that happen?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, are you referring to us releasing hatchery fish back into the North Umpqua, or their juveniles?
The juvenile hatchery, the ones that are hatched from
This year's brood.
Yeah.
This will expose my knowledge of fish culture, but it'll be they'll be spawned this winter and then reared for a year, and so it'll probably be 23 when they're released, potentially released.
And they release them back into the North Umpquas when they would.
Yeah,
So
they're returned to Rock Creek Hatchery and acclimated and then released.
yeah. So but that would be as fry, I guess.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, that would be as smolts. We've generally moved away from fry releases because they don't survive very well.
Oh, well, I didn't mean released as fry, but returned to Rock Creek as fry.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I think they'll be returned as smolts, like within a month of release.
Okay, so they won't have much time for acclimation, it sounds like.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, that's the I'm not sure of the exact details, but typically we acclimate for a couple of weeks to a month, and that's sufficient to imprint them.
Okay. So the release won't happen until after this review is done and approved by the commission, it sounds like.
Sure, well, Commissioner Zanowitz, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to find out. Thank you.
The next question is from Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, thank you. So a number of people have advocated for closing the hatchery operation on the North Umpqua. A number of people have advocated for retaining the hatchery operation. Mr. Bettesworth talked about local economic impact. What is the impact to the department? What does it take to close a hatchery? What is the cost, economic cost? What is the impact on staff? What are the barriers? I'm just curious about what's entailed. Maybe Sean or Dr. Lorien, if you could give a kind of a brief overview, that would be great.
That's a Chair Wall, Commissioner Vice Chair Woolley. That's a tough question. I haven't actually been through one of these processes where hatchery closure has been contemplated. I know it's been discussed on the coast in Salmon River, and it hasn't ever eventuated. But as I understand, it's a difficult endeavor. In terms of costs to the department, there's the impacts to staff on the facility. And we've seen that already in the fire at Rock Creek, where staff have been impacted and have been moved around the state to maintain employment. In terms of impact to our budget, that would reduce, it depends on the fund type and which hatchery, but it would reduce the need for that fund type at that hatchery and potentially free it up for other purposes, depending on the fund type again. Kurt, do you want to weigh in on that? Because you're probably more experienced.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Chair Wall and Vice Chair Woolley, I think, let me just make a couple statements here. First, as we developed our budget for the 21-23 biennium, of course, we had the Rock Creek Hatchery as part of our portfolio of hatcheries. That budget, which you all approved a little over a year ago, went to the governor. Governor Brown's governor's recommended budget included the Rock Creek Hatchery. It did include some reductions due to the lack of production there associated with the fire impacts. Our legislatively approved budget, which of course we just received here at the end of the last legislative session, includes the Rock Creek facility, and in fact includes it at a higher funding level than was in the governor's recommended budget. So I think it's a little premature to be talking about closing a hatchery, at least not without far more extensive discussions. I will also say that closing a hatchery doesn't just immediately save you money. And we have experience with that at Butte Falls. We did, in fact, close Butte Falls Hatchery now about a decade ago. But when you close a hatchery, you still have ongoing liabilities, so to speak, in that you can't just walk away. It's not like you can close the doors, lock them up, and walk away. There's ongoing liabilities that occur and long-term, costs associated with disposal of the property, especially depending on whatever fund types were used to originally purchase the facility. If they're federal funds, then if we dispose of a property that was federally funded or purchased with federal funds, then we essentially return that revenue to whichever federal entity funded that work. So there's a lot of open questions as it relates to Rock Creek Hatchery, because as you heard earlier, we don't know what with any real precision what the insurance coverage will be associated with the losses there. We have additional details we're working through with regards to the long-term sustainability of many of our facilities in light of climate change and the associated water conditions. And, in some cases, those conditions are already becoming difficult for fish production purposes. So a lot of questions there, but I guess that's my long-winded answer to your question, Vice Chair Woolley.
Thank you for all the detail. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I'm going to attempt to make a long-winded statement here that ends in a question for the department. First of all, I really appreciate all the testimony on this, and especially around the North Umpqua issues. They're important to me. My family settled in the Looking Glass Valley in the 1840s, which is of course nothing compared to Native people who lived in that area for thousands and thousands of years. Nevertheless, I as this discussion was going on, I pulled up on my iPad an over 100-year-old photo of my great uncle with his bamboo pole, where he would have fished the North Umpqua his whole life. And I will tell you that when Commissioner Labhart and I were so generously taken on a tour of the North Umpqua just to see the devastation of the, I think it's called the Archie Creek Fire. It's so sobering, the issues that we are facing. And it makes me kind of step back a few steps and have this deep desire that the people that we just listened to testify find those places where they intersect with one another and where they have agreement, because there are so many issues facing us. And so if you're in the North Umpqua and you've just burned up your entire beautiful, gorgeous watershed where you've fished forever, you feel different than if you're in Charleston, worried about whether your restaurants are going to open or close into the future. So I guess what I think is that I'm concerned about these areas within this and CMP. I'm trying to start to use the lingo, jingo, jangle, jingle, PHOS, whatever that you guys throw out all the time. But it feel, these things like the fall Chinook and the coquille, or the problems we're seeing with the South Umpqua spring Chinook, or the concerns that we have with the summer steelhead in the Umpqua, and obviously the Elk River issues in the beautiful area that Mary lives. We need to be paying close attention and adapting. And I think it's critical that the department lead in carefully going through, and this is what Commissioner Zarnowitz was hitting on, and Commissioner Labhart was hitting on, and everyone, Commissioner Wall was hitting on, was a careful look at all of these issues. And so I would like for Chris or for Sean to weigh in again on how they see a process like that rolling out here in the next 6 months or so, how they see looking at these serious issues where you would, create ranges of options and opportunities for how to address things like hatcheries, and to also deeply evaluate Mary did such a good job of saying, like, importance of life history diversity and all those other things that she mentioned. So tell me what you guys think you're going to do. And then I would also like to, after you tell me that, I would also like to put out a challenge to all the people that were testifying today. So please, Sean, do you want to throw it out there?
Sure. Chair Wall, Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. Yeah, so since September 2020, we've had calls for, folks want to be involved in the decision-making in the process going forward, and we absolutely recognize that and support it. And it's our belief that the public really does need to weigh in on these things, and we need to hear all perspectives to help us move forward in a way that's supported by, if not all the community, as much of the community as we can bring along. So there's been three things that we're doing here, and we're trying to juggle the timelines on. One, I think Kurt alluded to, is just in general, we want to take a look at our hatchery system as a whole and see how climate resilient or vulnerable it is. And so Dr. Charlotte Whitefield, when she was in the job rotation for the NRS-5, she started a project with a propagation program, our water program, and our research program in Corvallis to look at flows, temperatures, current and future, our disease kind of profiles of these hatcheries, the water right situation, to try and get a handle on how well set up are we to continue these services into the future, and where are we going to be challenged to provide those services. So that information's sitting there, waiting for that position to be recruited permanently, which should be here soon. And then in addition to that, we envisioned that we would take some of that information, combine it with production information and technology, and ask issue an RFP for a contractor to kind of review, I think we're going to choose 5 or 6 hatcheries that represent the different kind of areas. So coastal, Cascade, East Side, and then well versus river. Take a look at all of that and kind of give us a scorecard essentially for what each kind of system might be facing in terms of the challenges and then the solutions as well, both technological and staffing. So we have a draft RFP that we hope to get on the streets here soon. There are some contractors that I think, as one of the testifiers brought up earlier, have done a good job working with the federal system. They did a recent evaluation of 5 of their facilities nationwide. So I think we're looking to have that information, which obviously overlaps a lot with some of the questions we're going to be asking at Rock Creek here now, but which will also help us more broadly to plan appropriately for the rest of our hatchery system. So there's that. In addition, we have this challenge in front of us at Rock Creek. And in that case, we knew there was challenges previously with temperatures, flows, and disease. And we've had troubles with summer rearing. There are times of the year when that site is highly suitable for fish culture, and there's times where it's not. And I think, as Mr. Dice pointed out, or I can't remember if it was him or another testifier, but we know with the fire, we're going to have more challenges in the next 10, 15 years with lower flows and higher temperatures because of the loss of riparian. And we experienced some of that this year. So those challenges are out there. And I think part of what we're going to look at is what infrastructure could you put in place that would function adequately for fish culture in that environment, and then use that to develop a range of options from essentially nothing to a full-on recirculating, chilling facility. And within that, then we have to look at what monies we're likely to receive from insurance and FEMA. And that's still a really unsettled question. If you'd asked me last year, I might have said we would have that figured out within 6 months. And you ask me now, and it's probably going to be a year or more before we know that finally. So the insurance and FEMA and available funds, we're just we have some ballparks, but we're kind of guessing at the moment. So that all needs to come together so that we can put out some options that are fiscally reasonable, and we're not just guessing here. And then third, during this period, we've had this kind of dramatic decline in summer steelhead. And so previously we were considering adaptive management for the low runs, but this year has really highlighted that. And so now we've talked with the research folks about doing an assessment, kind of along the lines Chris mentioned, where they're going to look at all factors: hatchery, harvest, habitat, predators, ocean, see what might be explaining that. And I think once you have that whole package, you can roll it together and take a holistic look at the system, and folks can really understand the context for the decisions they might be making. But I think understandably, there's a sense of urgency. Some of these timelines we can control and some we can't. That's kind of what we're wrestling with. We had envisioned taking information out to the public this past summer, and that just didn't happen because we don't have it. So I think we're still wrestling with that. Hopefully that helps.
That does help. What kind of a timeline are you thinking of right now?
So for the internal assessment of the status, looking at all the factors might be causing the decline, we can get started on that in January. I think, as you know, we have some specialist staff that are tied up on the Rogue South Coast plan right now, and also working on a sliding scale for spring Chinook in the Umpqua, South Umpqua, as well as a forecast for winter steelhead. So those are things that need to get done as well, and we're balancing that. So I think they can get started in January, and the assessment we did for the Coquille took them 3 to 4 months, so probably a similar timeline. The NRS 5 should be on board. It's my hope within a couple of weeks. They can start pulling together the information we have already into a document, and then we can get the RFP going. I'm not sure what kind of timeline the contractors will have on that, but hopefully I'm looking at 6 months. That'll be our desire. So that brings those two pieces together. Our propagation manager and hatchery coordinators are working on some draft options for a rebuild, but that's again spanning a range from no money to what the maximum we think we might get is. So very draft options. And then that's the kind of kicker, is we don't really have a good timeline for when we might have a good estimate of what money we might have. And without that, we're going to be discussing a range of options that some of them might not be feasible. So I can have some certainty on the first two, but the last one is tough to guess at.
And how do you see that sort of rolling out so that there's public input on that? And then how do you see that recommendation coming back towards us, sort of?
Well, there's a couple of options here. One is that we could talk solely about summer steelhead in the absence of all the other information, and say, here's the status, here's what we know about the factors that may be causing the decline. Where do we want to go in terms of the hatchery program itself? And then that could be rolled in later to decision-making process about infrastructure at the facility. Of course, you may make a decision that about that program that when you get to the infrastructure piece, you find you can no longer support. So we'd have to reassess that. Or you could wait until all the information was available and do it all at once. So the public is kind of weighing in on everything at once. But again, that is likely to take a little bit longer to pull together.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna throw my challenge down, my gauntlet down. Just real quickly, Mary, just to say that, these are tough issues, and I'm really, I really feel like in listening to people across the spectrum on this, not just today, but in the last couple of years, that there are so many places where the interest groups intersect with one another on these issues. I know that there's those that want to get rid of all, not all hatcheries, but they're much more pro getting rid of hatcheries than those that are not. But the people sitting on this board are obviously not gods, so we've got to figure these things out. And if everybody could help with that, I would appreciate that so very much. And I think the department is ready to really do serious analysis on this based on conversations I've had with them. So there we have it. And we all like fish, right?
We do indeed.
Okay.
Actually, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde, I appreciate your line of questioning. I think it got a lot of information out, and it's very helpful to have it. I heard Kurt say that he's sorry, but he has a long-winded answer. I don't think there are any other kind of answers in these, actually. I heard Commissioner Zarnowitz start with, let's look at a full range. Maybe we look at a full range of adaptive management in a subset of these situations where we have concerns that Chris Lorian mentioned an hour and a half ago, which would be the North Umpqua and maybe the Coquille, maybe the Elk, maybe also the South Umpqua, but it could be a limited number of 3 or 4 of those that are a subgroup that we look carefully at. I know there are people on all sides of this spectrum. It's a continuum. There are people everywhere. And I have heard people say, don't close any hatchery, or close every hatchery, or close all the hatcheries except the ones that blah, whatever. But what I didn't hear that so much today. I heard look at pausing one part of the 5 or 4 parts, depending on how you count it, that are still in, or that were in North Umpqua before it burned. So it was a pause for 10 years, for 2 generations, not a close all. So that's important to look at. So I think we have a situation where people seem to be gelling around, at the risk of putting words in people's mouths, a thoughtful look with people in the room at a subset where we have clearly low runs or problems that need to be addressed. And we have the fish division looking at some pretty serious, already thought out ways to do that. And we're pretty close to being able to write this down and say what that looks like. So let me stop there. And we do have a couple other people who wanted to speak, Commissioner Spellbrink and Commissioner Labhart. And then we probably should think about wrapping this one up, because we do still have some significant things left to do today, or significant time chunks for other items. So Commissioner Spellbrink.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Chair Wall. Yeah, just a quick, I guess, looking for a response from Sean on the, we heard testimony on the adverse impacts to wild summer steelhead from the hatchery summer steelhead program. And it was my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but it was my understanding that was actually, I thought that was one of the successful areas where they had limited amount of hatchery straying into the wild areas. And Sean, maybe you could just address to that.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, I might actually turn it over to Chris. We're definitely exceeding the PHOS target that was set in the plan. The issue is where you measure PHOS in that system, and Chris can give a good explanation of how that all plays out.
Thanks, Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink. I can try to give the brief version of this, and that's that we currently measure PHOS in quotation marks as the percentage of hatchery and wild fish passing the dam, and making some corrections for how many fish are harvested above the dam and returned to the hatchery. This is clearly not the ideal way to measure PHOS. And when we take a look at the available data, there is good evidence of some spatial segregation of hatchery and wild spawners in the North Umpqua. And it's something we definitely need to investigate further, and would be thinking about additional analysis and looking into this would be part of, I think, the full deep dive that Sean and I described before. But so I guess the state of affairs right now, I would say, is that we're certainly above the plan targets in terms of how they're calculated, but in terms of the actual interaction between hatchery and wild fish, there's some unknowns, and the information we have at hand indicates that there is some spatial segregation, particularly in those core areas. In Steamboat Creek, we find very few hatchery fish are in those areas. And they seem to be more concentrated down, of course, near Rock Creek Hatchery and in the lower river. So that's the kind of state of that's where we are with the information that's available.
Let's hear. Thank you, Chris. Commissioner Labhart.
Similar to what you were going to say, what you did say, Chair Wall, I just want to try to summarize this. We have folks that want us to immediately eliminate summer steelhead program. We've got folks that say, no, we want to keep that program. We've got folks that say, well, I think we ought to take a real hard look at some of these hatcheries and keep the hatcheries or increase the hatcheries. We got folks that say we don't want to do the hatcheries. We got folks that talk about predators, habitat improvements, harvest. Change the harvest here, don't change the harvest there. Well, it's kind of like welcome to our world. But what I would implore the folks that have testified and the public that's watching is, we have adaptive management and we're going to implore adaptive management. Just give us some time to try to do this right. It's like we want you to get to the 100-yard dash right now. Well, we want to make sure that we don't overreact here, and we want to make sure that we do it right. So if we could implore you to just give us some time to answer some of these really tough questions and bring them back to you with the public. We're not, the sky's not falling. It's some people say it might be, but it's not in some cases. But so just give us a little bit of time to try to address this in an appropriate way with the doctor, scientists, public comment, input from the commission, all of those things wrapped into one. So I'm just paraphrasing or parroting what Chair Wall said, but I would implore folks just to give us some time to try to work through this in an appropriate manner so we can be thoughtful and deliberative in the decision-making process that we have. Thanks.
So this is where I think I would say I'm really glad I'm not staff to try to interpret all of that. But I think that we can sit with staff soon and write this down. I think we've all come to a bit of a sense of the commission that we would like a range of options for adaptive management of these very concerning runs. We have staff who have already spent a lot of time looking at the components of that. We have mentioned, several people have mentioned what we need to consider in terms of life history, diversity and resilience, in terms of climate change, in terms of other pieces. I think that at the risk of stopping too soon on something, we sort of know where we're landing on this. And maybe a couple of us could meet with staff and work through to try to make sure that we write down what this is and then bring it back in a month or so to the commission and say, this is what we think we just outlined, rather than try to work it all out today. But that's my sense of where we're headed, in the interest of moving on to the next one. Are there commissioners who would like to do something other than a couple of us sit down with staff and try to be a little more structured in what we just identified and said? Well, this might be a case of we wore ourselves out, and so you're agreeing with what I just said for that reason. I'm going to assume that that means we can move on to the next one, with great thanks to the staff that have spent the last year and a half trying to figure these things out. It's 3 o'clock. We have 3 more items to do, and we have people who would like to testify on at least, I think, on 2 of them. So I think we need to move on to item E and talk about the access and habitat, in which case Travis Schultz gets to win the popularity contest by being his usual concise self. So how's that for an introduction, Travis? And a request to be concise.
Thank you. I will do my best. I believe I can get this down to about 7 minutes or so. So give me 1 second. Okay. Good morning, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, Access and Habitat Program Coordinator.
Travis, we're not seeing your presentation.
Oh, okay. Let me stop the share, get back. Give me
And I appreciate your optimism. You were assuming we were going to get to you in the morning when you said good morning. So
Yes, yeah,
appreciate your optimism.
appreciate that.
Maybe he meant Saturday morning.
Could have been. Can you see it now?
There we go. Now we can see it.
Okay. I'll continue here. There are 4 projects. Excuse me. There are 4 A&H board recommended projects before the commission today. 3 habitat projects and 1 access project. The 4 projects were approved by the A&H board at the July 13th meeting. All the projects are in Eastern Oregon. Starting on the left, southeast of Burns, is the Bent's Invasive Annual Grass Treatment Project, shown in blue. Moving to the middle of the map, northwest of Jordan Valley, are the Duncan McKenzie Rangeland Restoration Project in green, and the Mark McKenzie Medusa Head Control and Waterhole Restoration Project, shown in red. Lastly, on the right side of the map, southeast of Joseph, is the Divide Ridge Access Area, shown in yellow. First up, the Bent's Invasive Annual Grass Treatment will treat 1,960 acres that will provide annual grass control. Total funds requested is about $131,000 of open fields funds. Grass treatments will occur in the fall of 2021 or 22. The property has been in the A&H program since 2007 with the Bent's Access Area. As you will recall, open fields projects require a hunter access component. In this case is provided by the A&H project. The project will release desirable perennial grasses and forbs from competition with invasive grasses, deplete the seed bank of invasives, and thereby potentially reduce the risk or severity of wildfire in an area. The project will benefit species that utilize sage steppe habitat types, including sage grouse and mule deer. The Bent's Invasive Annual Grass Treatment is within one of ODFW's sage grouse core areas and is part of the Oregon Conservation Strategy's Crowley Priority Area for Conservation. The 1,960 acres project area is shown in green on the map. These parcels are part of the access area, along with the others on the access parcels, which are outlined in yellow. The project is in an area of high restoration potential on account of moderate invasion of invasive grasses, leaving enough perennial bunch grasses to hold the site. Similar to the Bent's project, the Duncan McKenzie Land Restoration Project has invasive annual grasses, primarily cheatgrass and Medusa head, invading the area. Annual grass invasion is more pronounced here than at the Bent's site. This project will burn and reseed 640 acres at a cost of roughly $20,000 in open fields funds. During the fall 2021 or 22, the landowner will employ the local Rural Fire Protection Agency to conduct a controlled burn on the property to reduce Medusa head thatch layers within the project area to ensure successful soil contact for treatment to fallow the ground and ensure seed to soil contact with seeding to perennial grasses the following year. Also an open fields funded project, the McKenzie Ranch has provided hunter access through the A&H program since 2006. The project falls within one of ODFW sage grouse core areas and is part of the conservation strategy's Cow Lakes Priority Area for Conservation. The 140 acres to be treated and reseeded is shown in green on the map. Where feasible, a rangeland drill will be used to seed the bunchgrass areas. Areas where the drill cannot go will either be broadcast seeded by AT or seeded aerially. Along the lines of the previous 2 projects, the Medusa head control waterhole, excuse me, waterhole renovation project will treat 320 acres of Medusa head rye. Additionally, this project removes silt from 4 water holes that have rendered them dry for much of the year. Total requested funds for the project is about $25,000. This open fields funded project is part of the McKinsey Ranch access area. As it is only a couple miles east of the previous project, this project is also within one of the sage grouse core areas, as well as the Cow Lakes priority area for conservation. The 320-acre project area shown in green on the map, the 4 walls to be restored, shown with green triangles, will have the that is filled in over time removed. Work on them will be conducted within the original footprint of the water hole and will not exceed the original depth. The restored water holes will increase the water supply for wildlife in a very dry area of the state. This, the last project, this project will continue the Divide Ridge access area, providing welcome to hunt access to 1,440 acres of private land in the Imnaha Wildlife Unit for a period of 5 years by paying the landowner $2.40 an acre for a total cost to the A&H program of roughly $17,000. The access area provides big game, predator, and upland game bird hunting opportunities. The project was initiated in 2016. This property consists of forested mountain and open meadow habitats. The project area provides year-round habitat for big game and includes important winter range. Access to private lands by public hunters is limited in the unit. Continuing this partnership between these private landowners and the A&H program will not only benefit hunters that greatly desire these lands, but will continue to be a role model of how the A&H program and private landowners can work together. The 3 habitat projects improve habitat for sage grouse on roughly 4.5 square miles of land. In addition to improving food and cover resources for sage grouse, the 3 projects have the potential to increase species diversity, reduce fire risk and severity, and make the wildlife habitat in the areas more resilient in our ever-changing world. The Divide Ridge access area provides hunter access to private land in a very desirable unit. Staff recommends funding the 4 projects that the A&H board has approved. Chair Wall, this completes my presentation on the 4 projects recommended for funding. I can take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis, for another great presentation. Staff or commissioners, are there questions to Travis about these 4 projects? I'm not seeing any hands up, so I'm assuming that might mean that, oh, there is one. Yes, go ahead, Vice Chair Woolley.
Just a quick comment, no question. As always, I appreciate the habitat improvement projects. And, as a reminder that improving the habitat improves the health and abundance of wildlife, and the healthier and more abundant wildlife are, the better it is for hunters. So everybody benefits from improving habitat. And I appreciate that the proposers are considering this, as well as the review committee. Thanks.
Commissioner, thank you, Vice Chair Woolley. Commissioner Labhart.
And real quickly, I just appreciate all of the recommendations were unanimous submitted by the A&H board, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, is there a motion?
Another win-win. I move to approve the 4 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat State Board.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the 4 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board. Those in favor, can we see a thumbs up so we can get a count? Since I'm not able to see every single person, is there anybody who is not in favor? It's unanimous then, Michelle. Thank you all, and we can move on to item F, big game regulations. And thanks again, Travis, for your work on E, and we can move on to F. And
thank you.
I think that Brian Wolfer is starting this one, if I have it right, who just moved into the position permanently.
Yes, thank you. Let me pull this up, and while I'm doing so, let me also say I took that as a hint from the director. Let's see, taking that as a hint from the director not to drag us into Saturday morning.
Good hint to take.
And so with that, hold on, my my slide started at the wrong spot. So let me get this set up.
While you're looking at that,
There we
Brian, I
go.
will mention that at the end, there are 3 people who would like to do public testimony on this item.
Okay. So are you able to see that?
Yes.
Great. So Chair Wall, Vice Chair Woolley, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Brian Wolfer, Game Program Manager here in the Wildlife Division. We're before you here today regarding the 2022 big game hunting regulations. In this presentation, I'll briefly give an update on the big game regulation review project, followed by a brief review of the standard process for adoption of the big game hunting seasons. The second portion of the agenda item will be the proposed 2022 big game hunting regulations, focused first on proposed changes to area regulations in general hunting regulations, and then species-specific proposals for seasons and tag numbers. Derek Broman and Dr. Don Whitaker are also with us today, and they'll be presenting on species-specific proposals. The Big Game Review Project was initiated in 2017 with 3 primary phases. Phase 1 was a simplification of the way information is presented in the regulation document itself. Phase 2 was an evaluation of each hunting regulation. And then phase 3 is the review of each hunting season and the controlled hunts. Phase 3 has been spread out over multiple years. This year, the Big Game Review team focused on Eastern Oregon archery elk seasons. And we plan to complete this review project next year with a focus on late season hunts in Western Oregon. I want to remind you of the normal annual process for developing and establishing the following year's hunting regulations. Please keep in mind that this year has not been a normal year for this process because of the Big Game Review Project. Typically, starting in the fall and ending in late spring, biologists collect data on the abundance and composition of various game species and herds, as well as hunter harvest success, which is collected through hunter field checks, as well as through mandatory hunter reporting. The department's district biologists then utilize this data to develop season and controlled hunt tag recommendations, which they bring forward to the Wildlife Division for review. In July, the department conducts public outreach on proposed changes to the following year's hunting seasons. This outreach includes posting information on our agency webpage and holding public meetings around the state. In September, the staff recommendations for the next year's seasons are brought before the commission for adoption. At that same time, staff's working with the publisher on edits to the roughly 100-page big game regulation document, with final edits to the document being completed shortly after commission adoption of the rules, with printing then in early to mid-November. There are about 400,000 copies of the big game regulations that are distributed, and that happens in late November, with tags going on sale November or December 1st. This year, the process was modified to accommodate the focus on Eastern Oregon archery elk through the Big Game Review process. The primary modification was to split the adoption of big game regulations between the August and September commission meetings. This changed some of our public outreach timing and resulted in some of the comments that we received applying to both the August and September decision topics. As a result, some of the public correspondence you received in this packet was also included in the August correspondence. So the remainder of this presentation will focus on the 2022 hunting regulations, seasons, and controlled hunt tags. Our presentation today is going to focus on the most significant changes and items that have generated public comment. The commission packet includes details on all changes proposed for 2022 regulations and seasons. There were some late corrections that are detailed in Addendum 1, which has been provided to you and is posted on the agency website earlier today. Let's see, starting with area rules, over the last couple of years, significant infrastructure improvements have been made at St. Louis Ponds, which is a popular department-owned property along Interstate 5 north of Salem. These improvements include bringing the parking lots and trails up to the Americans with Disability Act standards. Historically, the gate at the property was open and closed daily by volunteer hosts during the summer, but during the winter months, the gate was left open due to lack of volunteer availability and help opening the gate on a daily basis. Recently, an automatic gate was installed to reduce the vandalism potential at night and protect those investments in the property during that time period at night when the property is closed for public use. The current nightly closure is set from 1 hour after sunset to 1 hour before sunrise, which of course is constantly changing as day lengths change. The staff proposal will establish winter night closure hours from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. and summer closure hours from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m., which will accommodate the programming needs of the automatic gate and should be easier for the users to understand. Staff is proposing to prohibit domestic sheep and goats at select Eastern Oregon wildlife areas. This will reduce the potential for disease spread to bighorn sheep herds through contact with domestic animals, such as pack goats. Staff's also proposing to eliminate the parking permit requirement at the Wanaha Wildlife Area. Although management funding assistance from non-hunting users would be appreciated, the remote location of this wildlife area presents a logistical challenge for visitors that arrive without a permit and would need to drive over 2 hours round trip to the nearest license agent in order to purchase and print a permit to display on the vehicle window. Although a parking permit can be purchased through the ELS system, most visitors at the site would not have an ability to print and display that permit. In addition to numerous housekeeping changes in the cooperative travel management area rules to account for hunting season naming conventions, past modifications to season dates, staff's also recommending a new travel management area for the Umatilla National Forest. The Umatilla National Forest completed a review of their motor vehicle use policies, and the result was the development of a motor vehicle use map informing users where motor vehicles can be used on the forest. Adoption of this motor vehicle use map as a cooperative travel management area will not change where visitors to the forest can use a vehicle or drive, but it will provide an avenue for the department to assist in disseminating information about vehicle use rules, as well as provide an avenue for the Oregon State Police to assist with enforcement of the vehicle use rules on the Umatilla National Forest. Staff is also proposing the continuation of the Mid-Coast and East Lane travel management areas, which were previously adopted by temporary rule. One result of the recent legislative session was House Bill 3163, which amended the residency requirements for the purpose of applying for licenses, tags, or permits issued by the department. The change in this bill was really a clarification rather than a significant change to the residency requirements. Key items include clarifying that a resident must physically reside in Oregon. Previously, the statute read they must reside. This bill also clarified that a resident does not include a person who claims residency privileges in another state or country, or who merely owns property or pays property taxes in Oregon. The modification to the proposed rule change that was identified in Addendum 1 that you should have, Addendum 1 clarifies that the residency requirements for active duty uniformed services personnel stationed in Oregon and foreign exchange students is defined in a separate statute and is therefore exempt from the changes made under House Bill 3163. Before we get into the big game species, I want to highlight the Western gray squirrel seasons. Staff is proposing no changes to the existing season structure for Western gray squirrel. And that concludes my portion of the presentation. Chair Wall, I can answer any questions on this portion, or I can turn the presentation over to Derek Broman for the bear and cougar portion, and we can hold questions until after the presentation concludes if you would like.
Let's do that. Let's just go right on to the next one, unless commissioners, you have a burning question right now. Let's keep going. Thank you, Ryan. That was great.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Derek Broman. I'm the Carnivore Fur Bearer Coordinator. Brian, thank you. So first off, talking about our bear and cougar programs and the proposed regulations here today, I want to talk about the bear program. Bear population monitoring and management decisions are driven by the Oregon Black Bear Management Plan. And so one of the requirements that we have in the state of Oregon, which is very fortunate, is that we have a mandatory check-in for all known bear mortalities, whether that be roadkill, hunter, take, damage, etc. We also have mandatory harvest reporting. So hunters are required to report on their tags as well. So there's a number of great sources of information that we have available to the agency. And also want to point out that we've got a contract established with an external research shop that are going to be working on a black bear model for the state of Oregon. Really excited about getting that product put together, which would have some enormous value in answering some additional questions and helping us further better monitor our bear population. Next slide, please. So according to the Black Bear Management Plan, we use a couple different indices to try and track the trajectory of our populations. And this is actually pretty consistent with most states in the Western United States. A lot of states will use these indices. And one of the indices is that we look at the median age of various cohorts of bears, specifically males, females, and all bears combined. Now, each of them have slightly different criteria. But ultimately, what this indice is looking at is ensuring that you are seeing older aged animals showing up in your harvest, with the females having a little bit higher standards than the males. But ultimately, throughout these indices, there's indications that we are not seeing an unsustainable harvest of black bears in the state of Oregon. Next slide, please. Another indice that we look at are 3-year running averages of all bear mortalities. And one of them is specific to male bears that are 5 years and older. Now, what this indice is trying to show you is that as older males are the cohort that is most sought after by hunters, you should see a lot of those animals showing up in your harvest because these are long-lived mammals. If those older mammals start to disappear from your hunt mortalities and overall mortalities, that's a concern that there's animals not living long enough, especially when they are the most desirable cohort by hunters. So based on the 3-year running average ending in 2020, we're at 28% of males 5 years and older in the overall bear mortality, indicating that there is a moderate level of take occurring in the state, and we are not into the below 25%. Next slide, please. Another indice that we have is another 3-year running average across all mortalities, but this is specific to all females. Now, like most mammals, females are the most important factor, most important cohort in population trajectory. And this indice is to try and ensure that we are seeing a smaller proportion of females showing up across all bear mortalities in the state. So in the most recent conclusion of the 3-year running average, the percentage of females across all bear mortalities was about 31%. So again, still far away from that concerning level above 40%. Next slide, please. So regarding our proposals for the 2022 spring bear season, we propose to continue to maintain our dates of April 1st through May 31st, and that's statewide. Regarding the recommended controlled hunt tags and hunt numbers, we are proposing about 10,462 controlled hunt tags, and this is across 18 hunts. And that is a proposal of one more hunt than we had last year. And I'll explain that here in just a moment. Of note, There is one hunt that experienced a tag increase. That was the 731A South Central hunt. That's a hunt that's in an enormous amount of area in South Central Oregon. Has been seeing a growing interest in hunter activity, good biological information to suggest that we've got a healthy, robust population in that area. So there was a proposed tag increase to account for the public desire to participate, but also the biological justification behind it. We also are proposing one new hunt, and that is a new youth hunt, the 754T Mount Emily Walla Walla hunt. Bear youth hunts, there's only a few of them, and this is a really conservative approach with only proposing 20 tags. These youth hunts get a lot of interest. There's a lot of diversity of hunters around the state that like to take advantage of this opportunity. This is actually an area that is highly sought after for bear hunting, and further west than most of the other hunts, so a little bit more accessible to the bulk of Oregon's residents. And just want to point out that here in 2020, we did have an enormous amount of interest in these spring bear hunts. For all of our hunts, we had more first choice applicants than we had tags available. So there were no second choice tags allocated. And also there were a number of people that did not get their first choice hunt. So definitely an enormous amount of interest here in this past spring. So again, regarding our proposals, we continue to protect cubs and sows with cubs and continue our mandatory check-in. We've had to resort to other techniques for collecting that information. We do try to get some of our biological samples collected, but due to the COVID restrictions, we've had to be quite creative and while being safe at the same time to collect the same information. But notably, we are seeing a little bit less data collected than previous years. Next slide, please. Regarding our fall general bear season, little to no change whatsoever, except for just season dates. Continuing our season from August 1st to the end of the calendar year, the same hunt structure and protection of cubs and sows with cubs, and continue our mandatory check-in. And as I stated previously, some of our lifting or adjusting of some of our requirements did result in a smaller or a lesser check-in rate, but looking forward to getting those numbers back up whenever our offices open up and we're safely able to more closely interact with the public. Next slide, please. Shifting over to cougars, again, similar to bears, we manage cougars in the state according to the Oregon Cougar Management Plan. We have mandatory check-ins for all known cougar mortalities, and we also do have mandatory harvest reporting for hunt tags as well. Now, according to the plan, we have the state divided up into 6 different zones, and I'll oftentimes make reference to these various zones in the coming slides. Next slide, please. So in our plan, the very first objective is to manage for a stable cougar population that does not fall below 3,000 cougars statewide. And so we have a cougar population model for each one of our 6 zones. And the sum of those 6 model outputs for 2020 was almost 7,000 cougars across all age classes in the state of Oregon. You see the graph there represents each of those zones and their cougar estimates. You notice that a number of these zones, we're starting to see a bit of a flat line for population trajectory. And that is because based on the model's estimates, we are nearing carrying capacity in many of our cougar zones around the state. So we are, but however, in certain zones like zone A, we're still on an upward trajectory, which is well represented by the data that we've been collecting. So ultimately, we are far above that minimum threshold of 3,000 cougars across all age classes statewide. Next slide, please. Similar to bear, there's a number of indices that Oregon uses, similar to a number of other Western states. And again, emphasizing the importance of females, especially breeding females. Here we look at the 3-year average proportion of adult females in the total mortality. And ideally, that value does not exceed 35%. And as you can see here in this graph, for all of our 6 cougar zones, the 3-year running average of proportion of 3-year-old females and more, for 3 years and older females across all mortalities does not even exceed that 25% threshold. So again, this is also well supported in the data, various data sources collected regarding population distribution, abundance, and expansion. Next slide, please. So regarding our population monitoring, one of the things that we have in place to address that first objective, which is to not have cougars fall below 3,000 cougars across all age classes statewide. We have in place zone quotas. I always say every year that that's a total misnomer. These are actually mortality caps. These are designed such that if those numbers were met consecutive years, we would not fall below that 3,000 number statewide. Now, these quotas count all cougar mortalities. This is not limited to just hunter mortalities. It's all age classes as well. So that's not just adults. So since the quotas were adjusted, I think in 2015, there's only been 1 year in which a zone has exceeded that mortality cap, and that was Zone A in 2018. Otherwise, all of our zones and our statewide total cap have been very, very low relative to what the allowable level of mortality across cougars according to the model. Next slide, please. So regarding our season proposals, no changes are being proposed to these hunting regulations outside of a season date change, continuing to have a season that begins on the first of the year, but if zone quotas are met, hunting ceases for the rest of the calendar year. Still have a 2-tag opportunity and continue our protection of kittens and females with kittens. And with that, I think, Brian, we're done with the bear cougar section. If we want to follow the same lead of maybe answer questions at the end, we'll proceed to do so. Otherwise, I can take them now if need be.
Let's keep going. I don't see any hands up right now. Thank you very much, Derek, and let's keep moving.
Thank you, Derek, and good afternoon, Chair Wall, members of the commission, Director Melcher. For the record, I'm Don Whitaker. I'm the ungulate coordinator here in Salem headquarters. Ungulates means everything with a hard foot, and I prefer to just manage the native ones. Similar to what Derek provided, I'll be presenting our population information and recommendations for bighorn sheep, Rocky Mountain goats, pronghorn, and deer and elk. Next slide, please. I'll start with bighorn sheep, and if we look at their population trends, both subspecies that exist in Oregon, their total populations remain basically stable. However, if we look at the herd range, we do have some herds that are going up a little bit and some that are going down a little bit, so it just kind of averages out in the total number. For those herds that are declining, that's primarily driven by some persistent pneumonia that we have. And that's caused by Mycoplasma pneumonia. That's kind of the main vector that Brian mentioned we're trying to reduce potential for on our wildlife areas. Next slide, please. Our bighorn sheep program, it's a pretty active program. We've been really active since the 80s and 90s, capturing, moving, and more recently testing sheep. And this is continuing. Last winter, we captured 45 sheep. Primarily for health monitoring as part of our participation in the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency's Wild Sheep Working Group. There's a program there that's within that group. All of the Western states are trying to aggressively monitor and manage the disease that occurs frequently in bighorn sheep populations. For this coming winter, we're planning even a more aggressive testing effort in the 3 herds currently being most impacted by pneumonia. This includes up to about 100 animals in the Lookout Mountain and Burnt River herds in Baker County, and then up to about 80 animals in the Rattlesnake 10-mile herds in southeastern Oregon down in Mount Hear County. Next slide, please. There are only minor changes to the bighorn sheep seasons and tags for 2022. One California bighorns hunt in the Sumter unit is being deleted. This is the hunt that we canceled last year for Burnt River as we found out that oven pneumonia jumped the interstate from the Lookout Mountain herd over to Burnt River. One new Rocky Mountain hunt is being added in the Wanaha unit. This is going to be part of a rotating hunt that will rotate between the states of Oregon and Washington and the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. This herd kind of straddles the border between Washington and Oregon, and it's within the tribal hunting rights area. So we're rotating that hunt amongst those entities to provide the opportunity that's presented there without over harvesting the rams in that herd. In total, we're proposing 6 Rocky Mountain ram tags, 68 California bighorn sheep ram tags, and 12 California bighorn ewe tags or female tags for next year. The overall increase of 2 tags is in one of those ewe hunts. 5 of the ram tags for next year and 1 of the ewe tags will be available for non-residents, and this is to be consistent with the statute that dictates no less than 5 nor more than 10% of all the bighorn sheep tags should be issued to the non-residents. Next slide, please. Our Rocky Mountain goat populations continue their slow, steady increase in total population. Little more than 1,200 animals across all of the herds right now. I would like to note, and it's been mentioned already in some of the earlier presentations, that the large fires last year have had all kinds of impacts, and Rocky Mountain goats also saw some of those impacts. The fires did impact habitats for Rocky Mountain goats in the Mount Jefferson and Three-Fingered Jack areas. The good news, however, is that our recent surveys conducted this summer indicate that the goat populations up there pushed through the winter. They found what they needed and moved around, and they're doing fine, even though some of their habitat will likely have a short-term impact as that country responds to the fires and things start blooming. They'll probably be happier now than they were before. Next slide. For next year, we're proposing no season changes and 29 total tags. The same statute for non-residents applies to Rocky Mountain goats that I mentioned for bighorn sheep. So 2 of those 29 tags, or 7% right in the middle of that range, will be available for non-resident tags or non-resident hunters. Next slide, please. For pronghorn, we're seeing some continued slight declines in total populations as some of our herds deal with some recent severe winters and some effects of climate change. Climate change impacts are primarily related to the continuing, and as we all know for this year, quite severe drought conditions. These conditions are changing the forage and water availability. Generally, it's declining and changing across the landscape. As a result, we're seeing some issues locally and some animal distribution, some recruitment and survivals. Some of the distributional changes are quite significant in some of the areas as these animals range farther to find the resources that they need. Next slide, please. There are no total changes or no changes to seasons for pronghorn next year. We'll have a total of 2,040 tags that we recommend. It's down just a little bit, and that's primarily associated with shifting our allocation between a few hunts to accommodate the shifting distributions of the animals out there on the landscape. Next slide, please. Similar to pronghorn, our mule deer continue to be affected by landscape changes, many of which are related to climate change. In drier areas like Oregon, west of the Rocky Mountains, perpetual dry periods are reducing effectiveness of the habitat, and our mule deer populations continue to struggle. Overall, our estimated population is down about 2% from last year, down to about 168,000. As a result, though, the department over the last 10 years or so is directing a lot of resources toward our mule deer, trying to recover those populations. As an example, in the 10 years of the Oregon Mule Deer Initiative, ODFW and a very large contingent of public and private partners have spent nearly $53 million treating a little bit more than 780,000 acres, trying to improve conditions out there for mule deer. The reports for the first two 5-year reports that cover the first 10 years are now available on our website for everybody to review. Since winter 2014-15, the department's also conducted an extensive effort to better understand and map mule deer herds and movements and ranges. We're currently finalizing the analysis from nearly 2,000 collared mule deer in about 7 years across their entire Eastern Oregon range. We're continuing to monitor survival, and we plan to continue that in the future since that's a key component to our, and it dramatically improves our ability to model those populations and make more sound management decisions. Finally, as we begin and move through the process of revising our mule deer plan, which we're initiating, we just created a field coordinator position to help distribute some of the workloads because that's going to be a little bit of a major lift. Next slide, please. Looking at the mule deer populations at the WMU level or the Wildlife Management Unit level, a little more than 50% of our Eastern Oregon units are below population management objective. Only 3 of the units are at or above population MO. Next slide, please. The only change to the general deer seasons is the one-day shift that keeps the primary season opening on Saturdays, which is preferred by many of our hunters. As per the mule deer management plan, the deer season opens the closest Saturday to the 1st of October. From there, most of our other big game seasons tend to key from that, and we schedule our seasons most with that one-day shift. Next slide, please. In addition to that calendar shift for most of the controlled seasons for the next year, we have a few changes. The second of 3 archery buck hunts that occurs on Hart Mountain National Antelope Refuge is being deleted, and some of those tags are being incorporated into a later season. 5 new youth buck hunts are being added in South Central Oregon. These hunts have shown to be very popular, and we're expanding that opportunity a little bit, and they serve as a very good recruiting and mentoring opportunity for our young hunters. There are no changes proposed to the antlerless or premium seasons for next year. And in total, we're proposing 71,114 controlled deer tags for next year. Overall, this is slightly less than 1% change overall from 2021. Next slide, please. Moving to our elk, our Roosevelt elk populations continue to struggle with the total population decline, and most are below population objective. As you heard in August, there are some areas where our Rocky Mountain elk herds are struggling with their bull ratios, and many of them are below bull ratio objective. However, if we look at the population numbers, our Rocky Mountain elk populations are doing well. And with the total population hovering right around population management objective across their range for several years now. Next slide, please. Looking at that WMU level again for Roosevelt elk, only 1 unit is above population MO. 40% of the Western Oregon units are 75% or less of population MO, and 3 are below 50% of MO. And that's population management objective. Next slide, please. And for Rocky Mountain elk, it's a different story. The majority of the units, about 75% of them, are approaching or above population MO. The areas in red, the South Central country, that's not very good elk habitat in general. It's primarily mule deer country. And so they've always struggled in recent years as that's dried out as well. Next slide. There are no changes proposed to the general elk season dates other than the one-day calendar shift. However, 4 of the general season antlerless elk damage tags are receiving some minor area shifts. The Willamette Valley, Evans Creek, Halfway Valley are being adjusted to incorporate some persistent damage areas, and the Lostine Wildlife Area is being removed from the Wallowa Valley area. Next slide, please. In addition to the one-day calendar shift for most of the seasons, there are a number of changes to the controlled elk seasons for next year. First is the addition of 16 controlled bow hunts in Eastern Oregon that the commission adopted in August. This information is included here in the packet just to show the entirety of all the changes and so that we can not miss those and include those in our regulations development process. 2 antlerless hunts are being deleted because the general season antlerless elk damage hunts are addressing the need for that antlerless harvest. 2 hunts are being deleted and 1 hunt is being added to better address the research needs within the Starkey Experimental Forest. And 2 hunts are being added to the Zumwalt Prairie area in Northeast Oregon to maintain some pressure in that area of high conflict. I would also like to point out to the commission that there are a couple of late changes included in Addendum 1. The Peach Creek hunt, any elk hunt in the Starkey unit is being deleted, and the Starkey unit bull hunt 252A1 is being removed from the limited LOP list. This is to simplify those 2 overlapping bull opportunity hunts in the Starkey unit. Next slide, please. Looking at proposed tag numbers for next year and including those late changes I just mentioned, we see a 16% increase in total tags up to 65,801. However, I will remind you that the increase is largely driven by those 16 new controlled bow hunts, because these hunts are basically a shift from hunting opportunities from general seasons to controlled seasons, is not necessarily a dramatic increase in opportunity for elk hunting. If we look and account for those 16 hunts, generally it's about a 4% decline in the controlled tags that is occurring because of those shifts from controlled hunts and general antlerless elk damage hunts taking care of that needed cow harvest. Next slide, please. Following up on some concerns raised by Chair Wall during the August commission meeting, I'd like to provide some additional information about the long duration youth antlerless elk hunts. With some very strong support from a very broad spectrum of sports groups and other hunters, these hunts were designed in 2010 to recruit new youth hunters, and we're relying on some pretty flexible hunt options that worked around the school year that many of our youth hunters face. The seasons open before the school year begins. They include the major holiday breaks. They're longer than the school sports seasons, and they allow hunting with family and mentors during most of the other seasons that occur after they open. For the first 3 years of these hunts, we conducted some additional surveys of the youth hunters and found them to be very, very successful hunts. Participation was extremely high, putting an average of 825 hunters out in the field annually, and the success rates were very high as well, averaging 49%, at least for the 3 years that we conducted the additional surveys. Satisfaction with these hunts was extremely high, greater than 97%, and the desire to continue hunting after they participated in those hunts was also very high, and that was independent of whether they were successful harvesting an elk or not. And we also found that those statistics were incredibly consistent across the 3 years that we conducted those surveys. Next slide, please. We also know a lot about our cow, elk, and our calves out there in the areas where they're being hunted. From research conducted in Oregon, we know that most calves are born within a couple of days either side of June 1st. We also know that survival of newborn calves is normally pretty low for the first few months of life. Newborn calves can die from a variety of reasons, including predation, poor nutrition, cold water or cold weather, accidents, and they even get trampled by the mother or other elk in a group occasionally. Calves will begin eating hard foods or vegetation within a couple of weeks after birth. After 2 months, or about August 1st, calves no longer rely on milk from the mother or the cow for nutrition. Although if the cow will let them, they'll still try to nurse occasionally. About the same time in August, the cows and calves begin forming back up in herds. This dramatically improves the calf survival, and from that point forward, it tends to improve and stay consistently much better through the winter. Essentially, these hunts affect relatively few calves. With that, that does conclude our presentation. We would be happy to address questions now or after public testimony.
Thank you, Dawn. Commissioners, are there any immediate questions? Seeing no hands yet, I will go to the three people who would like to testify. Whoops, we do have one. I'll name the three people so they're ready. Haley Stewart, Riley Stevenson, and Tyler Dungannon. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I just have a question about some of the tags that are in units that had extensive fires, and particularly the fire down in the Klamath area, Klamath and Lakeview, Summer Lake area, that such as, I guess it was maybe the Klamath unit, and were any of those fires taken into account when we're looking at having tags in some of those controlled hunts?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Zarnowitz, I'll take that question. So while we're adopting tag numbers right now for the 2022 seasons, we also realize that there's going to be survey results coming in this winter. We don't know what the total effects of the fires have been. We don't know what the total effects of this coming winter are going to be. And so when we get to April, this next spring, after we conduct surveys, we do have the ability to do some tag reductions through emergency rule. And that's usually how we handle these changes in, unanticipated changes in populations due to things like fire or winter. And so then in April, we would notify hunters that we're looking to do an emergency tag reduction. That would happen through emergency rule then before hunters apply for their controlled hunts in May 15th. So right now, we do have staff that are in those fire areas starting to do some surveys, but it's a pretty incomplete picture at this time. And our plan is to address it next spring when we have a complete picture.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. One other question for Dr. Whitaker. A lot of the commenters that wrote asked about the visible antler and hunting the spike deer and elk. And I wonder if you could just say a little bit about whether that issue or how that issue relates to the mule deer populations and problems that we're having with those populations, or is there any kind of relationship?
Chair Wall, members of the commission, thanks for that question. Those comments are directed primarily at the change that was made for black-tailed deer bag limits.
Oh, okay.
The mule deer bag limit has been one visible antler for quite some time, 2 or 3 decades. That change was made, last year was the first full season where that bag limit was an option. And it was based a lot on some of the new methodologies that we're using out there on the landscape that are showing that we do indeed very much undercount our buck ratios, underestimate our buck ratios because of the difficulties of conducting surveys in Western Oregon. We all know that if you are over here, drive through it, or live here, the habitats are very, very thick. And we're using some new technology to estimate our black-tailed deer populations in many of our areas. And things are indicating that the black-tailed deer populations are indeed likely much lower than they were a couple of decades ago. But those same new methods are indicating that there's more than we think. And when we do look at our buck ratios from the most recent surveys, this late spring and or late winter, early spring, we're seeing no issues with our buck ratios, even from the observed ones that tend to underestimate that. Across all of the units in Western Oregon, they average 28 bucks per 100 does, and they range from as high as into the 30s. So things really are doing okay from a black-tailed deer standpoint, even though they're lower than what we all remember from the 80s.
Thank you. That helps. Any other questions? Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
I just have a quick question for Derek, which is what is causing most of the non-hunt mortality for bear?
Very well, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. It's a little mix of a couple different things. Primarily, if I don't know if I have it, it's in the packet, but I can generate some of those numbers for you. Just primarily damage. Bears taken for causing damage to structures, livestock conflict, and also bears being taken for peeling trees, which is an activity that occurs here in Western Oregon. So it's a mix of things. Our damage database, we get pretty far into the weeds and how we split it up. Even, we specify which type of livestock, those types of things. So we can provide those in fine bins if that's a preference for you.
Thank you. We have one other question from Vice Chair Woolley.
I was going to save my questions for later, but my question was related to Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde's question. So Derek, could you talk about the percentage of hunter mortality to total mortality for bear and cougar?
Sure, Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley. I have to pull up the packet. It's about, for cougars, the total mortality, I believe it's about half, I think like 43% might be one of the numbers that sticks in my head. That is hunter mortality of the total mortality. And for bear, I could pull up our packet. You can see in that table where we have bear mortalities and then total mortalities. I'd have to try to just quickly crunch those numbers as the proportion there, but it is in the staff packet as the breakout in the mortality sources.
Okay, well, I can dig that out. Oh, you don't have to look for it for now. I thought you might just have a sense off the top of your head.
It is similar to cougar in that it's greater than half, certainly greater than half. There is more of a desire to go bear hunting than there is for cougar hunting. But yeah, I'm glad that you asked that question because too, that oftentimes comes up that we have to differentiate those numbers that we're presenting are total mortalities, not just hunt mortalities. And also when it's total mortalities, it's across all age classes. So, a cub or kitten that shows up as roadkill shows up in our data.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Derek. I'll have more later.
I'll crunch the numbers during some testimony.
Okay. One more question, a quick question from Commissioner Spellbrink, and then we'll go to you, Haley. Sorry to make you wait.
Okay, yeah, quickly on mule deer. I pulled up while we were talking here, some of the information from the Gold Beach meeting we had there in 2019, where it broke down, you had the GPS collars on 1,100 mule deer throughout Eastern Oregon. And I think during that period, they had the mortality figured out. And I'm looking at my notes here, the total mortalities where cause could be identified. Predation was 55%, disease and starvation 11%, vehicle strikes 11%, and harvest was only 6%. Have those numbers, are you still doing that same, do we still have that steady in force, and are those numbers similar? Do you have any idea?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellbrink, yeah, there hasn't been a dramatic change in proportions of cause of death. But because 50% of those animals that we could identify the cause of death were due to predation, that is not synonymous with 50% of the animals dying. What we look at are the survival probabilities from those collars, or the number of animals that live, and those survival rates actually improved last year, and we're in the mid to high 80%. So now they're still fluctuating, and they go up and they go down. Generally, what we consider as a magic number is 80%. When a population of ungulates has survival higher than that, it tends to be a growing population. Lower than that, it tends to be a declining population. And those survival probabilities, we're measuring them now for the adults and the juveniles separately because those are key input components to our modeling processes.
Great.
So we're seeing some improvements there, but I just want to caution about saying that proportion of cause of mortality means that's the total mortality in the population, because that is not the case.
Right, but the percentages are basically the same. The predation 55, the 55%, hunting was, or harvest was 6%. Those numbers are fairly much the same. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't think they've changed dramatically, Commissioner Spellbrink. I can double check that for you if you wish, but
No, that's okay. I just
okay.
ballpark.
Yeah, I think they're probably in the same range.
Thank you. Let's go to Haley Stewart, and thank you for sticking with us all day, and go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Director Melcher, and members of the commission. My name is Haley Stewart, and I'm a resident of Oregon, as well as a wildlife program manager specializing in native carnivore protection for the Humane Society of the United States. As detailed in the comments we submitted to you earlier this week, we are opposed to the hunting of black bears and cougars in Oregon, as we consider this practice to be done primarily for the purpose of trophies and not for subsistence. The traditional rationale to support the trophy hunting of these animals has largely been debunked. Research shows that it does not pay off in the long run towards efforts to increase prey populations, and it can actually increase conflicts with humans and livestock by disrupting their very sensitive social structures. Black bears and cougars are really iconic wild species that provide vital benefits to other wildlife and to other ecosystems. If Oregon is to continue allowing the hunting of black bears and cougars, we call on you to implement updated rules to safeguard these rare animals from the cruelest killing practices, as well as overhunting. So for bears, this means an end to springtime hunts, which put mother bears at risk and orphan-dependent cubs, and occur when bears are physically distressed after months of hibernation while caring for their cubs. Furthermore, most Westerners oppose springtime bear hunting, and most states with bear hunts do not allow the practice of hunting bears in spring. And we believe that it's time for Oregon to follow suit rather than increasing spring hunting tags as recommended by the current proposal. For cougars, we ask that ODF&W limit the quota to no more than 14% of the adult and subadult population, not that overall population, just that adult and subadult population, to prevent overhunting of the species. We also request that ODF&W limit hunting so that adult female mortality not exceed 20% of the total hunting mortality. So both that 14% total hunting limit and the 20% adult female sublimit are grounded in findings from multiple studies and are similar to limits now being adopted by wildlife agencies in other states, such as Arizona and Colorado. And lastly, while we're pleased to see that ODF&W does not currently have plans to open any additional target areas for the state, we believe that we really want to see those target area programs permanently ended. Rather than spending agency money on this costly program, Oregonians would benefit much more from those resources being used to increase public understanding and coexistence with wildlife. Our written comments include other additional recommendations for long-term improvement of these species. However, we would really appreciate you adopting these recommendations today to continue protecting these species and upholding the interests of Oregon's public majority. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Haley. The next person is Riley Stevenson.
Chair Wall, Mr. Stevenson isn't currently available.
Okay, then we will move to Tyler Dungannon.
Thank you, Chair Wall, Commissioners, and Director Melcher. I'm Tyler Dungannon, the Conservation Coordinator for the Oregon Hunters Association, which represents 10,000 conservation-minded sportsmen statewide. First, OHA appreciates the action taken by ODFW to mitigate the effects that drought and wildfire have had and will have on ungulates and hunters this year. Specifically, we believe that the voluntary approach that affected hunters had the opportunity to surrender their tag in exchange for a preference point was the right way to go. That sounds like it's been pretty successful thus far in reducing the potential for overcrowding and the negative impacts that were possible on game populations. So we appreciate that. Moving on to the elk regulations, we want to say again that we appreciate the transparent process of the elk archery regulation revisions, though not very in-depth discussed today as it was done in August, but the engagement with the sport group leaders and the public were exceptional. And not all of us were happy at the end with the outcome. I think we knew that going in, but we just wanted to tout once again how impressed we were with the process. And we hope this process can be utilized in the future with other issues. Right at the forefront that Dr. Whitaker mentioned is our mule deer plan update. That's very high on our priority list. We'd love to see that level of involvement with sport group leaders and members of the public in those discussions. So there's been some talk here about cow elk hunts in early August and the potential concern that these hunts might have an impact on calf recruitment. And OHA doesn't yet have an official position on a change for start date of these cow elk hunts because we're really just recently hearing about these possible delays in August. And I can say that we would rely on ODFW staff to inform and propose these changes should they find them necessary. And this isn't something that OHA supports or opposes at this point. We simply haven't had the time to discuss. And I'm speaking on this subject both as a biologist and as a past participant in these hunts. I participated in 5 youth elk hunts with an August 1st start date. And I can tell you that the length of the time of the hunt was more important to me, not necessarily the start date, but I do feel that the data are needed to support a delay. And if such a delay is necessary, we need to be very thoughtful as to how we go about it and ensure that we're not diminishing youth hunting opportunity. So let's take our time, look at this hunt by hunt basis, and make sure that we're doing the best for kids and our calf recruitment. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? Commissioner Spellbrick, did you have your hand left up from before, or did you have another question?
I'm sorry, too many buttons again.
Okay, Commissioner Labhart.
My questions are not related to the testimony.
Okay. I think you have questions for staff. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. I don't see any questions for the people who testified. So thank you to the 3 of you, or the 2 of you, and we will keep going with questions to staff.
Okay, thank you, Chair Wall. So I think it's somewhat telling that we only had 3 people testify. Not that they weren't important, they were important, but if we had a lot of controversy, I think we probably would have had more people testify. So that's the first comment. So, and this might not be a fair question for Brian because he's somewhat new, but so maybe somebody else could answer it. So we've got the letters from 2020 clear up to 2021. And there was a number of letters that said, I would really like a response. Some of them are just giving input, but others are responding. So do we make it a practice as a department? And I know there's just a huge amount of letters here, and it's a huge workload, but Brian, do we make an attempt when somebody says, I've got a question or an issue regarding the 2020 regulations, and I'd really like a response from staff? Do we respond? Are we able to?
It's Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. We try to, if there's questions that we can answer. For people that are submitting comments, and it's simply a comment, I want to suggest this, and there's not really something for staff to address, then those get flagged for the commission correspondence. And we hold those correspondence, even though we don't open these rules until midsummer, we start getting feedback on hunts and hunt season structures immediately after the season. And so we hold those for the year. Some of those that were asking for responses got responses, not always maybe quite as timely as they wanted. Some of our responses, I think, were included in the commission packet. Others, that response happened kind of separately and wasn't included, but we do try to respond if there's a question that we can answer, but don't respond to every comment.
Okay, understand. So my last comment, well, no, two more comments quickly. I really appreciate there's 17 public meetings that were held around the state. 7 of the meetings were virtual, 1 video, and then local biologists, an opportunity to email questions to local biologists and so on. So I appreciate the amount of outreach that the department did to gather input to provide good input into this 22 regulations. My last comment is regarding mule deer, and I'm sorry I didn't talk to you or Kevin about this ahead of time, but I just have a real concern about mule deer, and the reason for it is so we said that our habitat's been declining at 2% this year. And that's after, our mule deer plan, $53 million has been allocated, but we're still down 2% over the year. In 1980, we had about 300,000 mule deer in the state. 2019, we have 150,000, 50% reduction almost, roughly, of mule deer in the state. 50% of Eastern Oregon area is below management objectives. And I fully understand and fully and support it. This is not an Oregon problem. It's a West-wide problem. It is a number of issues. It's complicated. It's not just one answer fits everything. But I appreciate that the mule deer update, we're going together with that again. But I hear from folks around me that are avid mule deer hunters, as I am, that they're just not seeing the mule deer out there. And I think the biologists would agree. We're just not seeing the mule deer. We've had a 50% reduction since 1980. And I just think, not has anything to do with 2022 regulations, because as Commissioner Spellbrink so adamantly or clearly said, 7% is the harvest from hunters. So it's coming from other reasons, habitat, whatever the reasons are. We've got a significant reduction in mule deer. So I just want to flag that for me personally. This is becoming a huge issue, continues to be a huge issue for many hunters around the state. And I just want to make sure that we keep that concern, at least of mine, on the burner, and continue to strive to do what we can to restore these mule deer back to what we used to do. We'd close schools for a week and go mule deer hunting because there were so many deer out there. And it just is an issue for me for the long term. And I don't like the way the trend is going. So I wanted to make sure I said that before we moved on. Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner. Commissioner, would you like a response to that, or we could visit offline and we can talk about the continued support that the department does have directed at mule deer? We're not walking away from them. So if you'd like to visit, we'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thanks, Don. And I know the department's not walking away from it. It's just still concerning that we're down 2% this last year. We're down 50% since 1980. And it's a West-wide problem, and there's a number of things we need to do. So, and I fully understand you're fully aware of all those too. So.
We're equally as concerned ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Woolley and then Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of questions for Derek and then a question for Don. So Derek, when you talk about reaching carrying capacity, and I think you're talking about cougars, are you talking about the capacity of their prey species to support the population of cougar, or are you talking about a threshold being reached that would modify allowable hunting opportunity? What are you referring to when you say carrying capacity?
Very well, Commissioner Woolley, good question. The former. So at the heart of this cougar model is an estimate of carrying capacity. Very simply, at each zone, the amount of habitat is evaluated, and then cougar densities, which ideally are empirically derived, then are extrapolated to get at basically how many cougars does the habitat support in that zone. And so for many of those zones, we're reaching that number.
Right, and for cougar habitat, you're talking about their prey more than, right? You're not talking about like vegetation, that kind of thing. You're talking about their prey, right?
Well, they're tightly tied together. I mean, habitat is food, water, shelter, and space. And so cougars and their style of hunting, you know, the middle of a cornfield is probably not going to work very well, no matter what their density is. But yeah, it's one of the same. And ideally, we'll continue to conduct studies around the state to update those models with more contemporary information, more local information. I mean, if you look at our plan, we've got an extensive history of doing cougar research, but typically in Northeast, Southwest Oregon, ideally, we could continue to do more studies in each one of those zones and then get a better refined estimate of what that carrying capacity may be, especially with changes in landscape.
Okay, the second question, and then I'll go to Don. Could you talk a little bit more about, you know, with bears, how sow and cubs are protected?
Sure. So through our hunting regulations, cubs and sows with cubs are prohibited from take in our spring and fall bear hunts. So that's been a regulation in place for an extremely long period of time. It is still a concern of ours because we know the public cares very much about orphaning. So do staff, so do biologists. We don't want that to happen. That's not the intent. And as we mentioned earlier, most of our hunters are indeed after those larger males. So there are the requirements in place, but also what's fortunate for us is that the mandatory check-in allows us to collect some more information and potentially get a few more details and perhaps notify OSP if we need to have a law enforcement follow-up.
Okay, thanks. And then for Don, when you showed the graph of that plummeting population of pronghorn, to me that was very startling. Going from 25,000 to 10,000 and 25,000 to 15,000 in 7 years. And so, but you didn't miss a beat. It just kind of kept on going. So I don't know if I was the only one that was alarmed or not. So what is causing that decline? What is being done about it? And what's my other part of that? Oh, and so given that precipitous decline, how do you justify continuing the same harvest level? And I assume you have a different answer than, well, it's still above the MO. I'm sure there's some other response to that. So if you could respond to, I know it's kind of a 3-in-1 question, but if you could respond, I'd appreciate it.
Right. Chair Wall, Commissioner Woolley, thanks. That's a really good question. As I pointed out, the country where pronghorn live is kind of taking the brunt of what these persistent, long-term, and occasionally intense droughts are doing to the landscape. Pronghorn are, if we look at our ungulates, pronghorn are the most selective feeders of our ungulates. So they're looking for the good stuff that's out there on the landscape. And the droughts and the fires, some of those fires, when they go through that Great Basin country, they take out all of the good stuff that pronghorn need, and it turns into cheatgrass, and that sagebrush country is very, very slow to recover. And some of the fires we've had down on that landscape are 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 acre fires just in the last 10 to 12 years. So which coincides with the time frame of what this decline is in some of these shifting distributions. The waters are drying up more and more frequently and more earlier. We've got research coming out of Starkey too that's saying plants are growing sooner and senescing earlier. So they've got longer and longer time periods to deal with less and less quality nutrition to choose from. A lot of that pronghorn country coincides with much of the country that some of our mule deer initiative work and some of our mule deer habitat work is occurring on. So we're getting a little bit of stuff there as well. One of the important things that we're doing now is we're capitalizing on some of the resource opportunities that have been provided from the Department of Interior through the Secretary Order addressing migrations, winter ranges, and habitats. And we've taken some resources from there and initiated some much needed work on pronghorn movements and ecology and habitats and stuff specific to Oregon. They're kind of an understudied species for us. So we are stepping up our level of work. We have a PhD student working out there right now, and we're planning to deploy even more radio collars out there, very similar to what we've done over for our mule deer recently. Regarding hunting, the overwhelming majority of our harvest on pronghorn is focused on the male segment. Like deer, like elk, pronghorn are polygynous species, which means one male breeds with many females. So looking at the majority of our ungulate species, we can sustain the harvest levels that we sustain on our males, keeping our male to female ratios in the ranges that we try to keep them without seriously causing significant declines in the populations as a result of harvest. It's when we way over harvest the female segment that we tend to lead to issues like that.
So in terms of species recovery, is there any reseeding of forage species? Or I wasn't really clear on what's happening to try to offset the forage, that selective forage that's been lost as a result of these fires.
Right, we're not necessarily to a large scale point in that effort right now on Oregon's landscape. Some of the areas in the Mule Deer Initiative, we are incorporating the reseeding efforts to follow up on our treatment areas, which is going to affect peripherally some of our pronghorn. Some of the fire areas that have been dramatically impacted do have some reseeding and revegetation attempts on those. And we obviously participate with our landowner partners in trying to help direct where the most critical areas are to do that, try to help with the seed mixes and things like that. One of the things that we do struggle with in that Great Basin or the Northern Great Basin country where most of the pronghorn exists and where most of the impacts are, is it is incredibly difficult to recover native vegetation. It's dry. In some cases, the soils are not very good or they're not very deep. And it's extremely challenging to recover that native vegetation once it's dramatically disturbed like those fires do. And it's very costly. We are trying to peck away at it in those areas where we can and where we have the opportunities and where we do have the resources to try to do something on the landscape.
Okay, well, I hope we can meet that challenge because that downward trajectory is pretty dramatic. And so, and I respect how challenging it is.
Yeah,
and I hope that we have more success.
Commissioner Woolley, we agree with you. And that's why in the ungulate program, I've started trying to direct some resources into some of our least studied critters out there on the landscape because they are equally as important to all of us in the state of Oregon. And we do want to keep them persisting on our landscapes out there and try to improve the health of those populations out there.
Yeah, they're good for tourism too.
Oh, yeah.
For wildlife viewing. So, okay. Thank you for taking the time, Don.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Zarnowitz and then Commissioner Spellbrink and then Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. And then we probably should think about where we want to go with this one so we can move on to the next one. So Commissioner Zarnowitz.
I think Commissioner Spellbrink's been waiting a while, so I'll go to him if that's all right.
Sure. Commissioner Spellbrink.
Okay, I'm fine with waiting too. I just wanted to respond to some public testimony. And I guess I wanted to throw this out there for opinions from both the commissioners and staff. And that is this testimony from who it seems to me like is probably a longtime hunter, experienced man named Lynn Bruno. He said he'd like to introduce the concept of banning game cameras in Oregon, or at very least from August 1st to December 1st each calendar year. He's witnessed an explosion in game camera use and I don't believe it, he doesn't believe it qualifies as fair chase. With the invention of cellular transmitting game cameras, some hunters immediately rush to wherever the game camera happens to be at the moment. There's folks out there with 10 to 50 cameras transmitting each and every picture of or video it captures. This is not fair chase and is a serious handicap to game animals. Anyway, I just guess I'd throw that out there for opinion. I mean, I know from, I have a son and grandson that both are bow hunters, and they use the game cameras. They don't use the ones that transmit the pictures through cell phone, but I know those are available and people are using them. And I guess I was just looking for opinions. I kind of halfway tend to agree with his opinion here. This guy, I think, has been around a while and he's seen it happen.
I saw that Commissioner Labhart had his hand raised, but I would be happy to try to speak to that if you'd like.
Go ahead.
Well, I'll just, if it's okay, I'll just pile on. We're chasing technology here. I remember the times when, when airplanes were flying and radioing down to people on the ground, and we said, well, that's not fair chase. Let's make that illegal. And so we did that. And the cameras now, it's just not fair to have a camera that immediately telephones somebody or calls somebody immediately and said, a nice bull just went by your camera, and they're in the area. So they go, okay, great. I can run right over there. We don't give them 12 hours or anything like that. And I just think there needs to be an analysis done, chasing the technology that's getting ahead of us here, so we can make sure that we're doing fair chase out there. That's just my comment. I would agree with Commissioner Spellbrink and the gentleman that provided it.
Thank you. So let's go.
Well, Don wanted to respond to that. So go ahead, Don.
Well, Chair Wall and Commissioner Spillbrink and Commissioner Labhart, I think Commissioner Labhart really said it well in that this is the process of chasing technology. And it's kind of like there was a theory a number of years ago that came out, and it was a Red Queen theory of evolution, actually, where when a trait became successful, predators on that species also evolved to account for that increased success, so they could indeed be successful. And that same thing's happening with technology in lots of different areas, from cameras on down to optics and shooting weapons. And many of the Western states are starting to tackle this. We have not done so ourselves, but it is something, if the commission directed us, that could be reviewed. And there are some, at least 3 or 4 different states that have taken that step that could be discussed with. So, but it's a challenging thing, because as we regulate, technology evolves to catch up to that regulation and sneak its way around.
Thank you. Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Yeah, I'd say I'd agree with that concern as well. And we can get the department to look into it. I've had questions along those lines of other technologies as well. So I'm also concerned, as Commissioner Labhart mentioned, about the reduced mule deer and pronghorn populations. It looks like the mule deer is going to be fairly quickly, or that you're redoing the mule deer plan, management plan will particularly, I think, help that, us understand that. And your explanation of pronghorn, they're in a lot of private land too, I think. So that's another issue. I'm also concerned about the August 1 date, but I was looking at the use for youth hunts for elk, and I was looking at the different, the numbers of tags are fairly low. But I do have a question. Why are they restricted to antlerless?
Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, the primary reason why the youth hunts are restricted to antlerless elk has to do with how difficult it is for many hunters to harvest a bull elk in Oregon. With the success rates we see, many of our hunters will only harvest 1 or 2 bull elk in their lifetime. And so when these hunts were set up, many of the sport group representatives we were working with were really supportive of a youth hunt opportunity, but not if it was going to prevent or be seen as competing with adult hunters for chances at bulls. And so these were really focused then on antlerless elk. The thought was that would increase the success rate because there's more opportunities for these hunters to encounter an antlerless elk.
And apparently, are most of these areas also areas where we may have a damage hunt in the future?
So Chair Wall, Commissioners Arnowitz, when these hunts were set up and the way they're operating now is we spread these across the state in very low tag numbers. There are some youth hunts that are focused on damage opportunities where landowners are agreeing to let kids access private property to hunt them. And some of these hunts, some of the hunters probably do help address damage, but that really wasn't the intent. It was to have a small number of tags in each of the units spread across the state.
And what's the success rate for these particular controlled hunts?
So the success rate can vary a little bit year to year, but it typically runs around 50%, maybe a little bit higher. And this is when you compare that to our controlled rifle hunts, both bull and antlerless. Those typically run in the low 20%, maybe 23% overall. And so with this structure, we're able to see a success rate that's at least twice what most of our rifle hunting is. And the kids are very successful with them for sure.
Yeah, that's a high success rate. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have one more question. And then from Commissioner Hatfield Hyde, and then I will mention, they brought up the issue of the youth hunts, and I'll mention where I ended up with that after asking the question last month. So Commissioner Hatfield Hyde.
Okay, thank you. I have just a couple thoughts here on all of the above. I am also concerned with the game cam issue. Having trailed behind my dad hunting when I was young, some of hunting should be misery and agony, right? So that you're like, okay, I have blisters, I missed, I have to walk farther, I have to sit in the cold in watching the sun come up. You know, I don't get to just drive my ATV to the game cam and pluck something off. Okay. On the other hand, I think these game cams could be a really important tool for us for example, for landowners in terms of where wolves are in relation to livestock. So I think all of these things have their other sides, right? Of how we start to regulate them. I am very concerned about the mule deer. And one of the things that I really appreciated recently was the Burns Paiute Tribe consortium that did the, what do you call it? Commissioner Labhart was on there too, and I think Commissioner Zarnowitz, where they were talking about doing more in terms of collision. And then I followed up a little bit with Oregon Hunters and got from actually Tyler the map of all the collision of all the deer in all of Oregon. And that is painful. That is horrible, right? Like I had no idea it was that bad. And I wonder if the one thing that I liked about that Burns Paiute Tribe presentation was that it was one of those things where you felt like there was a lot of collaboration among parties. So as we look to the future to try to do projects that bring Oregon together rather than continue to, splinter us apart, I think that might be a sweet spot project that could You know, I know there's potentially funding coming from the, what do we call it? Americans for something Wildlife Act, help me out, you know? I'm wondering if they're.
Renewable for America's Wildlife Act.
Thank you. But it seems like that might be one of these things that we could just put on steroids in Oregon, which would alert people to the ideas of greater connectivity, but tie it to, you know, maybe mule deer, who it seems like we are slaughtering on the road at a really fast rate. The other thing that I was thinking about is the seeding issue, and especially seedings where we have the non-natives in Eastern Oregon, the cheatgrass. Unfortunately, we have that on our ranch as well, and in some places. And I know even these big fires in Lake County, they reseeded last year, but then we came into a second year of drought right after the seeding. We personally did some seeding, and I'm not going to take you on a tour to show you how well it turned out, because it'd be disappointing. But I mean, all of the above, how do we get people excited about mule deer and connectivity and being together? And anyway, that's all. I don't know when this mule deer plan thing is coming up and how this relates, and I need to be quiet. And I also apologize for snacking during a commission meeting, and that is only because Chair Wall is such a taskmaster. But she deserves chocolate cake and acknowledgement too, while we're acknowledging everyone. She is a darn good chair to put up with all of this and keep this moving. Okay.
All right, thank you, and I would eat somebody's arm off right now, but the commission, we have Director Melcher would like to speak, and then I think we need to go, I would like to talk just for a second about the youth hunts, and then we need to take a vote on these issues and move on to the last one. So let's go to Director Melcher.
Thank you, Chair Wall. I just wanted to say a few words about the trail camera issue, and it is a big issue. It is an issue, as alluded to, that several other states have been dealing with. And I'll just give an example. They've been dealing with it not so much in the context of a quote unquote fair chase issue, but literally in some, particularly some of our drier Southwest states, where they're literally seeing something like 100 trail cameras on the same watering hole. And so it is an issue that I think, you know, it bears us digging into and evaluating what the other states are doing, what an approach might be. But I also just want to offer a word of caution as it relates to the commission's authority to regulate hunting, which doesn't necessarily mean you have the ability to regulate trail cameras at all times unless it's specifically associated with hunting. And there's nuances there that I don't want to get into today, but you know, I just don't want to overpromise and then underdeliver as it relates to your authority to regulate trail cameras in all places at all times.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good point.
That's true. And a lot of people have trail cams out because they just want to see wildlife. And so
Absolutely.
I don't think people were talking about just a blanket ban. I think that it has been in reference to hunting and not just taking them off the landscape.
There's always more to the story too. I mean, we need to do diligence here. So.
Let me comment on a couple things, and then I would like to talk about the youth hunt. On the fair chase, I wrote it down. Several of you mentioned it. I put it on a potential future agenda. It's something we could definitely pick off some of those topics, and lots of commenters are talking about that issue as well. I think it's a deep concern for a lot of people. I won't speak to the pronghorn and that sort of thing. I have the same concerns, but just for time, I would like to speak just about the youth hunt. My concern was that I raised last time, and staff were very helpful in the intervening month, providing information about all kinds of aspects of it. The youth hunt, this is for elk. The issues are youth hunts are a recruitment issue. The concern is if they're shooting and they hit a cow with a calf, that seems like a problem and maybe even a fair chase problem, but more a problem of it's not the experience we were looking for the kids. I do know, and I respect what Tyler was talking about in terms of it wouldn't be very many cows that would be hit in a youth hunt, but there are some that would, and it seems like it's not the experience we want for the kids and certainly not for the cow-calf pairs. I talked with people here that are hunters or either rifle or bow hunters, and a damage control person here on the South Coast and with the hunting organization, and a couple Eastern Oregon hunters. I was surprised because there was not anybody that pushed back on this notion of not having the kids hunting cow elk in August, but moving it because they still have a long hunting season. So that's how I would wrap it up, sort of summarize this issue. So there is, I would just propose that we not have it be in August. It just starts in September. So I just wanted you to know that's why there is that extra language in our motion if we want to make that one. So that's the issue. Any other questions, comments before we look at a vote on this one? And Commissioner Khalil, you haven't had a chance to talk. Is there anything you wanted to comment about?
I mean, I have not gone through this process before, so I'm just trying to absorb how this all goes down. So yes, I had to turn off my video for a while because 2 people using our Wi-Fi was creating some robotic skippiness. But I've been listening closely and not wanting to espouse opinion just for the sake of espousing opinion, but trying to remain with my focus on learning since this is my first go.
That's terrific. Thank you. Commissioners, are you ready to land on a vote on this one?
I'll make a motion. I move to adopt the staff proposals in attachment 3, exhibit F, and amend OAR Chapter 635, Division 08, 10, 45, 60, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and 75 as proposed by staff, including the changes listed in Addendum 1 of Exhibit F. And that revolves around some date changes, an archery season wording, and the definition of a resident, a little more clarification on definition of a resident, and eliminates 252A1. It's identified in Addendum 1, Exhibit F.
I'll second that.
So before a vote, I'd like to have some discussion around moving the kids elk hunt to September 1. The only downside I see is that kids wouldn't get to start hunting before school starts. And so I think the advantage is, earlier that they can have some of that time outside in the field before they start school. Otherwise, I don't see any other reason to not move that to September 1. And I feel that there are reasons to do that. So I just wanted to get a sense of what other commissioners think about that. And in addition to Chair Wall, I know how you were doing with it.
I'll weigh in. I did have a fairly lengthy conversation with Kevin about that idea. And as Don most eloquently said, most cows have weaned or lactated their calves off by around August 1st. Now, sure, there are some cows that are bred later season, and they do every week beyond August is that cow. If it was bred later, it might still have a calf with it. But when I talked to Kevin about it, and I hope he's on, or maybe Brian is aware too, but they said that by August 15th, pretty much all, maybe not all, but a significant portion of the calves have been weaned off. So if you split the baby and said August 15th, you could say that most of the calves have been weaned off. You still have 2 weeks for that child or that youth to hunt between there and September 1st is, when they go and the Labor Day weekend. If you had it on Labor Day weekend of September 1st, it's crowded. There's lots of recreationists out in the woods. But if you moved it from August 1st to September, you'd have 2 more weeks for those calves to be weaned off, those late calves. But you still give 2 weeks for folks to hunt, those youth to hunt. I did talk to some OHA folks. I talked to the conservation director. Oh shoot, I forget his name right now.
Tyler.
Not Tyler. Oh shoot. The conservation director for OHA, and he said the same thing that Tyler did. We're probably not going to fall on our sword for it because we haven't had a chance to talk to our members. And so, I think staff would, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian or Kevin, that I think they wouldn't fall on their sword either if we moved it to split the baby and said August 15th, and that would still address Chair Wall's concern to some extent, but not a total extent about it. So I've tried to walk a fine line here. So, Kevin, do you have an input on this or do you want to wait?
Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. For the record, I introduced myself, Chair Wall, Commissioners. For the record, Kevin Blakely. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Department of Fish and Wildlife here in the Wildlife Division. So I had a number of conversations both with Chair Wall and Commissioner Labhart just to really identify all and these are kind of some competing interests in a little way. Certainly understand Chair Wall's and our biological needs for the herds as well. So as it is not our recommendation in the packet to make that movement, but then the conversation, particularly with Mark Labhart, was that what are the advantages of trying to balance with that concern? And August 15th does provide that balance in regards to, we think it's still very valuable to have time early in that long duration hunt for kids to have that opportunity. By the time you get later in the season, there's other competing interests, as well as for some kids having winter weather and then still trying to learn all about elk hunting and all the other intrinsic things about that. It makes it more difficult. So that long duration, keeping it as long as possible is certainly an advantage for that hunting opportunity and that learning opportunity. So appreciate that.
So I'll go ahead. There was a lot of discussion on Don Whitaker's thing about where we want to save as many of the female elk, particularly Roosevelt, it sounds like, as possible, because of obviously they're going to keep producing the herds. And so it does seem, particularly in the Roosevelt area, where Roosevelt elk are, a little strange to be taking some of the cow elk out, and especially if they've got calves with them still, whether or not they're weaned, they're still dependent on their mother and their herd for their survival, pretty much. So I would be willing to go to the August 15th, because I understand about getting the kids out when the weather's good and that sort of thing. Although these days, with fire closures, that's a problem as well. But I think that I'd certainly support changing it from August 1st. I think that's just a little too early for cow elk and calves.
Thank you. Anybody else want to weigh in on this discussion before we go back to the vote?
I will amend my second if Commissioner Labhart amends his first to accommodate that issue.
Well, I don't actually have the other motion in front of me. For some reason, I didn't get that or I didn't see that. So I'd be more than happy to do that. Maybe this is a question for Aaron.
Or maybe we could make a second motion for that.
Yeah, I was just thinking if we could just make the motion for the first one and then have a second motion, is that appropriate or does it need to be incorporated into one of these divisions? So I don't know if Director Melcher or Aaron or somebody could help me out here from a legal standpoint.
Yeah, I think in keeping with the appropriate parliamentary procedure, there's two paths forward. One, someone could make a motion to amend your motion to include the new start dates for all the youth elk hunts as August 15th or whatever your proposal is. And then vote on that, which would then make it part of assuming that it receives 4 favorable votes, it would then become part of the main motion, and then you would vote on the full motion again. The alternative is you could withdraw your motion, she could withdraw her second, and then you could remake the motion to include those other details.
Aaron, is that where you are on this as well?
We did carefully draft this option as a motion. And so my recommendation would be to withdraw the motion that is currently out there and then to make a new motion that is complete in terms of incorporating this new concept, which is an adjustment to the staff proposal. And do any commissioners have that that form of the motion?
So as usual,
now in the
as usual, Michelle's ahead of us. So I'll well, what's the term I need to use? I'll withdraw the motion.
And I withdraw my second.
Okay, and I would make the following motion. I move to adopt the staff proposals in attachment 3 exhibit F and amend OAR chapter 635 divisions 08, 10, 45, 60, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, and 75 as proposed by staff, including the changes listed at addendum 1 exhibit F, except that any youth hunt listed on pages 69 through 72 in table 20 of attachment 3 in exhibit F, which had a proposed start date of August 1st, will be amended to a start date on August 15th, 2022.
And I will second that if Commissioner Labhart includes the word elk after youth.
Sorry. It's late in the day. Youth elk hunt.
We don't want to mess up every hunt in Oregon.
Youth elk hunt. Thank you.
I think we have our motion that has been moved and seconded. I won't try to repeat what Commissioner Labhart just said, but you've heard the motion that was made and seconded. Those in favor?
Is there any discussion? So just to make sure.
It is late. Thought we just had. Any other discussion? Okay, now those in favor. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Let's move on. And I'm probably earning even more of a slave driver, but if we just move on to one more item, then we will be finished for the day. So if we could go to agenda item G. And thank you, by the way, to all 3 of you for your presentations, staff, and to the people who testified. Let's go to item G, the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund project approvals. And I think we have Davia here again to talk to us about this one. Go ahead, Davia.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall and members of the commission. I am your bookends today. And 10 minutes ago, I was going to promise to be done by 5, but I'm sorry, I don't think we can get that done. But this is a quick exhibit. Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee has one project recommendation for you. And it is a time-sensitive one, which is why we sought to attach it to the meeting today. And you'll understand why shortly. So I just wanted to quickly put up our legislative success story here, because this is the first time you're seeing this since the governor signed a slew of bills. The big story here is that we have a $2.5 million appropriation to the Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund, thanks to many of you and our partners, especially Commissioner Labhart for work lobbying on behalf of the fund, as well as having our sunset removed so the fund can carry on and we can keep growing it into the program we want it to be in the future. And finally, the Office of Outdoor Recreation, who has been participating all along in the Conservation Recreation Fund, that participation has been codified by the new rules. So I'm also on the agenda in October to talk about the Conservation Recreation Fund. I'll plan to cover all of these topics. And so since it is late, and I promise you we'll talk a lot in detail about all of these things at that October meeting. And today we'll focus on this one project. So just as a reminder to you all, the advisory committee brought this concept forward for incentivizing restricted gifts. We still do need to raise $1 million from the private sector this biennium to release some of that general fund that I mentioned at the beginning. And so we've gotten a small suite of restricted gifts from foundations and individuals who are interested in the Conservation Recreation Fund, but also specific projects. And so the great news there is that when we get one of those gifts, an equal amount of general fund becomes available for other Conservation Recreation Fund projects. And so the advisory committee, and you've done this once before, has asked if we could incentivize some of those gifts by restricting 30% of the match back to that original project, which then frees up 70% of that general fund match to go into other Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund programs. And so today I am asking for expenditure recommendation from the advisory committee for the Green Jobs Training and Internship Program, which would fall into this large gift incentivization program. The project itself is a 2-year project, and it has 2 primary goals. One is increasing the health and resiliency of the Greater Forest Park ecosystem, which is defined by Forest Park Conservancy and a suite of partners in the Portland metro area through active restoration and conservation. And the primary thrust of this project is creating pathways for young adults from Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities to enter the conservation and environmental workforce through job training and internships that develop professional skills and networks in this field. So the positions that are going to be funded by this grant, should it be approved, are 12-month paid intern positions for 4 interns and 1 fellow, so 5 positions. And the positions will sit within Forest Park Conservancy or one of the partners in the Greater Forest Park Conservancy Initiative. So that includes Columbia Land Trust, Eco Trust, the Portland Water Bureau, Environmental Science Associates, and the West Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District. So the interns will have this 1-year period while they'll be kind of learning the ropes of how these conservation organizations do what they do. Be involved in habitat restoration projects, including invasive ivy removal and other planting projects. One of the things that the project proponents are really proud of and wanted to emphasize is that there are a lot of 3 to 6 month long internships that give people experience, but don't necessarily put them in a position to be hired into their first full-time job. And that this 1-year period is sort of creating a new opportunity and filling a niche that is currently available in that job training market. So the request for the project is $325,000. from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund. And $250,000 of that would be generated from private donations, which would generate that match that we talked about, which would be 30% at $75,000 from the OCRF. Another way to look at that $325,000 is $50,000 going to those partner organizations to help them support these interns and do the work to have the interns on staff. And then the rest of it going to intern salaries and benefits for those 2 years. So this project, we're on this accelerated timeline here because we have a foundation that is interested in supporting the project and needed a decision in September. So we had invited this project to apply back in June. The subcommittee of the Conservation Recreation Advisory Committee met in August. They reviewed it based on their existing scorecard for a score of 45.5, which puts it squarely in line with other projects that have been funded. And so the subcommittee did recommend that the full committee approve it. And the advisory committee met at the end of August and then recommended to the commission that you approve the project for up to $325,000. And that'll be contingent on the fundraising need for the project. So staff recommendation is to approve the advisory committee's recommendation to expend up to $325,000 for the Project Green Jobs Training and Internship Program, contingent on the receipt of restricted donations of up to $250,000. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay.
Ready to do, whoops, thank you, Davia. We have one person ready to do testimony, Renee Myers. Are there any quick questions? It looks like there is a question from Commissioner Labhart, and then we'll go to Renee.
I can hold off until after testimony.
Okay, go ahead, Renee.
Great. Well, thank you, Davia, and thanks to the committee and the commission for having the opportunity to talk today. But yeah, this is an amazing program and it's extremely unique. Before we established this program, it took us about 2 years of actually doing due diligence to kind of look into other programs around the country to make sure that we were improving on anything existed, and we really wanted to know what success looked like. And most of the programs are 6 months or less, and the success rate of actually folks gaining full-time jobs coming out of those programs is pretty low. And in addition to that, there's a lot of attrition that happens within these programs. And so we wanted to create a holistic program that really gave them both, personal and professional support, and being able to go more in depth and really learning what it looks like to get project management skills. How do you supervise? How do you develop and manage a budget? How do you work as a team? How do you work, on a staff? What does that look like? How do you communicate within your staff? And so we really took a deep dive in developing a kind of comprehensive curriculum that looks at all that, including financial literacy training. We work with Columbia Land Trust, West Multnomah. They have the opportunity to work for different kinds of organizations, not just a nonprofit, but different agencies, to kind of learn what that culture and the different opportunities in organizations like that look like and the specific skills that they need. And we have the opportunity for whatever trainings they need, we are able to give that to them. So they have a major role in defining their career path, which is amazing. So they have ownership over this, and they get to kind of pick the path that they want to take. And so I think the best example is one of our interns this year. He's Indigenous and he has a lot of traditional ecological knowledge. And we have this amazing ancient preserve that we own that is the last intact stand of old growth closest to Portland. And he has been able to take the opportunity to lead writing an entire management program or plan for that ancient preserve that combines looking at the Oregon conservation strategy and different ways that we need to be managing for wildlife and native habitat, and combining that with his ecological knowledge to create this professional plan that he gets to learn how to do this from start to finish. And that is a skill that you can't just learn in 6 months. And so we get to foster that and mentor him, and he gets to work with different kinds of professionals to learn monitoring techniques. And when he is done, he will have this amazing resume behind him, along with all those other soft and hard skills, right? And so it's not just about field work, it's about all those other things that make us really good professionals that we don't learn doing plant surveys, right? They're outside of that, and that's kind of that comprehensive look that we're trying to take, and that's not done in 6 months. That's a year or more. And we still have relationships with last year's cohort, mentoring them and, you know, helping them make connections with different professionals in the field. And so, yeah, it's about the person and really making sure they're successful and find a job, not just about the numbers. And I think that's what makes this program really special. And we'll continue to make it really successful. So thank you.
Thank you. We may have some questions. We have a couple commissioners that have their hand up. So Commissioner Labhart.
I'm speaking for Dr. Carl Wiener, who couldn't be here today. And if he was here, he would say the following. This has been strongly supported, as Davia said, by the subcommittee with the criteria that meets the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund criteria that's identified in OAR. It was unanimously approved by the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Advisory Committee for approval. And it strongly meets the diversity, equity, and inclusion that the department is trying to strive for. So strongly support.
Thank you. I'll just go right down the line. Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Okay, I also talked to Carl Winter about this, and he said that this was such an exciting project inside of the subcommittee, or the whatever you guys call your subcommittee of the subcommittee to do this. So that is really exciting. And I also think it would be so cool if, you know, like, wouldn't it be cool? Like, maybe we let Commissioner Khalil make the motion on this, right? Instead of us all just like jumping in. That's just an option, because I know she's saying, I'm learning. And at some point you're going to be running the place. So you might as well start today.
Well, she has her hand up, so she'll be speaking in a minute, and we'll ask her what she would like to do with it. But in the meantime, Vice Chair Woolley. Thank you, Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde. Vice Chair Woolley.
Okay, I was muted. So it's interesting, Dr. Winter, I think, talked with each one of us, well, several of us, and imparted certain key points to provide during our meeting in his absence. So for me, he wanted me to drive 2 points home that he thought could be concerns of the commission when it's time for us to make our vote. Even though we may be so tired of meeting, we may just vote straight away. But anyway, one of them is that we are refunding an organization that was funded during the last cycle. And what Carl felt, and I'm sure Commissioner Labhart feels the same way, this particular organization, the Forest Park Conservancy, did an excellent job with managing their funds. They were great with communication and follow through. And so the selection committee felt that they were very worthy of being funded again. Now, with that said, and Davia brought this point home too, all this money is not going into the pocket of one organization. The bulk of it is being distributed to the 5 partner organizations that are providing the training to the trainees. So Carl wanted me to make those 2 points. And I think everyone knows I'm very supportive of internship programs. I think they're terrific exposure, especially for members of the population that have not had very much exposure to natural resources, maybe have an interest, but maybe didn't grow up in an outdoor recreation family, don't have family members that are in the profession. It's a terrific exposure. I did have a comment for Renee, if that's appropriate at this time, or if someone wanted to not make a general comment. So Renee, are you still?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, okay, hi. Okay, it's good to see you. So one of the, I guess, promotional points of this program that is intended to differentiate it from a lot of other internship programs, as you said, it's not a 3-month, it's not a 6-month, it's a 1 year for each of the 5 intern cohorts, correct?
Yeah.
So, if, in looking at the outcomes, there are a lot of jobs and occupational areas that are being attempted to cover in 1 year. A lot of professions represented, everything from GPS and data analysis to report writing to restoration and a lot of things. And so even across a year, that's a lot of ground to cover. And so one of the, again, the points of this particular program is talking about employability. And so I'm just wondering if you can speak to the potential employability based on so many of these areas. I mean, you could spend a one whole year really getting good with GPS. You could spend one whole year of learning about riparian restoration or reforestation. And so we're combining, I don't know, 6 or 8 or more different kinds of jobs and occupational exposure into 1 year. So my question is, what kind of your sense of either immediate employability and what is the follow-up? Because that's a big part, is what sort of relationship that you maintain with these interns and support them as they're looking at next steps, because they may, want to start college in one of these fields, or they may want to get into one of the entry-level positions. For instance, Columbia Land Trust has, as you probably know, a position called stewardship assistant. And so they're able to bring people in at an entry level to go out and work on the land. And then they have sort of a career ladder where someone can stay with the organization and move into other areas, of stewardship, or even start to learn about land acquisition. And so I think that's terrific. And there needs to be follow-up with the interns. You can tell I've kind of worked in this field too. So anyway, just if you could address that, again, I guess, employability and follow-up with the interns, because we want to get a return on this investment, and we want, the young people to really have job and career opportunities, or at least have a launching point to continue.
Yeah, I would love to. And what's really funny is one of our graduates from this past year actually got one of those one of those positions at Columbia Land Trust. So he is now employed full-time with Columbia Land Trust, which is fantastic. And another one of our interns, we had a position open. We're able to hire him on full-time as a trails and restoration manager, which was fantastic. But yeah, that's a good question of how do you combine all of these things that they're trying to learn. And, when you think about your own position in your own job, right? Like in a day or in a month, you do so many different things, and there's so many different skills that you use. And the best way to learn these things is to integrate them into your kind of day-to-day and have somebody working with you to teach them, to support you. And so if you're doing a, restoration project, like, okay, for your restoration project, you're collecting data. How do you manage that data? And then how do you, who uses it? How is it analyzed, right? And then, so it's, if you're going to develop this project further, how do you develop a project from start to finish? So it's really hands-on, and you have somebody that is really kind of mentoring you and supporting you, kind of teaching you how to use these things on a daily, monthly basis, and how they actually are integrated into a position that you would have. And so it's not kind of like these separate tracks. It's really hands-on learning, but you have somebody there to support you because it's an entire year. And it's not just about, having a supervisor. They're a mentor. They're kind of giving you autonomy. They're giving you projects to work on and kind of learning on your own, but they're right there behind you, kind of helping support you with these skills. So it's kind of taking all those things and kind of combining them just using them on a daily, every day. So that's kind of like the best way I can explain it. They're not different tracks. It's applicable, right? Like they're using these things all the time as part of their work. So they're learning how to do it pretty fast. Did that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
I muted you. Sorry, I muted myself. I was to say, yeah, it does. And I think that mentorship and that support, I think that does make the difference. And then just one quick question. The geography of the project, you checked Klamath Mountains and Willamette Valley. And, the Klamath Mountain ecoregion, it starts from the Siskiyous and it concludes the Marbles and the Trinities and goes on down to Northern California. So I was assuming that they weren't going to be working in that
I
area.
think Carl checked that box by accident.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought, because then you have location, you have Multnomah County, so I thought, it'd be great to just have a spike team, heading out to Southern Oregon and working down there, but I
Yeah,
assume
no.
that's not what you intended. Yeah.
Yeah,
All
we're in
right.
the Portland, Vancouver areas mostly where our interns are working.
Right, okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Khalil.
Yeah. I love this. I can't tell you how many meetings and conversations I'm in every single day about paid internships and equity issues and green jobs and all that kind of stuff. And so it is really great to see actual paid internships, like not just a, $500 honorarium, but like an actual salaried paid internship come up and show a lot of promise. I immediately think about the evaluation and just as a comment or suggestion, I think this would be really ripe for a participatory evaluation framework and just having the participants write their own outcomes. You have your outcomes, the big ones, but it would be awesome to see what the participants would come up with as their own outcomes for their learning and their future and all that kind of stuff. And working that into the evaluation framework that you have.
So they actually, when they come on after the first few months, they actually have to write an individual development plan, which helps them think about the future and what they want to do and different professionals they want to shadow, what training skills they need. So yes, they have to actually do that in the beginning. So they kind of develop their own plan with help from us but yeah, absolutely. And I think, Greg, you had talked about follow-up before of the evaluation too. And so we check in with them every 6 months after. I think it was like for this last cohort, it was every 3 months for the first 3 months, and then it was every 6 months. But yeah, we have continually kept in contact with them because 3 of them were employed and 2 of them decided to take a higher education at a 4-year college. So that was awesome. They got really inspired. And so to me, that's just as good and that's success as if finding a full-time job, right? Because it led them to want to go to higher education. So yes, we continually follow up with them and help them out when they need it. So.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Khalil. Did you have another
I was
question?
just going to say, is this the motion part?
Yes.
I move to approve expenditure from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund of up to $325,000 for the project Green Jobs Training and Internship Program contingent upon the receipt of restricted donations of up to $250,000.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve expenditure from the Oregon Conservation and Recreation Fund as read by Commissioner Khalil. Is there any additional discussion? Vice Chair Woolley, is your hand still up from before or did you have more?
My hand was still up on accident, so
Okay.
no
Then
further
hearing-
discussion.
Thank you. Hearing no more questions or discussion, those in favor of this project? Of the motion, I'm sorry, of the motion. Anyone opposed? We've got commissioners using 2 thumbs at this point. We better end this meeting. So thank you all. Thank you, Davia, for sticking with us all day long, and to you, Renee, for your work and for waiting so that you could testify. I think we're adjourned and have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I hope I never see a commission packet come in a cardboard box again.
There is that. Thank you.
I've gone paperless.
You're dreaming, Bob.
Paperless too.
Yeah.
Oh.